Chapter 981. Purgatory Nuns. The corner of Tyrion's mouth twitched. Shouldn't it be the Red Saintess? Although the Church's Holy Church allows the existence of prostitutes due to the local situation, even including prostitutes who believe in the 7 gods into the clergy, the Holy Mother doesn't advocate this kind of behavior. Qizong said with a deep voice, "Drifting is bad for one's health, damaging one's merit. Being addicted to prostitutes and destroying family harmony is a great sin." Going to hell? Tyrion's eyes widened. The reason why the purgatory nuns are called that is because they clearly want to seduce men into hell? Qizong thought for a moment and said, "It's not seduction, but through this name, it makes people who are blinded by desire calm down. The Holy Mother plans to choose a group of souls from hell who are devout believers of the Holy Mother and have violated the teachings of the 7 gods, especially those who are extremely lascivious. The most outstanding ones will be the demon king of hell, which is also the lustful demon, a subordinate god of strangers. The purgatory nuns will be the exclusive clergy of the lustful demons. Devout believers of the Holy Mother and lascivious. Are there people like that?" "Another group," the dwarf said with his mouth twitching. "When the forest is big, there are all kinds of birds," Qizong said calmly. "Why choose the Demon King? Shouldn't the Demon King be killed immediately?" Hound said with a frown. Tyrion's lips curled into a sneer. Setting up a positive teaching material like St. Matthew can encourage believers to be good. Taking out negative teaching materials like whipping corpses can also scare believers into being good. Are you mocking the Holy Mother? Qizong's right palm subconsciously rose to his chest. This was a completely subconscious action. He had used it too many times and was used to it. The dwarf also saw his master take the stance of the Holy Mother palm and was given a fright. He hurriedly explained with an embarrassed smile, "Master, you misunderstand. I also think that the Holy Mother's actions are to persuade people to be good. The Holy Mother is merciful. The methods are different, but the goal is always right." Sai, how would you understand the Holy Mother's wisdom and greatness? Qizong's palm was still raised to his chest in the same posture as the celestial monk. He sighed and said, "The lustful demons aren't negative teaching materials, but tools to help confused believers pass the tribulation." "Tools? What do they do? How do they use them?" the dwarf asked. The Holy Mother passed down a meditation technique called White Bone Temple. Anyone can practice it without extraordinary talent. Lustful devils are used to assist in cultivating White Bone Monastery, Qizong said slowly. "There are meditation techniques that don't require talent?" The dwarf looked doubtful. "Normal meditation techniques cultivate magic power, while the White Bone Temple improves spiritual power and soul realm." The dwarf became more and more suspicious. This doesn't make sense. The stronger the meditation technique, the higher the requirement for cultivation aptitude. Increasing the realm of the soul is much harder than increasing magic power. The White Bone Monastery should be of a higher level than other meditation techniques. How can you understand the Holy Mother's divine might? Qizong shot him a look. He stood up from the praying mat and said to the hunting dog, "Go out and call over the foreman in charge of renovating the temple. I want to modify the building plans from before." Once the hunting dog left, Qizong brought his 2 disciples to the rear hall's cultivation room. He sat down by the table and closed his eyes in deep thought for a moment. His brush moved about like a dragon, immediately drawing skeleton pictures one after another on the snow-white sheepskin scroll. On every picture, the skeleton's posture was different. There were a total of 7 pictures. They were clearly skeletons whose structures and colors were extremely monotonous, but they were drawn so vividly that they seemed to be alive, as if they were living creatures sealed in the picture scroll. Their bodies emitted a type of unique magic power that was imprinted into one's soul. The foreman, Reese, was already waiting on the side. When he saw Master Qizong put down his ink brush, he asked respectfully and curiously, Master, may I ask how you plan to renovate the temple? Is it related to these 7 pictures? Chizong pointed at the picture scroll and said, I want to add a white bone monastery at the entrance of Passion Desire Garden. Only by entering the temple and passing through the rear hall can one enter Passion Desire Garden. Place 7 white bone statues in the temple in order. Carve the skeletons according to the pictures. I want the highest grade white, jade, and higher Reese's, best stonemason. Money is not a problem. Master, are you going to blaspheme the 7 gods? The foreman's face paled. Why do you say that? Chizong frowned. The 7 skeletons, don't they represent the 7 gods? The dwarf rubbed his nose, asking what was on the minds of the foreman and the people around him. Blaspheme. Chizong was furious. His right hand, subconsciously, stood in front of his chest. Master, please forgive me. I know I misunderstood, but that's what everyone thinks. The dwarf hurriedly pointed at Hound and Arya on the side. The 2 disciples were a bit embarrassed, but they did not object. Rascal, didn't I just say that I want to build a white bone monastery for the lustful demons? The skeletons represent the lustful demons of hell. Chizong stomped his foot in disappointment. 7 lustful demons? Hound frowned. Lustful demons, the demons of desire, the embodiment of human flesh. These 7 skeletons are the classic postures of the 7 spring cry arts. What a... The 3 disciples and the foreman cried out at the same time. Their jaws almost dropped. This. A moment later, the dwarf and the foreman became more and more shocked as they looked at the skeletons. This is actually the most standard illustration of the 7 spring cry arts. The dwarf was an old hand. How could the foreman not be an old hand in Passion Desire Garden? The 2 of them immediately recognized the essence of the 7 diagrams. Only the 2 bumpkins, Arya and Hound, did not understand the 7 spring cry arts at all. Master Chizong, I'm sorry. I didn't expect you to be an expert as well. Now that I look at it carefully, it's so lifelike. The foreman said with sincerity and admiration. The dwarf nodded repeatedly. Chizong's expression was wooden. You think of the flesh from the bones, but you have entered the demonic path. The foundation of the White Bone Monastery is to see the mortal world with the eyes, and the heart is filled with rotting corpses and withered bones, thus eliminating all desires. What do you mean? The foreman was confused. The dwarf subconsciously looked at the skeletons. An illusion seemed to appear in front of his eyes. The young girl in the garden was rotting bit by bit. Her flesh was festering, and maggots were born from the rotting flesh. Starting from a certain part of her body, they gradually spread to the rest of her body. After a long process, she finally turned from a beautiful girl into a skeleton. The key was that she was still in the most alluring pose of the spring cry arts. Ugh! The dwarf came back to his senses. His face was pale, and he suddenly vomited. What's wrong with you? The hunting dog was curious. Chizong stroked his beard in gratification, praising, I didn't expect you to have such wisdom, Tyrion. You succeeded in learning the basics the first time you saw the White Bone Monastery. Your talent isn't shallow. You can practice more in the future. I don't want to practice it. This is a demonic art. The dwarf pointed at the White Bone Monastery in horror. This kind of thing shouldn't exist in this world. Burn it immediately to prevent it from harming the world. Why? Apart from Chizong, the others were all confused. The dwarf excitedly recounted what he had just experienced. He practically described the process of cultivating the White Bone Monastery. That was why in the next moment the hunting dog and the foreman both vomited with pale faces. The White Bone Monastery meditation art is too terrifying, the hunting dog said in horror. The foreman's expression was horrified. I originally received a big order from you and planned to go to the western part of the city to look for it at night. Sigh. The anger in my heart has completely disappeared. This is only the first time. After hesitating for a moment, he tactfully advised, Master, if this is carved into a statue and placed in the hall, how will the customers be able to get it? Qizong said with a compassionate expression, This is the purpose of the church, to teach all the men in the world the truth of the pink skull. Lust is the leader of all evils. If they can stop lust, more people will become saints, and the world will become a better place. Just like us Westeros, if everyone controls their desires and is loyal to their marriage, the war of the usurpers won't happen, and the rebellion of the four kings won't happen. The hunting dog felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't find a loophole in Chi Zhang's words. Fuck, Saint Danny is even more ruthless than Saint Bailey, Tyrion said with a twisted face. If you practice the White Bone Monastery too much, you won't have any desire for your own wife. Desire is the fuel of love, and desire is also the greatest motivation for humans to strive. Who doesn't want to play with more women to earn money? To play with the most beautiful women? A world without desire is dead silent, no different from hell. Yes, yes, yes. The contractor nodded repeatedly. These words hit the nail on the head. If he didn't have desire, why would he think of ways to deduct the wages of the workers? He could just stay at home and meditate to cultivate the White Bone Monastery meditation technique. Sigh, the Holy Mother is so compassionate, and the old woman is so wise, but the people of the world are so foolish that they can't be saved. Chi Zhang's eyes were filled with pity, and he shook his head lightly. The Holy Mother isn't trying to create a world without desire. A mere White Bone Monastery won't be able to eliminate all human desires. It's like a heavy dose of medicine, because this world is already beyond cure. That can't be right, the contractor muttered. Cultivate according to my instructions. Qizong waved his hand. Other than the White Bone deity statue, you have to erect a stele in the center of the hall. On it, you have to carve the method to cultivate the White Bone Monastery and things to take note of. Also, you have to add a passage of the 7 gods scripture before the stele, which basically says indulging in lust is harmful to the body, 1 step into the Red Temple, 10 steps away from home, 100 steps into hell. The contractor was dumbfounded. Master Qizong, if you do this, who will be willing to come to 7 gods' desire garden? It's useless even if they come. Tyrion shook his head with a bitter smile. Qizong said with a serious expression, Our goal in opening a brothel is to rid the world of prostitutes. We hope that all the prostitutes in the world will repent and return to their families. We hope that all the young men and women in the world will no longer be abducted by human traffickers and trained into sex slaves, just like the era of the children of the forest. Did they have brothels and prostitutes? They can put an end to the desires of the 7 cardinal sins. So can we humans. At least, we should work hard in this direction. The dwarf was speechless. After the contractor left, the disciples asked about the Holy Mother's reward. Other than the White Bone Monastery and the White Bone lustful demons, does the Holy Mother have any other arrangements? Tyrion said worriedly, Varys has been drained of all his royal blood, and his essence, chi, and spirit have been greatly damaged. He's still paralyzed on the bed. Hound and I were also heavily injured before. The holy healing art healed our external wounds, but we haven't recovered our lost chi and blood. It's clear that Narrow Sea City is too close to the Westeros, and the evil gods are still worried about the Dragon Queen using her space-time technique to save them. It's already so dangerous this time. When we reach Volantis or even further east, the evil gods will be unrestrained. Even the king of the city won't give the queen any face. Qizong revealed a sorrowful expression and sighed. I didn't expect there to be so many demons outside the Westeros. I can only change my strategy from now on. I'll put down my compassionate heart and strike first to gain the upper hand. I'll destroy them on sight without mercy. Arya said with a wooden face, Master, you've killed almost 40 evil gods, right? When have you ever shown mercy? You don't understand. The evil gods can't hide from my fiery golden eyes. In the past, as long as they don't provoke us, even if they wander around in front of me, I'll let them be. During the Pirate King incident, Master went on a killing spree, slapping more than 10 evil gods to death. What reward did the Holy Mother give? Tyrion asked again. Chizong shook his head. It's just a part of the Song of Laws. Song of Laws, just a part. The dwarf's eyes turned red. Master has become a true god? Arya was also shocked. It's a very incomplete song of mercy. I'm still very far from becoming a true god. The Holy Mother is too good to you. Arya and Tyrion were envious. Chapter 982. You also killed an evil god last time, right? What reward did the Holy Mother give you? Tyrion turned his gaze to Arya. Last time, the evil gods had split into 2 teams. One was to lure Chizhuang out to sea, while the other was to ambush Tyrion. However, such an obvious plan of luring the tiger out of the mountain could not be hidden from the dwarf. The reason why Varys did not see Chizhuang, even after waiting for an entire night, was because they had spent the entire night preparing. Although the strength of the attacking enemy exceeded the dwarf's expectations, causing him and Hound, who were acting as meat shields, to be seriously injured, they were prepared after all. The opportunity created was not wasted by Arya, and she really got the first kill this time. Arya's wooden expression turned to one of confusion. It's strange. The Holy Mother actually raised my transfiguration talent by 1 level. I can now use Winter Wolf Howl, like Jon. However, the stranger also taught me an even more powerful soul attack, Eye of the Death Sickle. I can borrow the stranger's divine might to destroy the enemy's will. What's wrong with that? You don't believe in the 7 gods. The Holy Mother can't possibly grant you divine spells. Tyrion did not understand. Why can the Holy Mother raise my transfiguration talent? To become a transfiguration talent, one must be a believer of the old gods. When did you hear about a believer of the 7 gods becoming a transfiguration talent? Arya asked. Tyrion turned to Chizhuang and asked, she's right. What's going on? The Holy Mother is omnipotent. Chizhuang, who knew nothing, was still calm. The dwarf rolled his eyes and said thoughtfully, perhaps while we were away, the old gods and the 7 gods have already merged into one. Yes, the 3-eyed crow has already converted to the Holy Church, Chizhuang said calmly. So, I can also become a transfiguration talent. The dwarf asked excitedly, what reward did the Holy Mother give you? Arya asked curiously. Sigh, don't mention it. The Holy Mother said that all my merits were used to save my aunt Xena, the dwarf said with a sigh. Your aunt is dead? Arya asked hesitantly. Yes, you murdered him in Casterly Rock City. The dwarf's voice was flat and his eyes narrowed, making it impossible to read his true thoughts. The Atonement Scroll can only redeem a portion of sins. It seems like Madame Xena has committed quite a lot of sins. Chizong pondered. Arya couldn't help but smile. The Holy Mother is very fair. Your Aunt Xena is in hell. Hound asked. He's in heaven now. Then why are you frowning? Hound was puzzled. It's been almost a month since I left the Westeros. How many dangers have I encountered? How many contributions have I made for the Holy Mother, the Church, and the cause of preaching? But all those merits were only exchanged for a mere 12 merit points. How black-hearted. And the Holy Mother didn't even inform me when she was exchanging merit. That's too much of a bully. The dwarf said resentfully, This is the grace of the Virgin Mary, right? A living person earning merit through their own efforts to redeem their loved ones in hell. Is there anything more meaningful than this? Hound said with emotion. If the Holy Mother didn't even inform you and used your merit to redeem your brother, would you still find it meaningful? The dwarf asked in return. Hound's stiff face began to contort. He gritted his teeth and said, If Gregor goes to heaven, I'll go to hell. The Holy Mother will only use your merit according to your true wishes, Qizong said seriously. For example, Tyrion, why was Madame Xena the first to be redeemed? Don't you want to redeem her, Tyrion? Hound's tone faltered. At least tell me, do you think the Holy Mother only has one believer and needs to discuss everything with you? Shouldn't she tell me when she's using my merit? Hound raised his voice. The Holy Mother uses merit according to your true wishes. It's your true wishes. It's not the Holy Mother doing whatever she wants. Just like how the Holy Mother might use your merit to redeem Duke Tywin. But she will never go against your wishes to save Cersei. Qizong emphasized. Hound waved his hand and said anxiously, No, no, no. That's what I'm most worried about. You can't save my father. The way the people looked at him changed. No, that's not what I meant. Hound's face turned pale. Of course, I want to save my father, but he's not in hell. Tywin can go to heaven? Dream on. Hound sneered. He killed Tywin. He probably doesn't want to redeem him at all. That's why he said such a ridiculous lie. Arya mocked. Hound was getting more and more anxious. He did not know how to explain. Should he say that Tywin's father had already turned to dust when his sister built heaven? Seeing that he could not refute, Qizong also advised, Tywin might not be your father, but he raised you for decades. You must be grateful. Sigh. You don't have to care about this. Hound's expression was extremely complicated and conflicted. He looked like a young man who had lost his way in life. Qizong sighed internally. He decided not to persuade him verbally. He would ask the Holy Mother to secretly redeem Tywin during evening prayers to resolve his eldest disciple's guilt after killing his father, as well as his conflicted feelings after knowing the truth of his birth. Without remorse and regret, his eldest disciple might be able to elevate his soul through self-redemption. I have to keep the matter of asking the Holy Mother to secretly use her eldest disciple's merit points to redeem Tywin a secret from him. Otherwise, with his arrogant and awkward personality, he would definitely loudly deny the love and guilt he had for Tywin's father. After all, it was not easy for adults. As a master, it was only right for him to silently help his disciple. I almost forgot. The Holy Mother has given Varys a divine art. Let's go visit him, Qizong said. In the warm bedroom with a burning fireplace and a single bed covered with thick down quilts, the 8-clawed spider looked like a corpse waiting to bid farewell to his family and friends. Qizong first patted the fat eunuch's big bald head with a holy healing art, and then called out softly, Wuning, Wuning, we're here to visit you. Varys opened his eyes in a daze. His eyeballs seemed to be covered in a layer of dust, dim and lifeless. I'm so pitiful, he said. I know. We all know. Qizong held his cold and rough palm and said with a sigh, There is no obstacle in this world that cannot be overcome. Once you've thought it through, tomorrow will be as beautiful as the past. Actually, you're just lacking in blood qi. As long as you pull yourself together, you'll be able to recover soon. Also, we'll always stay in Varys and wait for you to recover. There's no need to be anxious. I can't accept it. Varys's face was covered in tears. I'm a eunuch. Why did you treat me like that? Don't just think about yourself. Think about Tyrion. He's even more pitiful than you. When he was in Pentos, he was dragged into a latrine and then... Qizong paused. You saw it yourself. His private parts are like skinned and chewed sugarcane. Also behind. That's enough. Why are you exposing my shortcomings for no reason? Tyrion said angrily, Look, Wooning's condition is much better after hearing this. Qizong pointed at the fat eunuch, whose eyes were gradually brightening. But my condition is much worse, the dwarf said with a depressed expression. You've been through a lot. You're already used to it. This is Wooning's first time. You should be more understanding. Qizong sighed. Then he probed, Why don't we leave and leave the two of you here to talk and comfort each other? Arya seemed to have thought of something. Her pale horse face blushed, and she could not help but laugh. Arya's strange gaze and laughter made the dwarf's scalp tingle. He glared at her, and then turned around and cursed. Fuck, if you want to comfort him, hurry up and teach him the Holy Mother's divine art. It's more practical that way. What divine art? Is the Holy Mother going to bless me? Varys's spirit was indeed lifted. You're not very devout to the 7 gods, and this place is far away from Westeros. It's hard for the Holy Mother to bless you. Chizong reached out his right hand. His palm flashed with green runes. He pressed his palm against the fat eunuch's forehead. It was like branding a quarantine mark on pork skin. The fat eunuch sucked in a breath. The swelling pain in his head disappeared. Then his entire body became warm, as if he had taken a hot bath. His vitality returned to him. What's going on? Other than the summoning technique, the true dragon blood chi that the evil god stole from you was also returned after being purified by the Holy Mother. In short, other than the psychological trauma, you benefited from the disaster. The true dragon blood can return? The dwarf asked doubtfully. The Holy Mother is omnipotent. Chizong still did not understand. He was still calm and matter-of-factly. Actually, what Chizong passed to Varys was not the true dragon blood chi. Instead, it was a ball of spiritual essence powder that he removed from Dany's thoughts. Using the witch lens to check the bloodline was not based on NDA, but spiritual essence. Now that Dany's spiritual essence was replenished, Varys really recovered. This was mainly because the evil god only squeezed out the transcendent factor in his bloodline, which was the special spiritual essence. He did not suck his blood dry, because the evil god needed the living Varys as bait. Once his blood was sucked dry, he would die. I learned the summoning technique? Varys muttered. Chizong nodded and explained. Right now, your piety level is low, so you can only summon your thoughts. But you can level up. In the future, you might be able to summon physical objects, or even heaven's Saint Seiya and divine creatures. What do you mean by summoning thoughts? The dwarf asked in confusion. Summoning thoughts is to summon the will of the nearby angels to descend on his body. For example, me. Chizong pointed at himself and said with a smile, in the future, if Wu Ning encounters another evil god, as long as it is not more than 10 kilometers away from me, he can summon me to help. That's great. There are no cities in the world with a radius of more than 10 kilometers. As long as I don't leave the city, I will be safe. Varys cried tears of joy. Tyrion said enviously, Master Chizong, give me a summoning seal. I am the evil god's main target, so I am the most dangerous. Chizong shook his head. Each angel can only protect one summoner. Also, the summoned thoughts only have the power to attack once, and can only use half of their normal strength. One attack, half of its power. Varys sat up in shock. What's the use of that? You have so little faith power, who can you blame? I descended with my will, not my body. I only have the power to attack once, Chizong said. Varys leaned against the headboard and said blankly, I didn't believe in gods for the first half of my life. You don't believe in gods, yet you want the protection of gods. How can such a good thing happen? Chizong said seriously. Varys came to a realization and said seriously, You are right, master. From now on, I will be a devout believer of the Holy Mother. I will be like a hunting dog, going to your bedroom every night to listen to your teachings. Chizong nodded in satisfaction and said, There is another way to summon your will. If you encounter an enemy you cannot resist, you can summon your will in reverse. In other words, you can summon your soul to my side and let the enemy ravage your body however they want. Even if countless people talk about the sword, you will not feel it. Chapter 983. Also, as long as the soul is still there, even if the body is tortured to death or chopped into pieces, you can still find the remains to resurrect and continue to teach me. The 4 disciples' expressions were twisted. Not even letting them go after death. Wasn't that too pitiful? Although it's helpless, it can save lives, Chizong said seriously. That's true. Varys pinched his nose and asked, What's with summoning Saint Seiya? Beginner summoners can only summon wills. Level 2 summoners can summon physical objects, such as a sword. When summoning reaches level 3 and becomes the king of summoners, you can summon saints from heaven, such as the Saint Seiya, who is the guardian of heaven. When you become a level 4 god of summoners, you can even summon divine creatures. Tisk, god of summoners? It sounds very powerful and promising. The dwarf exclaimed in shock. Master, can I become a summoner? Arya and Hound were envious as they asked at the same time. You all have your own path. Arya is a death assassin, Sangze is a greatsword priest, and Tyrion is a fire shaman priest. Stick to your own path and don't be greedy. For example, I've been studying the path of mercy and have never thought of learning summoning, Chizong said solemnly. Hearing that even their master didn't know summoning, the disciples couldn't force it. Master, how can I level up? Varys asked expectantly. This is your path. I can't give you too much guidance. But there's nothing wrong with devout faith and slowly exploring. Actually, this was Dragon Queen's path. The deeper her understanding of the wind space, the higher the upper limit of the summoning of believers of the 7 gods. Summoning was a derivative of her recent spatial research. Only believers of the 7 gods and the old gods could become holy summoners. Every believer of the 7 gods was considered a coordinate in the material world for the 7 gods. In theory, since faith channels could transmit divine power of faith, changing faith channels into spatial channels could also allow spatial transmission. With coordinates and spatial power, it was normal for Dany to have the idea of researching summoning. However, the idea had just been born, and the experiment of divine arts had just begun. There were still many problems to be solved. It was foreseeable that there would be many unpredictable dangers during the experiment. Varys was the volunteer who experimented with spatial magic. Look at him, he's smiling so happily. Because he received the summoning technique, he immediately went from withered to alive again. It must be voluntary. With the blessing of the Holy Mother, the team was finally able to regroup. Soon after, Master Chizong led his 4 disciples to the Holy Hall's main hall. They first gave a motivational speech in front of the Holy Mother statue before discussing how to deal with the evil god's attack that was foreseeable to be even more ferocious. In the Dragon Queen's art of war, the key to victory is to know yourself and your enemy. Therefore, I feel that intelligence is the most important thing. As long as we know who wants to deal with us and when to strike, we will be in an invincible position. The dwarf was the first to speak. Everyone looked at the head of intelligence, Varys. The fat eunuch, who was lying on the armchair, shook his head. If we stay in one place, with the unlimited amount of gold royals in my hands, I still have 30% confidence that I can figure out the enemy's movements. But the time that the team stayed in the city is too short. Even if I have thousands of methods, I won't be able to use them in time. The dwarf looked at Arya. Your stealth ability is powerful, and you have animal companions. Perhaps you can immediately sneak into the temple in a city after we enter it and monitor the local gods' movements. What nonsense are you talking about? Arya said in disdain. Entering the temple of a god is like stealing the Iron Throne in public. Do you think it's possible? Chizong also said, the temple is equivalent to the god's domain. Not to mention the gods, even a rookie priest can't be fooled. Hearing this, Arya couldn't help but look over. She just happened to meet her master's meaningful gaze. She couldn't help but blush and immediately turned her head away in embarrassment. Back then, after Arya poisoned Tommen, she entered the body of a black cat named Balerion and snuck into the great cathedral of Bel, preparing to attack Cersei, who was guarding the coffin. At that time, Matthew, who was still Big Sparrow's follower, was there. Matthew, who was new to the world, did not know anything about supernatural knowledge, but he immediately sensed that there was a person in disguise who had entered the Holy Church. Then he used Wrath of the Father, a fake true dragon roar, and tore Arya's soul apart. She was bedridden for half a month. Therefore, the master and disciple deeply understood how great the advantage the temple had over the gods was. "I have an idea," the hound suddenly said. Everyone turned to look at him. Passive defense will always have loopholes. It's better to take the initiative. The hound glanced meaningfully between the dwarf and Varys. "I have discovered a pattern," he said with a smile. "The two Targaryens are the most attractive to the preachers, especially Tyrion. All the evil gods want to eat his flesh and drink his blood. There's even a rumor that if you eat the flesh of a holy monk, you can live forever." The others still didn't understand, but the dwarf immediately understood what the hound meant by taking the initiative. "You want me to be the bait to lure the evil gods out, and then let Chizhuang's master, the mighty dragon of heaven, serve him?" he asked with an unpleasant expression. The hound nodded. "After the evil gods fall for it a few times, Varys will no longer be kidnapped when he goes out at night, because they're not sure if this is bait. In this way, the initiative will always be in our hands. The evil gods will not have any other plans other than to launch a strong attack. What if Master Chizhuang can't hold on, or is stopped and can't save him in time?" The dwarf asked blankly. The hound said helplessly, "Then we'll meet again in heaven. If Master Chizhuang can't hold on, we're dead." The atmosphere in the holy cathedral gradually became heavy. Chizhuang pondered and said, "There must be evil gods who are stronger than me. But if I want to escape, they shouldn't be able to stop me." "Why?" the dwarf asked curiously. "Before I left, the queen told me that there are 4 types of power in the world that can't hurt me. They are fire, light, wind, and water, and they correspond to the 4 moves of the Holy Mother Palm, especially the second move of the Holy Mother Palm, the power of wind in whirlwind. As long as I'm on Tessa's back, the evil gods will find it hard to defeat me in aerial combat, because their control of wind will never surpass mine." Although he said that, Chizhuang's expression was hesitant, and his tone was a little uncertain. The dwarf, however, came to a realization. Among the master and disciples, only he understood that the Holy Mother was the Dragon Queen, and the Dragon Queen grasped the songs of the 3 laws of wind, fire, and light. The Song of Water, however, was destroyed because of the mother of the Rhone River. The Turtle Prime minister joined her, and he had an advantage over the other evil gods. Otherwise, when Varys was kidnapped, Chizhuang clearly fell into the depths of the sea. So how could he defeat the water-type evil gods in the sea? Wasn't it because of the 4th move of the Holy Mother Palm, torrential turbid waves? The Turtle Prime, Minister Dragon, Queen Chizhuang. Chizhuang's underwater skills came from the Turtle Prime Minister. How could a normal water-type demigod compare to the number 1 vassal god under the true water god? With the 4th move of the Holy Mother Palm, Chizhuang could go into the sky or the sea and go through fire and water. Chizhuang's strength was not his own strength, but as the Dragon Queen's angel, whatever power the queen had, he could borrow that power. How strong the Dragon Queen was, he had, after leaving the Westeros, perhaps he would get a 50% discount. Therefore, whether the Sutra teaching team could survive or not depended on whether the evil god's strength exceeded 50% of the Dragon Queen's strength. The dwarf was a little uncertain. Before leaving the Westeros, he thought that his sister was just a newly ascended god, an ordinary one among the gods. But along the way, when facing the gods, Chizhuang killed them like chopping vegetables now. His reverence for his sister had increased by several levels. "Master, don't worry. There are 10 wind elf celestial stones and 10 fire elf rubies on your brocade cloth. In the air and in the fire, no one is your match," Tyrion said with absolute certainty. Chizhuang said with uncertainty, "You don't have to comfort me. I'm just a normal priest who pursues the path of mercy. Fighting and killing is not my strong suit." The dwarf's mouth twitched. "Don't say that. It's so embarrassing for people like us who fight and kill. How about this? We'll go fishing tonight. Let Tessa carry Varus and fly in the sky. If we encounter an opponent we can't beat, master, protect her, let her come down, grab me and run. The dwarf offered himself as bait, so the others had no reason to reject him. Rhys was different from the other trading city-states by the narrow sea. It was a primitive colony, and there were no wars of conquest or ethnic integration. For example, Pentos originally had Undulls as its main population. After Valeglia conquered Pentos, they arranged marriages between the children of the 14 Fire Peaks and the local nobles of Pentos, and the newly formed royal family was a hybrid of the two races. Rhys was the same as Volantis. Before the arrival of Valeglia, there were no other races in the area. Therefore, the ancient Valeglia bloodline was still very strong in the people of Rhys. They had blue or purple eyes, silver or platinum hair, and smooth white skin. However, they were different from Valeglia's Dragon King. In a cultural environment that revered literature and drama, the people of Rhys lost their martial spirit and practical spirit. A life where pleasure reigned supreme made their bodies even more slender and beautiful. Even the men had long curly hair, and they all wore fragrant cologne. Such charming and weak men were unable to do heavy physical work. Therefore, slaves were introduced, becoming an indispensable foundation that maintained the prosperity and even existence of the city. It was also because of this that Rhys was determined to join the alliance, sending a fleet to conquer Slaver's Bay. But similarly, after the men lost their bloodlust, it was easier for the country to be defeated mentally. 7 levels of hell. In front of a white marble palace that resembled the arched structure of ancient Rome on earth, Tyrion stood on tiptoe and looked around. He said to Hound beside him in disbelief, "She's so arrogant, yet she's still alive. Do the people of Rhys still have balls?" Hound also had a complicated expression. "I didn't expect the Dragon Queen to be so powerful. Not to mention that she's just a dragon mother. Even if she was a female dragon, she wouldn't be able to make the kings of the 7 kingdoms bow down to her." The shock on the dwarf's face did not dissipate for a long time. They came out to fish for evil gods, but unexpectedly found that many people of Rhys were walking on the streets, all the way to the prince's palace in the center of the city. Therefore, the 2 curious people also followed. Then they saw an unbelievable scene. A familiar woman held a sheepskin scroll, passed through the forest of 10,000 people, and walked towards the palace gate in high spirits. She even shouted loudly, "That's right, my husband is the Dragon Queen's dog. My husband and I have long pledged our loyalty to her. Look carefully, this is the proof. You all know my identity. I'm the daughter of a count in an old town in Westeros. I have the right to see the Dragon Queen. This time, I return to the Westeros to complain to the Dragon Queen about you. I can tell you responsibly that the Queen is very angry and the consequences will be severe." Chapter 984. Didn't you say that Chui Gu and I betrayed the alliance and became the Queen's spies? Linnes held her head high and chest out, like a victorious general waving his banner. She held up the proof of being a slave. "I'll lay my cards on the table. That's right, we are Dragon Queen's spies. We betrayed the alliance. What can you do to us?" She was small, but it was as if she had suddenly grown into a giant. When she took a big step forward, the slave soldiers in front of the prince's palace took a step back, not knowing what to do. The well-dressed nobleman behind them had an ugly expression. He clenched his fists and moved his lips, but he couldn't give a clear order. The surrounding freedmen and slaves in the square either had a solemn expression or cursed loudly or looked happy, or they had 1,000 different emotions. But they only looked at her, and none of them dared to make a move. Do you know the result of the great battle of Meereen? Like a seesaw, the weaker the Rhys on one end, the higher Linnes on the other end, and the stronger her aura. The alliance had hundreds of thousands of soldiers, and the total number of soldiers was more than the Rhys freedmen. But when faced with Dragon Queen, they couldn't fight back at all. I saw it with my own eyes. The giant god turtle controlled the torrential flood, as if it was washing urine in a pool of feces. An army of 100,000 was gone in the blink of an eye. Do you know the Battle of Winterfell? Millions of undead monsters spread out for dozens of miles. The sky was dark and no fire was allowed. The frost god's forbidden spell froze Winterfell into an iceberg thousands of meters high. Such a powerful frost god and undead army should have swept across the entire Westeros, but it was ended by one person. You know, the fall of the western region, the storm of swords, the battle of the 100 regiments. The more Linny spoke, the more agitated she became. She became a dragon mother braggart and told them all about the Dragon Queen's deeds on Dragonstone Island. She didn't even exaggerate, because those deeds were already very exaggerated to her. Dragon Queen isn't human at all. She's God, the savior, the child of the era, the destined human emperor. She concluded loudly, going against the Dragon Queen is suicide. Not only does she have hundreds of thousands of roaring warriors under her command, she also has hundreds of thousands of guards of the Mother of Dragons at Slave Bay. Millions of Westeros knights have also pledged their loyalty to her. Her soldiers outnumber the entire population of Rhys. What right do you have to resist? How do you resist? Do Westeros have 1,000,000 knights? Some people might believe it if he said 100,000, but 1,000,000 is obviously bragging. In a corner of the square, Hound ridiculed. Perhaps I'm not bragging. The dwarf furrowed his brows and said, You've also heard of the Battle of 100 Regiments. It involves 200 castles and towns. I estimate that no less than 300,000 troops were mobilized. It's normal for it to be called 1,000,000. The Hound was startled and said, But they did not swear allegiance to the Queen. They must want to pledge their loyalty, but the Queen won't allow it. The dwarf sighed. I've seen too many similar situations. In the Western Territory, those lords who were rescued by the Volunteer Corps leaned over to pledge their loyalty to the Queen right in front of me. I only know that the Dragon Queen is famous in the Westeros for her fighting prowess, but I didn't expect her to have such a high status in the free trade city-states. With just one sentence, she turned a former prisoner slave into the Queen of Rhys. The Hound muttered, The Rhys are too cowardly. We Westeros are not like that. The dwarf looked around with disdain at the Rhys, who were angry, but did not dare to speak up, let alone attack. Think about my sister. Back then, she only had the King's Landing left, but she also wanted to pull down the Dragon Queen. Take a look at Stannis now. I know you, little devil. A slender, middle-aged man wearing jasmine perfume leaned over and stared at the dwarf. We Rhys are not cowardly. We're just more rational. We're not as crazy as you Westeros. Your horse sister is the Mad King III. Stannis even sacrificed his daughter, so he's the Mad King IV. The dwarf looked carefully at the silver-haired, middle-aged man who interrupted them, but could not find any impression of him in his memory. He raised his guard. It was normal for famous people to be familiar with him, but he did not forget the role he was playing. He was bait to catch the evil god, not a tourist who was bored enough to come and watch the Rhys bustle. He leaned slightly to the side and put on a pose where he could hide behind the fat Rhys woman. Then he said with a relaxed expression, Actually, you've misunderstood Stannis. He sacrificed his daughter to summon the demon dragon for the Asha prophecy and to save the world. Then he's even crazier, the jasmine-scented Rhys said. The dwarf chuckled. That's where you're wrong. Stannis is one of the few true knights in the Seven Kingdoms. In terms of character and ambition, no one in the Seven Kingdoms nobles can compare to him. You're crazy too, the Rhys man said strangely. That's what the Dragon Queen said. The dwarf's expression seemed to be mocking. An ray of light in his eyes stared at the slightest expression on the Rhys man's face. The Queen said that humans are good people, but there are very few good gods in the world. Most of the evil gods are extremely vicious and loved to lure mortals into depravity. The number one hero of the Seven Kingdoms was dragged into hell by Lalo. The queen also said that sooner or later she will cleanse the universe and return the world to its former glory. The man's eyebrows twitched a few times, and he said a few perfunctory words before turning to leave. I thought he would say the Dragon Queen is crazy too. The dwarf turned his head and smiled at the hound who was holding the hilt of his sword. Sangs narrowed his eyes and locked onto the middle-aged Reese man's figure. He said slowly, maybe he doesn't dare to say that a piece of paper has already scared them into quails. You're the illegitimate brother of the Dragon Queen. But he already said it with his eyes. Tyrion gave him a look and quietly followed him. Most people wouldn't understand what I said at all, but his eyes showed that he understood everything. We're just baiting the enemy. The hound hesitated. There are so many people here, no one dares to act rashly, Tyrion said as he shrunk his body like a little monkey and disappeared into the crowd. Soldiers, are you going to hurt the loyal servants of Misha of the slaves? Linny's performance was still going on and was nearing its climax. The blue and black, caped slave soldiers turned their heads several times and used their eyes to ask the trade princes and nobles for instructions, but they didn't receive any clear orders. They couldn't help but lower the spears in their hands, and the tight defensive formation also became lax. Seeing this, Linny's directly climbed the white jade steps in front of the arched hall. As she walked, she shouted loudly. Without Chueji's understanding of the situation and his timely submission to the Empress, would the 100 warships that were sent to Slave Bay have returned? You lot would have sunk into the sea to feed the turtles. Chuegu and I saved you. Chuegu and I are Reese's saviors. The expressions of the nobles at the top of the stone steps were ugly, but they couldn't refute her. They were either in the navy that was attacking Dragon Queen, or their family members were officers in the fleet. Under the tragic background of the Alliance being wiped out, Reese's fleet that was able to protect itself was so eye-catching. Many people even knew that Chuegu was a spy for Dragon Queen, but they still supported him to be Prince Reese. The murder of Chuegu by the radical faction was out of many people's expectations. From the bottom of their hearts, the upper echelons of Reese even hoped that Chuegu would continue to be a loyal dog for the Empress and protect Reese's political and economic autonomy. Chuegu was dead, and Reese lost contact with Dragon Queen. When the long night ended, what would happen if Dragon Queen led the Slave Bay army to the west? It was said that Dragon Queen could easily control the wind to drive the sleigh bus, and she could use the blade storm without restrictions to kill millions of living dead. Reese was an island country, and the strength that guarded the city was mainly the fleet. No matter how large the fleet was, would it survive against Dragon Queen, who could change the direction of the wind at will? It was good enough that the slave soldiers that protected Reese from the invasion of foreign enemies did not betray the slave Misha. Wasn't it difficult for them to face the blade storm head-on? Taking a step back, even if the slave soldiers were all brave, millions of living dead could not withstand the blade storm. What was the use of less than 10,000 Reese slave soldiers? Therefore, Linny's could flaunt her power in front of the Reese people with a servant certificate. She and her certificate were the security that some Reese people subconsciously hoped for. Your Majesty, the Prince of Trade, and the noble Parliament seemed to be planning to surrender. The Prince's palace was located in the east and faced the west, facing the sea cliff. The palace was built against the mountain, and the west was a flat square. There were bustling commercial areas in the north and south. At this time, in a 2-story building facing the street north of the square, a beautiful girl in a red velvet dress supported her forehead with her hand and looked at the palace. Behind the girl in the red dress, a girl in a blue dress who was equally beautiful and even had a similar charming temperament stood with her hands by her side. Her attitude was respectful. How should we decide, Lord God? A mere mortal woman, a mere piece of scrap paper. Just kill her directly. A rough and sharp male voice came from under the beautiful girl's dress. It was a short man sitting on a thick blanket with his back against the fence. The girl in the red dress opened up, covering his head and most of his body. It was as if she was using his head as a stool. You can't kill her. I don't want to have a conflict with Danny Reese. The girl in the red dress could not sit still. She swayed and looked intoxicated. She breathed in softly and said, Chui Ji's death was an accident. I am actually very satisfied with him. Very satisfied in all aspects. He secretly sided with the Dragon Queen, which can prevent Reese from becoming the #1 battlefield. Clap! The sound of a slap came from under the velvet dress. Then the man laughed and scolded, Slut, you think too much. Because I am beautiful to begin with, isn't that so? You're so beautiful that you're mesmerizing. The man sighed and said, But you're so beautiful and you're such a coward. The Dragon Queen might not let you go. It's not that she might not, but she definitely wants to kill me. I can clearly feel it. The girl in the red dress smile disappeared, and her expression turned gloomy. I've been in human civilization for tens of thousands of years, and this is the first time I've been enveloped by such a strong sense of death. Even now, I've reached the peak of pleasure with you, but the fear of a sharp sword hanging over my neck has not dissipated at all. If it weren't for this damned sense of danger, why would I have left Kohor? Why would I have joined forces with Lalo? When night falls, I'm the same as you. I plan to stay in the house and avoid the calamity, but sigh. The man sighed empathetically. If you can't avoid it, then take the initiative to attack. At least seize the initiative. If you're so overcautious and cowardly, you'll definitely suffer a great loss in the end. The girl in the red dress laughed again. When 10 people hunt a tiger, there will definitely be casualties. 2 or 3 dead, 5 or 6 injured, and 1 or 2 left. It's already a complete victory. I have the intention to kill the tiger, but I don't want to become a casualty. Therefore, the best choice is to stand at the foot of the mountain and cheer for the tiger hunters. Then, I'll give the victor the best consolation, just like now. Chapter 985. Slut. Under the red velvet pleated skirt, the sound of a slap could be heard. Saying such things in front of the tiger hunters, you're so cheap. I can't help it. Only heroes can hunt tigers. I'm weak. I don't have the strength. You're a rare high-level law god, and you can sing more than one law song, the man said with a complicated tone. The laws I understand are not suitable for direct combat. The red-dressed goddess shook her head. You don't need to fight directly, as long as you dare to fight. The man smiled coldly. Kill this clown called Linus. Maybe Danny Lilith will come to Reese personally. The red-dressed goddess mocked. Reese is only a few 100 kilometers away from Yong Halberd City. Maybe she can come here in an instant with a few space-time spells. But if she comes, do you dare to fight her? The man's tone stagnated, and he shouted sharply. If we all attack together, the Justice Alliance has so many true gods. Are we afraid of her? When she was in Marine that day, why didn't you all attack her? Now that she's on Dragonstone Island, why didn't you all attack her? If you can really kill her, why do you need to scheme and kidnap her illegitimate brother? The red-dressed goddess mocked. If we work together and don't fear death, we can definitely kill her, the man said in a low voice. That's the problem. Can we be fearless? The goddess in the red dress smiled bitterly. Just like the example of 10 people hunting a tiger that I mentioned before, that was actually the best result. They finally succeeded in hunting the tiger. You and I are gods, overlooking all living things. How many real cases have we seen over the years? Tigers appear outside the village and affect the villagers' lives. Warriors form teams to hunt them down, but 9 out of 10 times they return in failure. Sometimes the whole team is wiped out, and they all end up in the tiger's belly. Dragon Queen is a dragon stronger than a tiger, and her strength is concentrated in her body. We're not even as brave as the villagers who hunt tigers, because the villagers hunt tigers not only for their own survival, but also to protect their families. We only want to protect ourselves. So, we're not willing to sacrifice our lives to help our allies. We formed an alliance to save our own lives. Sacrificing 8 people and 2 surviving is foreseeable, but absolutely unacceptable. Unless you're sure you're the one who survives? The man was silent. If the righteous alliance were to attack the Dragon Queen, they might not suffer 80% casualties, but no one was confident that they could survive, including Lalo, Night Lion, and a few other big shots. All the gods were smart people. If they weren't smart, they couldn't become gods at all. All the gods were greedy for life and afraid of death. Those who weren't afraid of death, such as the old gods in Westeros, had died long ago. Now, all that was left was a group of intelligent, yet fearful gods. Awkward. After a while, the girl in the blue dress reminded the goddess in a low voice, "Main god, should we kill Linnis or let her be?" The man said, slowly, "It's still too much to let a mortal flaunt his prowess in front of Rhys with a slave certificate. You are a god that stands at the peak of the world, Lizzy's master. You can't beat the Dragon Queen, but you even avoided her mad dog. Isn't that too cowardly?" The goddess rolled her eyes and asked in return, "If the preaching team goes to Kohar, do you dare to arrange for the Black Goat Priest and the city guards to kill Chizam? I left Kohar long ago. Everything will be decided by the Grand Duke of the Kingdom," the man said hesitantly. The goddess laughed sarcastically. "Wire, tell the prince and the council elders that everything will be done according to the rules. I only have one request. I hope they can make the best choice for Lizzie." The girl in the blue dress received the order and left. Soon, the palace announced something to the people. The square was immediately filled with commotion. One could vaguely hear words such as "Amelon family is rehabilitated" and re-electing the prince. Amelon was Treg's surname. Now that Treg was rehabilitated, it was clear that the most beneficial choice for Lizzie's nobles was to raise a white flag to the Dragon Queen. Linnis inherited Treg's wealth and political legacy, so she would most likely participate in the prince election. Similar to the Pentos government, Lizzie had many trading princes, but there was only one prince who ruled the city, elected from dozens of families. However, Prince Lizzie did not lose his authority. Although he would sometimes be drained of his royal blood by the goddess or the goddess friends, he would not die in an open sacrifice. For example, Treg was assassinated by the radicals and thrown into the sea. It had nothing to do with the gods or sacrifices. This treatment was much better than that of the Pentos princes. Therefore, the trading princes with real power who had Valeglia's bloodline were also keen to participate in the election. Linnis received Treg's wealth, so she was a standard trading prince. Of course, she had the right to participate in the election, and there was even a high chance that she would be chosen. Prince Lizzie could not be inherited by father and son, but he was a lifelong ruler. The fact that the new prince who replaced Treg took the initiative to abdicate was already very clear. Understanding this, the man in the red dress could not help but sigh. A great heavenly god who has lived longer than human history actually succumbed to the words of a mere mortal. And these words were not even spoken clearly. This is too depressing. What's the point of living like this? You also said that we have existed longer than human history. Compared to an eternal and limitless life of indulgence, a few short years of dejection is like a pool of urine in the sea. After pausing for a moment, the goddess licked her lips and said with a seductive look, "Actually, I have been high and mighty for too long. It's also interesting to be scolded. If the Dragon Queen is willing, even if she steps on my face with her iron boots and makes me lick her bottom, I will gladly do it. I guarantee that I will serve her comfortably, and all her anger will disappear." Feeling that the goddess tap was suddenly turned on, the man sneered and said, "She will slap you to death with a cold expression as if she was stepping on a cockroach. She is the king of evil gods, different from us normal gods. She is bloodthirsty and will kill gods without blinking. She has no rationality and cannot be communicated with, he emphasized. The goddess shuddered, and the lust in her heart was extinguished instantly like a long night. The goddess dispersed her lust, and there was a murderous look on her face. Once the Justice Alliance takes care of Danny Leasy, Linnies can be given to you to chew on. It will take at least a few months, or at most a year or two. It will be over by taking a nap. That's true. At this moment, a charming girl in a purple dress came in with a silver-haired, middle-aged man. They stopped behind the screen. My Lord Murthia, you are the moon and stars in the sky. The middle-aged man had the fragrance of jasmine on him. He was the one who took the initiative to talk to the dwarf. Behind the screen, he knelt down and skillfully shouted the greetings of the believers of the goddess of lust. Your Majesty, the divine descendant holy monk who has been hiding in the Temple of Seven Gods for almost a week, has finally appeared. He is in the square of the palace. The goddess frowned. In front of me, don't call him divine descendant holy monk. I am not interested in his bloodline. Yes, your disciple will remember. The hem of the pleated skirt was lifted, revealing a black goat head, the deformed and thin dwarf body, the head of a huge black goat, blood-red eyes and golden goat horns that were like machetes. The long and narrow goat face should have been a little funny, but on his body there was a majestic and holy aura that made people unable to look directly at him, especially that pair of goat horns that emitted golden light. They were like the world's most sacred, sturdiest, and sharpest holy weapons. Although the black fur on his face was now wet, is the dwarf alone? The black goat asked solemnly, and Chizong's third disciple, Hound. Just the two of them? How dare they? The black goat's blood-red eyes narrowed. Could it be a trap? Where is Chizong? The middle-aged man shook his head and said, I didn't see Chizong come out. There shouldn't be any conspiracy. The matter with Linnies is too big. Look, the entire Reese is alarmed. It's not strange for Tyrion to come out and watch the show. Also, there are so many people in the square of the palace. There shouldn't be any villains causing trouble in public. They don't have to be afraid of anything. As long as the opportunity is right, what's the big deal about killing people in public? The black goat sneered. The middle-aged man hesitated and said, If that's the case, today is a rare opportunity. They think that we will be worried about the feelings of the mortals and will definitely be careless. Next time, The goddess suddenly covered her mouth and giggled. They still want to scheme against others, but they don't know that they have become someone else's target. The silver-haired, middle-aged man looked up in confusion. The screen embroidered with erotic pictures of the summer islands was not thick. He could vaguely see the alluring figure of the woman behind it. Your Majesty, Tyrion is here, the goddess said directly. The goddess directly replied, They followed you to the gate of the Garden of Desire, hesitating whether or not they should enter. The middle-aged man's face turned pale. He muttered, They are so vigilant that they became suspicious just because they tried to strike up a conversation? I only asked you to monitor them. Why did you talk to him? The black goat scolded sternly. In order to eavesdrop on their conversation, I was very close to them. At that time, Tyrion was belittling the Reese people for being cowards. If I didn't react at all, it would have been very strange. Secondly, I wanted to get some information. Lastly, I wanted to get familiar with them today, so that the next time we meet, it won't be too abrupt, the middle-aged man explained. The black goat took out his right hand from under the goddess' red dress. His palm was covered in black fur. He held a horn with 3 fingers. The goddess let out a soft moan. Throwing the horn to the goddess, the 3-meter, tall black goat began to tidy up his armor. It was a set of dark green fine-scaled armor. The scales were the size of mung beans, light and flexible. Start the operation immediately. I will bring people to get the dwarf, he said. Wait. The goddess then put the sticky horn on the balcony railing. She pulled the black goat and said seriously, "You promise me that you won't attack the sutra teaching team in the Desire Garden." The Desire Garden was the temple of the Desire Goddess. Just like the accident in the great cathedral of Baylor, the 7 gods would definitely be responsible. Murthia was afraid of being the first target of the Dragon Queen. He did not dare to fight with the Dragon Queen. He was afraid of death. He even planned that if the Justice Alliance was destroyed, he would give up his great foundation in the human world and immediately escape to the Far East Dark World. This is a rare opportunity. We can't miss it. The black goat said in a deep voice, "Do you want me to die?" The goddess was about to cry. The black goat sighed and hugged the goddess tightly. He said softly, "If this operation fails, you will leave Reese and hide in the barren land for a few years." The goddess leaned back and begged, "Reese, it's I dash. Ouch, my head. Who hit me with a stick?" The goddess' expression froze. The black goat's eyes were fierce. Chapter 986. On the north street of the palace square, under a red maple tree with scattered leaves, the dwarf used the tree trunk to cover his tracks as he looked towards the entrance of the Garden of Desire. Hound approached him from another direction and whispered, "That guy entered the Garden of Desire. What should we do?" "I want to go in, but—" The dwarf looked at the pink wall with a long row of red lanterns hanging in the north and said helplessly, "We are both hot-blooded good men. Entering the Passion Garden is like a hungry wolf entering a sheep pen. Can we hold it in? But who can be sure that it's not a tiger in sheep's clothing?" "I think we might be too suspicious," Hound said hesitantly. "Maybe that guy is just an ordinary lazy, and he's going to the Garden of Desire to pass the time." "Why aren't all demons hiding in the Garden of Desire?" the dwarf asked. Hound reached into his pocket and took out a gold coin, opening it in his palm. The gold coin wasn't round, but a slender oval. The reason it was oval was because the picture on it was a long strip, a graceful and coquettish woman. The face couldn't be seen clearly, but the lines of the woman's body were extremely beautiful. "Why are you showing me Lizzie's gold coin?" The dwarf didn't understand. Hound's eyes flashed and asked, "Have you noticed the currencies of the cities in the Narrow Sea?" The dwarf fell into deep thought. Hound said calmly, "The Westeros call it the Golden Dragon. Everyone knows what the dragon represents. Corhol's gold coin has a black goat on it, while Tyrosh's gold coin has the divine tower of the 3-headed god on it." The dwarf nodded and said, "The goddess of desire is Lizzie's true master. Let's say the Iron Throne prepared a group of assassins with the intention of murdering the Bravos diplomatic group that came to the King's Landing for a state visit. Would the king hide the assassins in the Red Keep?" Hound said, "If it was my sister or Joffrey, they might just let the gold-robed man take action and announce that it was the assassins who did it," the dwarf said. The corner of Hound's mouth twitched. A king with a normal brain would know how to avoid suspicion. For example, finding a place to hide the assassins in a flea nest. For the king, this isn't troublesome. At least, it's easier than hiding a large number of assassins in the Red Keep. In this way, killing the emissary would give the Iron Throne an excuse to evade Bravo's accountability. I thought that the goddess of lust wouldn't dare to directly fall out with the Dragon Queen. Otherwise, he would have made his move on the first day we came to Reese. The dwarf pondered for a bit before replying, "What you said makes sense, but the way deities think is different from mortals. Then what do you think we should do?" The hound looked in the direction of the palace. Lady Linney's seems to have turned the tables. With a piece of paper, he went from a slave to the noblest person in Reese. Hearing the various voices coming from the plaza, he could not help but sigh. The dwarf only casually glanced at the palace before retracting his gaze and saying, "We won't enter the Passion Garden. We'll just circle around the entrance and alert the enemy. Let's see how they react." Acting rashly and alerting the enemy, Hound pondered. Thus, the two of them crossed the road and came to the pink walls of the Passion Garden. Although the Passion Garden had built a wall on the side facing the street, It did not completely give up the advantage of overlooking the commercial street and the palace square. Close to the wall, there was a row of 2 or 3-story buildings made of brick and wood. Above the second floor, there was even a balcony that extended to the sidewalk on the street. The red lanterns hanging on the wall were actually hanging down from the balcony. Tyrion and the Hound did not look around. They lowered their heads and walked past the balcony of the building. From time to time, they could hear the sound of wind instruments, men and women flirting, drinking and having fun. There were even indescribable sounds of applause and intense breathing. This was the reason why the buildings were built like this. As long as a normal man had money in his pocket, who would be able to resist walking under the decadent red light? The dwarf gritted his teeth and said, "I can't hold it in any longer. When we get to Slave Bay, I'll definitely—" Ouch! But as he walked, a thick stick fell from the sky and hit him on the top of his head. There was even the sound of a rolling pin hitting the insides of an electric rice cooker. The dwarf was furious. He stood still and was about to curse, but when he turned around to look, he did not expect to see a beautiful and enchanting woman. She had a head of hair that was as bright as gold and reached her waist. Her eyebrows were curved like the crescent moon, and her big eyes sparkled with thousands of emotions. She had a small mouth and a fine nose. There was a natural blush on her fair cheeks. Her soft body was like a flower bud, but there were 2 huge peaks in front of her chest. She was using her slender fingers to cover her mouth. She looked down with joy, resentment, and guilt. Her eyes met the dwarf's little plum face. Little Plum Face did not need much to unify the aesthetics of billions of men and women on Earth. Most importantly, the dwarf's eyes had an additional effect. One was black and the other was green. They were beautiful and mysterious. The strengthened version of Pan Jinlian met the best Shimin-Chin, who was as tall as Wu Dalong. This gaze seemed to last forever. The dwarf stared at her blankly. 2 streams of warmth flowed from his nostrils to his lips. His spirit left his body and flew somewhere. "Ouch, you hit your nose. It's bleeding." The big eyes of the woman upstairs were full of guilt and concern. Just one look was enough to warm a heart that had been frozen for a long night. Shimin-Ru's eyes widened. He did not answer or blink. Not only him, but Go Erling on the side also had the same expression. He looked up blankly. 2 streams of blood flowed from his nostrils. As mentioned before, a row of red lanterns hung on the outer wall of the Passion Garden. The lanterns actually stretched out from the floor of the balcony on the second floor. Therefore, standing under the balcony, through the gaps of the wooden railings, one could clearly see the skirt of the goddess on the balcony, as well as a pair of long white legs under the skirt. There was also something that was tightly clenched, white and wet. It was unknown what it was. "Ouch, you're so naughty. Where are you looking?" The goddess blushed. Her ocean blue eyes seemed to be stained with a layer of crimson mist. She covered her face with both hands. Nothing was covered. She stamped her feet and closed her legs. Nothing was covered. Instead, a pair of white and small feet were exposed. "Miss, you work here." The dwarf swallowed his salty saliva. The blood from his nose poured into his open mouth. The goddess hesitated for a moment. At this moment, the black goat behind her used his soul to transmit a message in all directions. "Get ready to move." Then, the evil gods hidden in all the remote corners of Reese City were ready to move. They stretched their limbs, gathered their divine power, and began to prepare a big move. The goddess heard it too. She wanted to stop them. "Don't do it in the Passion Garden." The goddess's telepathic message spread in all directions. The evil gods who were ready to move were stunned. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Don't hesitate. Even if you lose the foundation of the Summer Sea, you still have the entire Jade Sea, the black goat said anxiously. "Don't make a move first. He has been completely mesmerized by me. Let's see how I squeeze his blood dry. I don't want a single drop of holy blood. I'll give it all to you. I only have one request. You can only make a move when his blood runs dry and he leaves the Passion Garden in a sickly state." Then she transmitted a message to Wu Dalong, Black Goat alone. "I can give up the Passion Garden in the Summer Sea, but it cannot be directly related to Tyrion's death. He is the closest person to the Dragon Queen. No matter who kills him, they will become her greatest enemy. Even if the Alliance kills her in the end, with her strength, she will be able to drag her greatest enemy down with her. I don't want to die." The Black Goat nodded helplessly and quickly retreated behind the screen. The whole process took a long time to describe, but the telepathic message actually happened in the blink of an eye. In the eyes of the dwarf and the hound, the goddess only hesitated for a moment before blushing and nodding. "My name is Yaya. I'm in Building 7. Yaya, are you free? I want to talk to you about life and ideals." The dwarf wiped the blood from his nose and raised his head, putting on the most imposing posture. "Bad guy, you already know the answer." The goddess's watery eyes seemed to emit 1,000,000 volts of high-voltage electricity. Even though they were one floor apart, the dwarf was electrified. The dwarf could not even bear to blink. He asked foolishly, "I don't know." The goddess glanced at the dwarf's feet with her electrifying eyes. The dwarf and the hound followed the goddess's gaze and looked over. The next moment, their breathing quickened and they immediately had a physiological reaction. It was a foot-long tortoise-head stick as thick as a child's arm. It was carved out of fishbeam wood, and the handle was inlaid with bean-sized rubies, pearls, and cat's-eye stones. The goddess had casually placed the horn-colored object that the Black Goat had given her on the fence. The fence was made of red bricks as wide as a palm, and the horn-colored object was a foot long, 30 centimeters. When the Black Goat hugged it, the goddess accidentally knocked it down when she leaned back, and it landed on Tyrion's head. Gulp, the dwarf and the hound looked at the object in a daze and swallowed their saliva at the same time. They bent down at the same time and wanted to pick up the horn-colored object. It was sticky and wet, but it emitted a kind of decadent fragrance that made them go crazy. At this moment, they completely understood the goddess's meaning. Miss Yaya would definitely be free. If there was a guest at home, would she still need this object to comfort herself? "The night is long, and business is getting harder and harder. I've been lonely for a few months." The goddess explained shyly. It was reasonable that the business of the Long Night Academy was not good. It was also reasonable that she would invite the horn-colored object after being lonely for a few months. As for why the other brothels had business, but this beauty, who was known as the most beautiful woman in the world, was alone in her room. The shrewdness in the dwarf's brain had all melted into lust. It was more reasonable that mortals could not resist the temptation of the god of law. "Yaya, I'm here to talk about ideals with you." The dwarf ran to the door anxiously. The hound pulled him back, his eyes red, and panted heavily. "No, you can't go." "Why?" The dwarf slapped his hand away impatiently. "Because I'm not going to talk about ideals with her. I'm going to fuck her." The hound took a few steps back and accelerated forward. He suddenly jumped up and placed one palm on the fence, then used all his strength to climb up. "Damn it, Yaya is mine. The stick hit my head. This is my fate." The dwarf was so angry that he stomped his feet and cursed. "You have a fiancé, but I don't have a wife. I want to marry Yaya." The hound had a crazed look on his face, as if he had gone mad. He looked like Do too when he was fighting a tiger. "I don't want Elaine anymore. I don't want anything. I only want Yaya." The dwarf rushed over, grabbed the hound's calf, and pulled with all his strength. He could not move it. Roar God's descent! The dwarf's muscles swelled, and his body was filled with strength. He pulled the hound down in an instant. Bam! The hound fell to the ground like a rag doll. "You piss me off." Holy white light began to surge on his body, and his energy and injuries quickly recovered. He wrestled with the little giant Tyrion. "I'm Lon Lister, Sang Zay. You're my servant. Fuck Tywin. I'm Prince Sion. You dare to disobey me? Fuck Mad King. I'm the brother of the Holy Mother. You want to betray your faith? Bah. Fuck Joanna. I'm your senior brother. You should listen to me. Fuck Chizong. The goddess stood upstairs in a daze, looking at the two people who were cursing and punching each other. She did not know what to do. Actually, you can come up together, she said softly. Shimin, Ru, Do, Tu. Their movements froze, and their strange gazes met. In an instant, countless thoughts crossed. In the end, they sighed softly and nodded. At this moment, mighty heavenly dragon. Chapter 987. Shimin Ru and Go Erling didn't come out to see Linus, nor did they want to visit the brothel. What happened today was too coincidental, as if it was God's will. Just as the teaching team was about to take the initiative, Linus came to Reese on her brother's pterodactyl. Garth put down his sister and left, but he was dressed as a white knight, and everyone on the dock saw him. So Linus made a big fuss. As bait, Shimin Ru and Go Erling had fishing lines behind them, and there were people fishing behind the lines. Arya was the fishing line. She was the most outstanding, faceless person. As long as she didn't use her supernatural power, even the goddess of lust thought she was an ordinary Reese person. Also, Arya hid in the crowd on the square of the palace across the road, and Dany didn't notice her peeping. In the beginning, when she saw the two men arguing over a seductress, Arya scolded them loudly. None of the men are good. But when the dwarf used God's descent and the hound activated the paladin's divine spell, she suddenly realized that there was a problem. Because no matter how lustful they were, they shouldn't use divine spells on the side of the road, and they shouldn't use offensive divine spells on their own people. You don't even need to consider the big picture. If you use up all your divine power now, when the evil god arrives, what will you use to resist? The number of divine spell slots was limited, especially the dwarf. He had faith in the Holy Mother, but he wasn't fanatical, so he didn't accumulate much power of faith every day. The hound could do it, but the dwarf couldn't. So Arya immediately informed Master Chizong behind the fishing line that the evil gods had taken the bait, and the mastermind was the goddess of lust. Chizong sighed helplessly. We're in big trouble this time. I thought Marthia was weak and wouldn't fall out with the Dragon Queen, but I didn't expect her to be so tough and decisive. I told you not to underestimate her just because she's a woman, the crow said. Look at all the women in Westeros. Which one of them is simple? Arya said. Chizong said sincerely I was wrong. Marthia is a pink Valkyrie. Even if her priesthood has nothing to do with fighting, her fighting spirit is worthy of the title of Valkyrie. Throughout our journey, he is the first city-state lord to directly attack the Sutra teaching team. Chizong could be considered to have seen the world by now. He knew many things that were top secret to ordinary people, but were common knowledge to deities. For example, every trading city-state had many gods stationed there, especially those churches with temples. Almost all of them relied on one or more gods behind them. Although Chizong had always found it strange that the Holy Mother was so real and so powerful, why was there only a small holy church in Braavos? Perhaps the Church of the Seven Gods was too righteous and did not fit in with the demons? In almost every city, there was a god who held the dominant belief. He could be called the head of the gods in the city, also known as the main god. For example, the crocodile god of Pentos and the three-headed god of Tyrosh. Although they died under Chizong's palm, they did not directly attack. The crocodile god didn't dare to provoke Chizong and the others at all, because Pentos was too close to Dragonstone Island. Tyroshi's three-headed god died in Mill, disguised himself and mixed in with a group of evil gods. Why? Because a fool could not become god. As long as one was not a fool, they would not be willing to directly fall out with the Dragon Queen. This was just like how bandits liked to wear masks. They were not afraid of doing bad things, but they were afraid of being targeted. Unless they were like the four devils of the Narrow Sea, who had no fixed abode and immediately hid in the corners of the world after finishing a job. That was why Qizong was willing to call the delicate Myrtea the #1 Valkyrie of the Narrow Sea. Since Valkyrie Myrtea is so confident that she is not even afraid of the Dragon Queen, then I have no choice but to use my ultimate move. Qizong's expression was unprecedentedly serious. What ultimate move? Arya's crow asked in surprise. Just wait and see. The people monitoring the Seven Gods temple did not see Qizong leave, but he did not leave the holy church through the main door. Instead, he carried Varys and took off, arriving in the sky covered by dark gray clouds. There was a slowly circling pterosaur, Tessa, fixing Varys on the dragon's saddle. Qizong had a big crow stand on his shoulder, allowing Tessa to bring them around 5,000 meters above the dwarf's head. At that moment, Qizong unbuckled his belt and stood up from the saddle. With a leap of faith, under the big crow and Varys' bewildered gazes, he directly jumped down. Along with the sound of clothes fluttering, Qizong sighed and said, "Great mighty heavenly dragon, whirlwind clouds!" Hum, 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 hum. The sky blue stones shattered one by one, turning into wisps of green wind ribbons that surrounded Qizong's body. Circle after circle, like a green spinning top, the speed of his descent increased even faster. When Shimin-Ru and Go Erling made peace, helping each other up and hurriedly walked towards the entrance of the Passion Garden, a dignified roar came from the sky. Although the voice was louder and more dignified, they immediately recognized who it was. Not just the two of them, after being stunned for a moment. The Lizzie people in number 7 Xiaolu and the surrounding people who heard the voice also knew who it was, because this was the only one great mighty heavenly dragon. The angry roar was like the creation god's heaven-splitting axe, about to split the sky, about to cleave Lizzie Island in half. Looks like he came prepared. The goddess looked at the green shooting star descending from the sky, the charming expression on her face completely disappearing, her eyes filled with killing intent. She said coldly, "No wonder everyone calls him the masked evil monk. The so-called benevolent, bright, and just child of the 7 saints actually doesn't care about martial virtues, deceiving and ambushing me. I am a flower-like jade, a tranquil and non-battle god. Is this all right?" "Dodge, Qizong is coming fiercely," Black Goat said anxiously. The goddess was cold and emotionless. "I am a supreme heavenly god who cultivated the 10,000 flowers. I grasp the songs of the 3 laws of lust, beauty, and youth. A mere spirit, not Dany Lizzie herself. Is it worthy for me to dodge?" Her skin became as translucent as pink crystals, visible to the naked eye. Red divine power as vast as the sea flowed in her blood vessels and bone marrow, and in the end it surged out from her body, forming countless red ribbons, 1 zhang wide, the manifestation of laws and domains. The ribbons carried endless pink mist, extending endlessly, winding towards the green shooting star in the sky. It was as if in that instant a beautiful and flirtatious red flower bloomed. The flower bud blossomed, pink mist enveloping several kilometers in the surroundings. North Street, the noisy royal palace, and the plaza were all suffused with a faint red mist. It was as if a pause button had been pressed. The shouts stopped, the movements of their hands stopped. Then their eyes became scarlet red, full of desire, their skin becoming red and hot, their bodies about to burst. Roar, 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 they released roars like vicious beasts in heat. Men and women, men and men, women and women, they tore at each other. Just being affected by the pink mist already resulted in this type of outcome. In that case, what about Qizong, who was wrapped in a flower bud? The green shooting star's speed slowed down, the sharp whistling sounds becoming softer. The air currents that were as fast as lightning began to become chaotic. The goddess laughed arrogantly. "You dare show off your slight skill in front of an expert with such petty tricks." Black Goat let out a sigh of relief. Right as he was about to agree, he suddenly shouted, "Holy Mother, Divine Palm, second style, whirlwind clouds!" The red silk flower bud began to swell, cracking. "Careful! Chizong broke free," Black Goat reminded urgently. The goddess stared blankly for a moment. Then she waved her hand again, and a second red silk flew into the sky. "As expected, you came prepared." The goddess laughed. "Unfortunately, I've used the 4 Holy Mother Divine Palm moves too many times. I know exactly where the upper limit of my strength lies. Holy Mother Divine Palm Third Style, super fire burning the heavens." A fire sprite self-destructed. Boom! The intense explosion instantly tore apart 2 layers of red silk, as simple as a normal person tearing apart toilet paper. A golden red fireball with a diameter of 10 meters erupted 40 meters in the sky, as if a great sun was falling. There was also a ring of thick red clouds in all directions. After the red silk exploded, it didn't immediately disappear. Instead, it spread out in all directions like a red cloud. Under the goddess' disbelieving gaze, the golden red fireball broke through the red cloud, quickly turning into the shape of a giant palm. The 10-meter wide giant palm of flames slapped down. So there was still a killing move. The goddess revealed a look of shock, but she didn't panic. She waved her hands repeatedly, and red silk flew up one after another, wrapping around her head into a giant red ball. Hung! The huge flaming palm landed on the red ball, and a huge wave of air blew the roof tiles away. The balcony also made a cracking sound and slowly collapsed into the courtyard wall. Bo-ho-em! For fire spirits and 2 wind spirits self-detonated at the same time. Combined with the massive amount of Holy Mother's divine power, they all transformed into the power of a single palm strike. I was too careless. I didn't dodge. The fear in the goddess' eyes froze. Boom! The red silk balls were like eggs under leather boots. The moment the goddess's palm exploded the red ball, it landed on the goddess's head, as if she had stepped on a second egg. Then it was her soul, her delicate torso, and her limbs. The wind howled angrily, and the fire raged, but not a single trace was left behind. Number 7 building was torn apart and set ablaze amidst the fierce wind and flames. The enormous shock wave even formed a visible hurricane, whistling past Reese City and all the way to the ocean in the distance, causing ripples on the surface of the ocean. Kacha, 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 kaboom! Very suddenly, above the 9 heavens, purple lightning appeared 3 times in a row, and the sky and earth trembled slightly together. It was not an illusion. The Dragon Queen on Dragonstone Island did not hear the sound of thunder or see the lightning, but she felt the world tremble 3 times. In the world sea of laws, 3 songs of laws that were almost complete collapsed at this moment. The heavenly god who sang them had perished. Murthia has been killed. This is the great calamity. Even a big shot who has existed for millions of years has fallen. At this moment, the gods all over the world understood. 7 hells, what exactly happened? 3 deafening thunders woke up the dwarf who had fainted in the shockwave. Yes, a brick was placed on his head. Master Chizong has made his move. He killed Ea. She might be an evil god. This is unbelievable. Is such a beautiful evil god still an evil god? The hunting dog struggled to crawl out from under the collapsed wall and said with a dazed expression. The dwarf looked at the horn he had been holding tightly in his hand, and his expression was complicated. He sighed softly and threw it away. Arya walked over and looked at the sea of fire in front of her excitedly. This palm technique that descended from the sky, is it Master Chizong's killing move? It's so powerful, the entire building has been burned into a charred ruin. What happened? Asked the hunting dog. You caught a big fish, and then the evil god bewitched you. Have you recovered now? She asked casually. Chizong, I want you dead. Instantly, Reese was enveloped in absolute darkness. Chapter 988. Night Lion was also in Reese. Reese was the place that the Alliance of Justice and Order prepared for the teaching team. Night Lion chewed on Chwee-gu that day because he had an appetite and wanted to eat her. The other part was when Chwee-gu and the goddess were making love. He hid in the corner and waited until he carried the goddess into the bedroom. When he saw a man lying on the bed, he felt uncomfortable. The remaining 4 points were a secret plan of his, to let the goddess of Myrthia be a target. Even the goddess knew that she could not be the target of Dragon Queen's first kill. How could Night Lion not know? Could the Alliance of Justice and Order kill Dragon Queen? Perhaps Dany felt that no one could kill her with the iron guards around her, but the Alliance of Justice and Order's power was far beyond her imagination. As long as 3 conditions were met, there was a high probability of killing Dragon Queen. First, she had to leave Westeros. Second, Dragon Queen did not ride a dragon. Lastly, the Alliance of Justice and Order was not afraid of death. If Dany was on Dragonstone Island, relying on the Westeros Heavenly Axiom and the Fire Wizard Tower, even if the evil gods of the Alliance of Justice and Order were not afraid of death, they would all die. If Dany had a dragon, she could run if she could not defeat them. This was especially important. If the Wind God ran with a dragon, no one could catch up. In aerial battles, there were few gods who could defeat her in a one-on-one battle. Thirdly, could the gods of the Alliance of Justice and Order be fearless of death? They had gathered together for the sake of survival and were definitely not fearless of death. Therefore, Night Lion, Hro, and the other big shots had no hope of killing the Dragon Queen head-on. Even if Dragon Queen left Westeros and landed on the ground, the Alliance of Justice and Order would be united and not afraid of sacrifice. If they succeeded in killing her, how many people would die? As long as she was willing, there was an 80% chance that she could take down her biggest enemy with her. Night Lion wanted to use kidnapping, torture, and 100 ways to kill the Queen's illegitimate brother to provoke the Queen and make her lose her mind. He wanted to force her to find ways to increase her power and step into the Smoke Sea's ambush. The problem was, who would provoke the Queen to lose her mind? If he stood out and made himself a thorn in the eyes of the Dragon Queen, the consequences would be, perhaps Chwee-gu's death could make the Dragon Queen focus part of her attention on the goddess? Yi sure was just doing it casually. Chwee-gu's incident only proved that he had the intention of letting the goddess share the burden. But since he had this intention, he would definitely make other more formal arrangements. For example, he would set the battlefield where the scripture teaching team would be destroyed at Rhys. Rhys's master was the goddess, and the leader of the evil gods was the black goat on the surface. He hid behind the scenes to ensure that the overall situation would not collapse. However, the development of the situation was too unexpected. Chizong used a palm technique that descended from the heavens, immediately slapping the goddess, who comprehended 3 laws to death. Night Lion only wanted the goddess to help him attract some of the Queen's hatred. He certainly did not want to see his old lover die tragically, especially when he died in such a cowardly manner. He no longer cared about attracting the hatred of the Dragon Queen. In a fit of rage, he directly activated the dark domain that enveloped the entire city. He let out a wild roar and wantonly made it known. At that time, Chizong was carrying a pair of golden goat horns and dark green scaled armor, walking out of the sea of flames step by step. Suddenly, a loud roar spread through Rhys. "Chizong, I want you dead!" The darkness was like a materialized sea of worms, spreading over from the sea 10 kilometers to the southeast. The black threadworms gnawed at the illusory light, causing the bonfire to shrink visibly. In the end, the flames were still burning, but no light shot out. Rhys Street was completely dark. One could not even see their own fingers. The black threadworms even climbed onto the dwarf and the others' bodies. They were sticky like tar, taking away the light of life and soul of the human body. My eyes, I can't see anything. My soul power is flowing away. The dwarf seemed to have fallen into a swamp. He shouted loudly and struggled with all his strength, but he could not stop himself from sinking. "Holy Light Maiden, dispel the darkness!" The hunting dog shouted loudly. His body was like a light bulb, emitting wisps of milky white radiance that was as light as smoke. The darkness struggled in the holy light like threadworms, even releasing hissing sounds. Arya's gray eyes were instantly dyed black. 90% of her body entered the world of death, and the speed of her energy loss decreased by 90%. This is the dark domain of a true god. Qi Zhang's shocked and angry voice came from afar. Mighty heavenly dragon, whirlwind. Then, the dwarf and Arya suddenly felt their bodies lighten. There was nothing under their feet, and they left the ground. The hunting dog was protected by the holy light of the maiden, so he did not completely lose his vision. He could only watch as a green, 5-clawed python charged out of the darkness. It circled around him and quickly brought him to the sky. It was Qi Zhang's wind sprites. Bastard Qi Zhang, where do you think you are going? Thunderous roars came from all directions. The voices were filled with a sacred and dignified aura. They were clearly powerful gods. Hiss! Tessa had arrived. When Qi Zhang descended from the sky, Tessa also quickly lowered her altitude. Since Qi Zhang was ready to attack, there was no need for Tessa to hide at an altitude of 5,000 meters. Now she was just in time. In half a minute, Qi Zhang carried his 3 disciples to Tessa's back. Run! Qi Zhang shouted. The 3 wind sprites left his disciples and wrapped around Tessa's wings and neck. They pulled out 3 wind belts that were dozens of meters long in the air, and the pterosaur's speed quickly soared. Don't run, Qi Zhang, you bastard! The evil gods below roared, but few of them could fly. Even if they did, they could tell from the sound that they were slower than the pterosaur. They were getting further and further away. However, the teaching team was not completely out of danger. Their vision was still covered by darkness. This meant that they were still in Night Lion's dark domain. Night Lion could not only fly, but it was also not slow. The swamp pterosaur was too slow. Its normal speed was 120 kilometers per hour, and now it was only 250 kilometers per hour. The pterosaur did not need to rely on its vision to determine the direction, so it was not affected by the darkness. However, its body was in the dark domain. It was as if countless dark leeches were sucking away its life, force, and stamina. It could not escape in a short period of time, and its speed would only become slower. Qi Zhang used the holy light to create a light zone on the pterosaur's back, but it only prevented the master and disciples from disaster. The pterosaur was 50 meters long, and he could not take care of it. So many evil gods, 30 to 40 of them. Fortunately, we escaped quickly, but if only there were no true gods. Arya listened attentively. She was shocked and regretful. The dwarf felt the same. He was shocked, but also felt that it was a pity. With a thought, he said, Master, we can't go east, we have to go west, fly towards Yang Halberd City. Qi Zhang placed a palm before his chest, sitting upside down on the dragon's saddle. He looked at the darkness behind him on guard. Don't play any tricks. Night Lion is behind us, and it's even faster than the pterosaur, he said with a low voice. The dwarf had already begun to control Tessa to circle around. The enemy is ferocious. Let's return to the Westeros. He turned around, roaring with his loudest voice. Then, without waiting for Qi Zhang to berate him, he gave him a look to calm down. Perhaps we can fly a kite. The dwarf's voice was extremely soft. Qi Zhang shook his head solemnly. I am not Night Lion's match. The dwarf's expression changed. He suppressed his fear and said, Then we really have to hide back in the Westeros. 3 minutes later, the darkness did not recede, instead becoming even denser. The circle of light supported by holy light slowly shrank under the devouring of the dark domain. Large beads of sweat seeped out of Qi Zhang's forehead. Every minute, every second, a large amount of divine power was consumed. If not for the Holy Mother's endless power borrowing, he would have long been exhausted. Tessa's speed is slowing down, but Night Lion is speeding up. It's only a kilometer away from us now. We can only try kiting, he said helplessly. His disciples nodded with heavy expressions. Back when they were discussing the fishing plan, the dwarf had mentioned an idea. If they fled on dragons, even if the evil gods could fly, their speed would definitely be different. When the fastest wave broke away from the main group, they could turn around and continue to flee. The enemy would continue to chase after them. It was like flying a kite. Squeak! Tessa flapped her wings more frequently, and her speed increased by a tiny bit. On the other hand, Qizong transmitted the Holy Mother's divine power to the 3 wind spirits, and Tessa's speed began to slowly increase. 2 minutes later, Qizong said, "Night Lion is also accelerating. It's only 700 meters away from us." The dwarf looked around at the dark domain. "It's about time, right?" Qizong unbuckled the buckle on the dragon's saddle, his expression firm. "For the Holy Mother's great cause of teaching, we are not afraid of sacrifice." After saying that, he somersaulted and left the dragon's back. Holy Mother's divine palm, whirlwind clouds. A wind spirit circled around him, bringing him to fly backward. The dwarf hurriedly controlled the pterosaur to increase its altitude, attempting to make a 180-degree turn in a crooked U-shaped trajectory. "You're courting death." Behind him, a thick voice filled with killing intent rang out. Boom! Before Tessa could complete the 90-degree turn, a series of explosions that sounded like landslides came from behind her. The darkness swelled and rolled like boiling water, and faint flames could be seen. Night Lion was filled with killing intent as he roared furiously. Qizong shouted at the top of his lungs, Holy Mother's divine palm, and Great Mighty Heavenly Dragon. He even used Super Fire Burns the Heavens twice, which meant that 2 more fire spirits had self-destructed. When Tessa finally completed the 180-degree turn, her 4 disciples heard Qizong's shrill cry. "Holy Mother, save me. I can't take it anymore." The dwarf's expression froze. He turned to look at Arya and the hound, who were eager to give it a try. "I didn't expect Master to be unable to take it so quickly. Why don't we split up and run on our own?" Arya was hesitant. The hound was shocked for a moment before he glared and said through gritted teeth, "I'm not afraid of death. For the sake of the Holy Mother's great cause of teaching, I don't mind dying. Wind Spirit, strengthen me." He shouted loudly and pulled out his sword. He leaped with faith and charged toward the center of the darkness. "At most, I'll go to heaven and become a death god trainee. What's there to be afraid of?" Arya gritted her teeth and jumped off the pterosaur's back. The dwarf looked around and patted Tessa's head. "Slide past from the side and find a chance to whip that bastard with your tail. Light." Suddenly, a dignified female voice resounded in the sky. "Wung wung." In an instant, light shone brightly. It was as if many suns had teleported from the horizon to the sky 2,000 meters above. The dwarf's eyes were stung by the golden light, and he could not stop crying. Before he could rub his eyes to get used to the bright, new environment, the darkness surged over like a tsunami in the next instant. The golden sunlight was like a green mulberry leaf in the mouth of a silkworm. It was being chewed and swallowed at a speed visible to the naked eye. "How dare you show off your insignificant skills in front of an expert?" The rough male voice laughed coldly. The dignified female voice laughed softly. "Evildoer, you really don't know your place." Her tone did not sound like the Dragon Queen at all, but that tone, the dwarf was sure that his sister had come. He was just not sure if it was a divine descent or if she had come in person. "Fire!" She softly spat out a word. In the next instant, threads of fire slithered in the sea of darkness like a snake. It was like a fuse. In a flash, it ignited a net of fire. The net of fire quickly burned into a sea of fire. Chapter 989. Because of the word fire, the sea of darkness that covered the sky almost turned into a sea of fire in an instant. The darkness was ignited. The dwarf couldn't believe it and couldn't understand. At this time in Reese City, 20 kilometers away, Countless people looked to the northwest and saw a fireball with a radius of 5 kilometers. It seemed that the western sky was burning. They couldn't believe it and couldn't understand it. This is the first flame? No, it only has a trace of the characteristics of the first flame. But why? Why is it so strong? Night Lion howled in horror and also couldn't believe it, but he knew the reason. Dragon Queen's fire domain had the characteristics of the first flame, burning everything. This was the strongest fire domain he had ever seen. Creatures with talents, one day, had an understanding of a natural phenomenon and became the most primitive extraordinaire. They were determined to study that natural phenomenon, transcend into holiness, understand divinity, and become demigods. Demigods studied the laws represented by natural phenomena, from loose divinity to regular clergy. The clergy evolved to the limit and opened the Song of Laws. One who could sing the Song of Laws completely became a true god. After becoming a true god, they continued to study the Song of Laws and could produce a corresponding domain. When the domain was studied to the limit, the Song of Laws would give birth to Supreme. This was probably the evolution process of a normal god. The core was the law. In essence, there was no difference between a god and a scientist, but the way they studied the world was different. The domain was the prototype of Supreme. Generally, only a true god was qualified to develop the law into a domain after the Song of Laws was completed. Or, like Aunt May and the past great wizards of Alleglia, they were affiliated with a god and could borrow the domain of a god when they were demigods. But this wasn't absolute. For example, Night Lion and Myrtea were fake true gods. They deliberately maintained the Song of Laws at 99%, but still developed a domain. For example, Dani, when the Song of Laws was close to 50%, she developed the prototype of a domain. To put it bluntly, a domain was also a kind of knowledge. Bill Gates, Zuckerberg, and Steve Jobs didn't have a college diploma, only a high school diploma in hand, but their professional knowledge was not less than ordinary undergraduates. Therefore, when Dragon Queen comprehended a domain, Night Lion and other evil gods were amazed by her talent and were not too shocked. What was truly shocking was the first flame in the fire domain. The Night Lion had seen Lalo's greed of fire. It spread out unscrupulously and wanted to swallow everything that could be burned. Its range was as wide as the wildfire in the fields in autumn. However, its lethality was limited. If he remained calm and did not move or dodge, the domain of fire would not be able to hurt him. He had once struggled to escape from Balerian's fury of fire, and the divine power in his body began to boil. The dark domain was like asphalt on the road at noon in summer, twisting and melting in the high temperature. However, the range of Balerian's domain was rather narrow. Like the dragon flame, although it was violent, it was easy to dodge. Dragon Queen's fire domain did not have a wide range, and the temperature was not high either. It was almost between Lalo and Balerian. It seemed mediocre. However, its energy level was unexpectedly high. The fire in the Song of Ice and Fire world was divided into ordinary fire, wildfire, dragon flame, earth fire, sun fire, first flame ember, and first flame of creation. There were a total of 7 levels. If one used the level of fire to divide the power level, generally speaking, ordinary people use level 1, ordinary fire. Extraordinary people and ordinary demigods corresponded to level 2, wildfire. The most powerful demigod corresponded to level 3, dragon flame. Level 4, earth fire corresponded to ordinary true gods. Level 5, sunfire corresponded to powerful true gods. Level 6, first flame ember corresponded to the world's king of gods, and level 7, first flame corresponded to the god of creation. In this way, one could understand why Dragon Queen's fire domain could ignite Night Lion's dark domain. Because of the first flame characteristic, the energy level of the fire domain was almost close to the sun. Perhaps it was 4, 8 or 4, 9. Night Lion was very powerful and had lived longer than the door god. He could exchange 2 blows with the door god, and he could also fight with Balerian and then retreat unscathed. It could be said that, in terms of strength, he was on the same level as Lalo during the subversion period. However, Night Lion was not a powerful true god. He did not have the status of a true god at all. Therefore, even though his dark domain was powerful, his energy level was low, barely above 4. 0. On the contrary, when Lalo was still the king of light, his strength was not as strong as Night Lion's, but his energy level was close to 5. 0. If it was the frost god, he would definitely be a big shot with a 5th energy level. The status of a true god did not just represent responsibility. It could indeed bring about an increase in strength. However, energy level was not the only standard of strength. For example, Chizong killed Mertea with a single palm. Or now, save me, I don't want to die. My god power is burning. Your Majesty, Night Lion, save me. No, impossible. Why is it like this? God power, divinity, god body, they're all burning bang. The evil god, whose speed was second to Night Lion's, had already entered the tail end of the dark domain. He was planning to pincer Chizong and the others. But together with the dark domain, he was uncontrollably ignited into a torch. Light and darkness are of the same origin. Night Lion's pitch-black left, I suddenly released dazzling white light, as if it had transformed from a black hole into a white hole, endless white light gushing out. The dark domain within a 5-kilometer radius instantly returned to his right eye. The pitch-black right eye became even darker, the small black hole evolving into an active super large black hole. The left eye was a white hole, while the right eye was a black hole. The light and darkness around Night Lion wriggled like living creatures, the space also trembling, the world singing a song of darkness and light. The extreme light of his left eye and the extreme darkness of his right eye combined to form a brand new domain, a giant Tai Chi ball with black and white distinctions. Inside the Tai Chi ball, all non-light and darkness elemental existences were repelled and squeezed. Dragon Queen's fire domain that was close to the 5th energy level gradually shrank, suppressed by an even higher energy level domain. It could only barely protect Chizong, Arya, and the hunting dog. The dwarf, Varys, and Tessa were a bit far away. They were all howling and struggling inside the Tai Chi ball. The white light disintegrated their bodies. The darkness absorbed their energy and souls. It was like using a nanoscale scalpel to cut the people inside the domain into thousands of pieces, pulling out their tendons and skin. Today, the Sutra teaching team will be wiped out here. The consciousness you sent will also be annihilated. Night Lion's tone was calm, as if he was talking about something trivial. Saint Danny released her senses, carefully studying the Tai Chi ball that was crazily suppressing the fire domain. At the same time, she also separated a trace of her consciousness into the dwarf's body through the Holy Night Seal, observing the damage the light and darkness power had on his body and soul. After a while, she sighed. So this is the Song of Light and Darkness that was copied from the Song of Ice and Fire. It's amazing. It's not even the real thing, but it has already surpassed the level of a true god. Since you have such knowledge, you should understand that struggling is futile, Night Lion said proudly. What, do you want me to surrender? Saint Mother Danny said, amused. I want to advise you to put down the butcher's knife and turn from evil to good, Night Lion said righteously. Saint Danny said strangely, isn't that my line? Night Lion's voice rumbled, as if he was a just God judging the sins of the world. In just a few years, how many great gods who have cultivated for tens of thousands of years have died directly or indirectly in your hands? You are the source of all evil. Let me think about it. Stop torturing Tyrion first. He's making me annoyed, Saint Danny said. Not only the dwarf, but Varys and Tessa were also suffering from the pain of hundreds of ants biting their hearts. Even the Tai Chi ball couldn't stop their howls. Hee, I want you to be heartbroken, Night Lion said with a sinister smile. Then, the dwarf's howls became even more shrill. The white light was like a small knife, cutting his flesh and tendons. The darkness was like ants, drilling into his body through the wound, swallowing the illusory soul and light of life. "Bastard, how dare you bully me?" Saint Danny was furious. What answered her was Night Lion's carefree laughter and the dwarf's howls from his soul. After a while, Saint Danny finished her research. She retracted the spiritual sense she had left in the dwarf's body and said, "You dark, evil gods are really cowardly. In order to avoid the responsibility of the world's fall, you gave up the position of a true god. In order to avoid the battle of the great Tao brought about by the mainstream songs of laws, you all chose the obscure songs of laws. Even the famous god of the night, Night Lion, was nothing more than this. Your black and white Tai Chi ball isn't the song of light and darkness, but the song of noon and midnight, right? Too cautious, too cowardly, I'm convinced." The emptiness of absolute ice gave birth to the initial flame. The initial flame created the world, and the world eventually walked towards extinction, turning into absolute ice and nothingness. In the icy nothingness, the initial flame was born again. Such a cycle was the highest truth of the universe. This truth was also the highest law of the universe of ice and fire. Not to mention the gods. Even the world itself yearned to obtain this highest law. That was because after the world obtained the highest law of the universe, it would also evolve into a universe. However, the initial flame, which was the pinnacle of fire and the ice that could extinguish a world, either one of them was beyond the reach of countless planes and gods, let alone unifying the two songs of laws. Therefore, some gods began to imitate by mastering two opposite but mutually reinforcing laws. For example, light and darkness. Night Lion, as the name implied, represented darkness and night. He had a wife in his early years, the Lady of Light, who comprehended the new song of light. She represented the sun, light, and day. Light and darkness opposed each other. Light was born from darkness, and darkness was born when light reached the extreme. Light and darkness reinforced and restrained each other, thus forming a polarity unique to this world, the song of ice and fire. How strong this supreme polarity was could be seen from Night Lion's battle results. The question was Night Lion's light and darkness the real version of light and darkness? Danny knew the story of Night Lion and the Lady of Light, but before today, she had always thought that Night Lion had failed. She thought that Night Lion, who had betrayed his wife, did not get the Song of Light and could not master the Song of Light and Darkness. Not to mention that the Song of Darkness was clearly occupied by the root of the door god, but the Song of Light was mastered by Lalo in the early days. Now, Danny had merged with the destiny of the Lady of Light and sang the new Song of Light. How could Night Lion, who did not have the Song of Light and the Song of Darkness, sing the Song of Light and Darkness? When Night Lion shouted, light and darkness come from the same source, and created the Tai Chi ball, Danny looked calm, but she was very surprised. Therefore, she chatted with him while studying the Tai Chi ball. The dwarf even offered his own body as a research material. In the end, Danny discovered a sad secret of Night Lion. Perhaps he did not dare to comprehend the Song of Light and the Song of Darkness. Because the Song of Light and the Song of Darkness were mainstream laws, it was easy to form a competition with other true gods. Competing with the door god for the Song of Darkness, seeking death, being killed by the door god. Competing with the Lady of Light for the Song of Light, seeking death. When the long night came, he was the first unlucky one. Then, what the hell did he comprehend? Chapter 990. There were 3,000 great Taos, just like how the river flowed down, 3,000 feet. The 3 represented countless numbers, not an exact number. In theory, the world contained everything. The number of laws was also not exact. It was determined by the consciousness in the world. People looked up at the world and felt the mountains and rivers for a long time. This was the starting point of law cultivation. There was no concept of cultivation in the world. It was only because living beings felt lightning, thunder, sun, rain, or other natural phenomena. Their souls were intoxicated by it, and their spirits were sublimated to match the scenery. This opened the path of transcendence, which was also the beginning of comprehending the laws. Similarly, the world only had meaning when one's consciousness perceived it. Living beings observed, felt, and comprehended it. In the end, they remembered it as laws. The corresponding natural phenomena were more vivid and real, becoming the manifestation of laws that would never disappear. This was the essence of cultivation in the Song of Ice and Fire world. Humans and the world were interconnected and harmonious. The world only had the 4 basic elements of earth, water, wind, and fire, but there were so many gods who comprehended the laws. Obviously, it was impossible for every true god to sing the song of the 4 elements. Tao gave birth to 1. 1 gave birth to 2. 2 gave birth to 3. And 3 gave birth to all things. The 4 basic laws definitely could not represent 3. They could only give birth to 99% of the material world, representing 1 in 3. The other 2 ones in 3 were soul and time and space. Cold nothingness plus first flame equals this multiverse first flame equals the 4 elements plus soul plus time and space equals plain world ice and fire formed the universe. The world was born in fire, and outside the world was ice. The songs of laws that many true gods sang belonged to the choruses of the 4 elements, or choruses of choruses. Just like in a polytechnic, the physics and chemistry departments could cover more than half of the majors. As the representative of the night, Night Lion comprehended the choruses of the dark law, the midnight song. Night Lion, the lion of the night. He was the representative of the night. After that, he married the Lady of Light and learned the choruses of the Song of Light, the Song of Noon, from his wife. From then on, he represented both the night and the day. In a sense, he had reached the realm of perfection. You saw through it? Night Lion was shocked and hesitant when he heard the Dragon Queen expose his roots. You should have comprehended the Song of Light and the Song of Darkness, right? Otherwise, it's impossible for him to disguise himself so well. I didn't recognize him even after observing him for a long time, Danny said curiously. If she didn't know that the Door God Root had mastered the Song of Darkness, and if she didn't comprehend the Song of Light, she would have thought that the Night Lion was really singing the Song of Light and Darkness. Only an old expert would be able to disguise himself on the level of the laws. Otherwise, he would not be able to fool Danny, an expert. Danny's words seemed to evoke some memories. Night Lion was silent for a long time and sighed. A long time ago, I almost sang the entire Song of Darkness. Later, I gave up and crippled my own martial arts, forgetting the entire Song of Darkness. Seeing me like this, Old Fish Liang Mu took over this heavy responsibility. Heavy burden? This was different from what Danny had guessed before, but now she found it even more unbelievable. Yi Shi said coldly, "You are the main character of this era, a rare Holy Spirit among humans. But to the ancient us, the Holy Spirit was just a basic gift. Among the gods who comprehended the laws, who wasn't a Holy Spirit? I was a Holy Spirit, Mertea was a Holy Spirit, Lalo, Old Fish Liang Mu, and even the group of true gods under Old Fish Liang Mu were all Holy Spirits. Except for the Holy Spirit, you call it the destiny of the Savior, which is also a common thing for the ancient gods. I was born in the dark world of the Far East and had the destiny of the God of Darkness. I could easily comprehend the Song of Darkness, as long as the previous God of Darkness died. I watched the gods of darkness of generations perish in the fall of the world. Do you think that when the long night comes, the first thing to be extinguished is the sun? Ha! Light and darkness come from the same source, just like the Great Wall of Westeros blocking the cold air from the far north. When the world falls, the God of Darkness will also desperately resist the darkness from the Far East. Then he will really lose his life and be extinguished almost at the same time as the sun. The darkness and coldness that surged into the world formed the disaster of the world, the long night. I didn't want to die. I refused to become the God of Darkness. After perfecting my own midnight song, I took the initiative to forget the Song of Darkness. I once had the destiny of the Lady of Light. Just like you, I comprehended a brand new Song of Light. Similarly, after perfecting my own Song of Noon, I gave the destiny of the Lady of Light to the descendants of the Sky Emperor, the only son of the Night Lion and the Lady of Light. Yasayai's wife, Nisa Nisa. She also has a part of my bloodline. Lalo, that bastard. After cursing, the Night Lion's tone quickly returned to normal. I didn't expect fate to be so wonderful that you actually got that destiny. Danny let out a long sigh. Regional discrimination is indeed wrong. I shouldn't have been prejudiced against the dark world of the Far East. The dark demon, God, wasn't born a bad person. Unfortunately, hundreds of millions of years have passed. Those who are responsible have bravely sacrificed themselves for justice, leaving behind a group of cowards like you. Just like the Westeros now, those who aren't afraid of death are all dead. Although we can't discriminate based on region, the environment we grew up in does have a certain influence on people. There are only 2 cowards left in the Westeros, but there are countless cowards in the Far East. That sounds nice. I only hope that when you really face death, you can remember what you said today. The Night Lion sneered. Fate is so wonderful. You're right. The Holy Mother Dany's tone suddenly became strange. You gave the destiny of the Lady of Light to Nissa. After going around in circles, it finally fell into my hands. Now, facing me who has the Song of Light, don't you think this is retribution? Light. The next moment, the black and white Tai Chi ball that was originally one with the elements began to bulge and collapse. The balance between light and darkness was lost. What did you do? The Night Lion was shocked. This is impossible. I have comprehended the supreme of the universe. My Song of Light can't be out of control. The Song of Light is in my hands. Also, you don't have the status of a true god. The Holy Mother, Dany sighed. She could use the Song of Wind to take away the wind power of the storm god, but she couldn't use the Song of Light to make the Song of Noon of Night Lion lose control. Not only did the storm god comprehend the Song of Light, but he also sublimated the Song of Ice and Fire to the supreme law, although it was a knockoff of a knockoff. However, the Night Lion was inferior to the storm god. He lacked the status of a true god. The Night Lion had the power of the strongest true god, but in essence he was still a demigod, just like Dany. More importantly, how is this possible? You used the fire domain to activate the Song of Light. The Night Lion howled in disbelief. If the Song of Light could really restrain the Song of Midnight and Noon, the Night Lion wouldn't have thrown away the destiny of the Lady of Light like trash. In fact, ordinary Song of Light was ineffective against him. However, the Dragon Queen had already mastered the technique of switching between fire and light. In her eyes, fire and light were only different in appearance, but there was no difference in essence. In modern physics, this concept was obviously wrong, but in this universe it was the truth. That was why the Dragon Queen could convert the fire domain into the light domain and retain the characteristics of the first flame. As such, the Dragon Queen's light and the Night Lion's light had similar energy levels. However, the Night Lion's light was the Song of Light of the Queen. Once his light of noon was illuminated by the light of the first flame, he would immediately lose control and become Dany's power. Mighty heavenly dragon! The Night Lion's light and darkness Taiji Ball lost control. The scripture teaching team regained their strength. Qizong was the first to shout. His body was covered in a layer of light of the first flame, making him look like a golden man. Everywhere he passed, the Taiji Ball domain left behind worm-like destruction. Arya and the hunting dog were like him, shining with golden light like gods descending from the heavens. They were fearless in the Taiji Ball domain. When the Taiji Ball disappeared completely, the dying dwarf rushed over and saw the scene of the 3 heroes fighting Lu Bu. The 3 of them surrounded an abnormally tall monster with a lion head and a human body. Qizong shouted angrily and continuously used the Holy Mother palm. Wind, fire, and light flickered in his palm. Every palm made the night lion's aura weaker. Arya appeared and disappeared like a ghost. The stranger's sword in her hand was vicious. Every time she stabbed, she would definitely hit the enemy's vitals. The hunting dog was not afraid of death, even if the Vajra armor was scratched by the night lion's claws. Even if he was beaten until he spat out blood and his organs were broken, he still did not give up the glory of being a main tank. He slashed with his sword and punched with his iron fists. He even learned from Chizong and kept shouting, "Mighty heavenly dragon." The night lion was not having a good time either. The thick blood mixed with ink black and milky white dyed his mane and golden armor. The dwarf searched for a long time, but he could not find a chance to make Tessa whip her tail. It was easy to hit the side vehicle and injure their own people. Thus, he started to use the super crossbow to attack from outside. Yep, it was a small dragon-slaying crossbow that was fixed to the back of the pterosaur's neck. The 1-meter-long, thumb-thick steel crossbow shot out with a whoosh. The night lion and the hunting dog, who acted as a meat shield, were hit. However, the night lion was huge, so he killed 1,000 enemies and lost 500 of his own. "I swear on my blood that I will kill all of you." After fighting for half an hour, the night lion's aura weakened. His armor was tattered, his mane was messy, and the pair of black membrane wings behind him were mostly broken. After leaving behind these words, he jumped into the sea and escaped. Actually, while the night lion was heavily injured, Chizong and his disciples were even worse. As a veteran demon god, even if the night lion was suppressed in terms of domain, his witchcraft and melee skills were still top-notch. In terms of damage output, the entire teaching team could barely match the night lion. However, Chizong's moves were too vicious. Every Holy Mother palm had the spiritual bestowment attribute. This caused the night lion's HP bar to be permanently reduced. It wasn't just Chizong. As long as Arya and the hunting dog used the 7 gods' divine arts to attack the enemy, they would also have the spiritual bestowment attribute. For example, Arya's rapier was completely forged with the stranger's death divinity. Its strength was completely determined by Arya's will. There was no need to doubt Arya's will. Every strike could easily break through armor, and every strike would also destroy a portion of the soul. In fact, in just half an hour, the night lion permanently lost 15% of his soul and divinity. The Song of Laws even showed signs of collapsing. As for the teaching team, not only were they all wearing tile steel armor, they were also constantly using holy healing to recover their HP. In other words, the night lion was getting weaker and weaker. Chizong and the others would at most exhaust their energy, but their damage output wouldn't change. If they didn't run, as the big boss, the night lion would definitely be killed here. After defeating the night lion, Chizong and his disciples were excited and exhausted. They rested on Tessa's back for a night. When they returned to Lizzie City at noon the next day, they realized that not only was their 7 gods' temple destroyed, even the entire city was ravaged. Not to mention Lizzie City, even Prince Linus was eaten by a lion-headed monster that suddenly appeared when she was giving a speech. Just like eating a hot dog, the head was bitten off. The prince's body trembled, and then he lost control of his bowels and urine. The lion-headed monster didn't mind and licked it clean. It even smiled and said that the couple could be part of the team, the temple contractor wailed. Chapter 991. Demons. There are demons everywhere in the city. So there really are demons in this world. The contractor's face was filled with horror that could not be dissolved. Where did these demons come from? What kind of demons? Chizong looked around at the broken walls and said with a deep voice, "Also, who destroyed the 7 gods' temple?" "It's demons. It's all done by demons. Those demons are born in all kinds of strange shapes. They don't look human at all. They even spit flames and poisonous smoke, eat children alive, rape women, torture men, and commit all kinds of crimes," the contractor said with a trembling voice. "Are they the evil gods that are preparing to surround and annihilate us?" The dwarf moved to Chizang's ear and said softly, "You killed Goddess Mirthia," stirring up everyone's emotions. "As the main culprit, we successfully escaped. So those evil gods who can't fly vented their anger on the people of Lizi?" Chizang thought for a moment and said calmly, "The night is long, danger everywhere. This danger isn't just the extreme cold and food shortage. The rampage of demons is also one of the disasters of the night. We are under the Holy Mother's orders to pass through the East. Isn't it to slay demons, spread the Holy Scriptures, and return peace to the world?" In short, Lizi's disaster had nothing to do with them or the Seven Gods Church. On the contrary, the Church was the nemesis of demons. Those evil gods, are the demons still in Lizi? Arya licked her lips, her hand subconsciously reaching for her sword hilt. Her gray eyes seemed to burn with flames as she looked around, eager to give it a try. "If they don't take the initiative to appear before me, I won't know either." Chizang shook his head slowly. "Tyrion, why don't you go out and try again?" Arya looked at the dwarf expectantly. The dwarf pointed at his face. "Can I still fight like this? Also, look at Sangs and Varys. Their condition is even worse than mine." Tyrion's skin was pale, his cheeks sunken, the light in his eyes dim, as if he had been fighting for a month in the Garden of Desire. "Tell me in detail, what happened back then?" Chizang asked with a frown. The contractor first looked at him in reverence, and then he suddenly shuddered, saying in horror, "After you used the Buddha's palm that descended from the sky, the plaza and the surrounding streets were covered in a layer of red mist. Anyone who came into contact with the red mist couldn't help but want to. Masters, you should go to the palace square to take a look. There are still countless pools of blood there. The desire was too strong, and he didn't have time to vent it. Women were still fine, but many men could not control their desires. Before they took off their pants and found a partner, they would squeak like sausages that were stuffed full of meat stuffing. In the end, their sausages would burst, and their blood vessels would burst. Even so, his desire did not diminish. Because he had nowhere to vent, he eventually exploded and died. The contractor said with a twisted face, "Hiss, so terrifying?" Tyrion clamped his legs together and said, "I had the same feeling at that time, but it wasn't to this extent." "You and Hound completely lost your mind and fought each other with divine spells on the street. Have you forgotten?" Arya said with disdain. "But we only wet our pants and didn't explode our sausages," the dwarf said. "I'm not wet," the Hound quickly said. "What wet pants?" Arya asked curiously. Ahem, ahem. You'll naturally understand when you're old enough." Under the young girl's confused gaze, the dwarf was extremely embarrassed, and for some reason he felt a little stiff. Chizang said coldly, "Tyrion, remember your identity." "Sorry, I'll pay attention to the occasion in the future." The dwarf apologized sincerely. He then changed the topic and asked the contractor, "How many people died last night?" 1,000 or 2,000, most of them died in the red mist. The dwarf muttered in shock. "I didn't expect the Song of Desire's domain to be so domineering. Against such a powerful evil god, no matter how many mortal armies there are, it's useless. There aren't many heavenly gods who have grasped a domain to begin with. Mirthia can be considered one of the most powerful gods in the world, but his path isn't suited for battle," Chizang said with a serious expression. "Mirthia." The contractor's expression changed, as if he understood something. His gaze towards Chizang and the others became extremely complicated. It was first resentment, then fear, and then confusion. The master and disciples saw his expression, but they didn't care because the matter of killing Mirthia couldn't be hidden at all. Moreover, this wasn't the first time they killed the city's guardian god. Pento's crocodile god and Tyroshi's three-headed god were both killed by them, and then they were still honored guests in the city's palace. But Mirthia died then, so how can the domain be maintained? Arya asked in confusion. It's precisely because he died that the domain went out of control. Even a fart from a mortal can be maintained for a while, So isn't it reasonable that the chaotic domain of laws can be maintained even longer? Arya's mouth twitched, unable to refute. Qizong put his palms together, bowing towards the Holy Mother's broken statue in the Holy Church's ruins, saying with a sigh, "It's all Night Lion Demon's fault. If he didn't chase after us, I should be able to calm the chaotic aura of laws." Arya's mouth continued to twitch. For the first time, she realized that her master's title of masked evil monk might not be wrong. Actually, according to Qizang's nature, even if he wasn't the one responsible for the tragedy in the plaza, he should still be blushing in shame. After all, he was the one who killed the goddess. But before Qizong left the Westeros, he was taught a lesson by Big Sparrow for more than a month. If it were Big Sparrow, he should have reacted this way. There are more than 2,000 people in the plaza, right? Where are the rest? Tyrion asked. The rest entered the alley in time, but in the end, they collapsed on the ground like exhausted oxen, breathing little but exhaling more. Then, the demons came out of nowhere and cursed. The contractor swept his gaze over the master and disciples, saying, "The demons are cursing you." They were furious when they couldn't find you, so they massacred and devoured the people who couldn't move on the ground. Qizang's mind spun quickly, thinking of a response. Tyrion asked, "Do you know where the demons came from?" "I don't, but they seem to be looking for you," the contractor insisted. "I'll tell you the truth." The dwarf's lips curled into a malicious smile. "The so-called demons are the gods that you worship on a daily basis." Tyrion Qizong frowned. The dwarf waved his hand. "Hiding it from them is actually harming them. Also, haven't you noticed? When the gods appear in the world on a large scale and attack mortals without restraint, the old order of the world will change. Perhaps we'll return to the previous era where humans and gods lived together. In the future, we'll encounter more and more evil gods, and they'll become even more unrestrained. We won't be able to hide it, even if we want to," he said with a sigh. Qizang's expression shook and he fell silent. "What are you talking about?" the contractor asked in confusion. The dwarf said with a smile, "All you need to know is that the demon that made thousands of people explode their little brother last night is the goddess of lust, love, and youth that you Lee's people believe in Muerdia. That little bitch coveted my mighty body and was slapped to death by Qizang's master. The evil gods that devoured you are the gods of faith led by Lalo and Night Lion. They're all lovers of the goddess of lust, and they don't want the Seven Saints scripture to spread to the east." "No, impossible." The contractor's emotions surged, his face pale. "Why is it impossible? Night Lion has such obvious characteristics, and you can't recognize him? By the way, everyone is heavily injured. So why are you still so spirited?" the dwarf asked while looking at him, suspiciously. Qizong and Arya's gazes sharpened. The contractor shrunk his neck and mumbled. "Last night, I was also burning with desire, but I was surrounded by old aunties that I didn't like. When I couldn't take it anymore, I suddenly remembered the white bone temple that Master Qizong taught me, and guess what happened? He became spirited. My desire was completely extinguished, and that's why I'm fine." "You can do that?" The dwarf was stunned. Qizong was deep in thought. "When I was wrapped in Muerdia's desire red silk, I also. Then I visualized the white bone desire demon diagram in my mind, and the illusions quickly disappeared, and my mind became clear. This was not an accident. The reason why the Dragon Queen created the white bone temple was not because she was bored. Because of the same crime, when Sherera Yongshin entered hell, she happened to be in the same level of hell as Cersei, in the same area. The two did not empathize with each other, and instead got along harmoniously. Cersei insulted Sherera, and Sherera did not like Cersei either. However, she was a transcendent half-god, and her methods were better and more direct. Using the method that the goddess of lust used against her, Sherera tried to turn Cersei into her own spirit of lust, the saint of Lust Heaven. Cersei could not resist at all, and then she became even more depraved. Her soul underwent some unknown evolution. At that time, Dany started to take Mu-Urtia seriously. In order to deal with the goddess who controlled the law of lust, she spent some time studying the Buddhist visualization method, the White Bone Temple, that she had seen in Geesbar in her previous life. It was not some immortal cultivation method, but a very basic and simple psychological suggestion. As for what results could be achieved after the transformation, and whether there would be any side effects, Dany did not know either, so she let Chizong test it out. From the looks of it, the effect was not bad. Are those demons really gods? The contractor asked the question in his heart. The incident in the square alarmed the garrison troops in the other districts. When they saw the demons eating humans, the soldiers used their swords and spears to cut them. Although those demons had their own methods, they were all made of flesh and blood. They howled in pain and were stabbed until their flesh was mangled. In the end, more than 30 demons were defeated by 2,000 elites, and they fled pathetically. Are gods that weak? He asked doubtfully. 2,000 elites, 30 against 2,000, injured but not dead. Isn't that strong enough? The dwarf exclaimed. 2,000 elites couldn't even defeat the Dragon Queen from a few years ago, the contractor complained. Back then, she rode a dragon to rob Reese and burned dozens of princes and hundreds of guards to death. But we couldn't do anything to her at all. Don't compare yourself to her. The dwarf waved his hand. She's not a normal person. Chizong was puzzled. Since the soldiers chased away all the evil gods, why was Lady Linus still eaten? That lion-headed monster can fly. The contractor could not help but raise his head and look around, as if he was worried that the night lion would suddenly fly over. Many people died last night, and they died in such a strange way. In order to calm the people and stabilize the political situation, the nobles decided to elect a new prince overnight to preside over the situation. The contractor's expression became awkward. Many nobles died too. They were all terrified and wanted to use the Dragon Queen's name to suppress the man-eating demons. Thus, Lady Linus was successfully elected, but just this morning on the balcony of the palace, when she was giving a speech to all the free people in the square, the lion-headed monster descended from the sky and landed beside her, saying, The lion-headed monster smiled coldly and picked up Prince Linus like a chicken, saying, I was about to leave, but I heard Dany Alice's name in the sky. When I heard her name, I felt a fire burning in my heart. It just so happens that the royal blood can be a great supplement. The prince begged, saying, I can help the king vent the fire, and even wrapped around him like a vine. The contractor and the master and disciples were all extremely embarrassed. To the contractor, she was their prince. To Chizong and the others, she was their compatriot, a fellow countryman, and a noble. She could almost represent the Westeros. Seeing that everyone was embarrassed, the dwarf was no longer embarrassed. He could not help but ask, and then, The prince is petite, and the lion-headed monster is more than 3 meters tall. It cracked, and then it ate her. Chapter 992. The Summer Sea, the West of the West, the Land of the Far West. The sky was dark, the north wind was howling, and the black water was surging, creating layers of waves as if the sea god was roaring angrily. Hee, I didn't expect you to lose so badly. It's been half a month, and you still haven't recovered. In fact, the sea god wasn't angry. Instead, he was very happy. Under the sea, in a trench tens of thousands of meters deep, there was a gorgeous palace that looked like it was made of crystal glass. Unlike the solid glass of mortals, the glass used to make the sea god palace was all flowing water. The clear spring under the morning sun, the slightly green lake water in spring, the yellow flood of the river, the blood-red lake water at the peak of the mountain in the sunset, countless amounts of water formed a flowing palace at the bottom of the sea. There was a sea of stars at the top of the palace. The layout of the stars was exactly the same as the real world outside. The stars were like fireflies, flickering and dimming, but emitting different colors of light. It was colorful and dreamy. In the flower garden of the palace, there were thousands of strange flowers and herbs. The fruit forest was full of fruits. There was a square made of white jade. There were 31 wine pools made of gold and glass. They were filled with amber, gold, and green wine of 31 different colors and types. In the corner of the square, there was a meat forest that emitted a tempting aroma. Countless tall and boorish men and women wandered around the palace. They were either drinking and eating or having fun or singing at the top of their lungs or fighting with swords. Not only were there humans, mermaids with a human body, and a fishtail were also there. In the center of the white jade square, there are steps made of black iron, brass, silver, gold, and jasper. The jasper platform at the top was 50 square meters, and there was a huge round fishbone bathtub in the center. There was a handsome young man lying lazily in the bathtub. He was also a merman. He had dark golden scales with strange runes on them. His abdominal muscles were 8 packs, and his skin was as white as the finest jade. He had an inverted triangle body that was extremely visually impactful. Thick eyebrows, big eyes, a square mouth, and a wide nose. He had green, seaweed-like hair that draped over his shoulders. His facial features were ordinary, but they were very harmonious. There was an indescribable and irrefutable beauty. He was one of the 2 remaining true gods of the Westeros in Ami. Beside the bathtub stood a tall, lion-headed man, Night Lion. I won't be able to recover from my injuries in half a century, let alone half a month. Dany Lilith is too vicious. Anyone hit by her divine art will suffer permanent damage to the soul. Not only will the soul and divinity evaporate, even the Song of Law's foundation will be shaken. The mermaid nodded and sighed. This is the characteristic of the first flame, burning everything, right? Daenerys is too terrifying to be an enemy of. We don't want to be enemies with her, but she's crazy. She definitely won't let us go, Ysher said. The one who thinks she's crazy is the one who's really crazy. The mermaid laughed. Maybe she has her own reasons, but this is a matter of life and death. We have to unite and strike first, Ysher said. Lilith, Lilith, if Lilith, if Lilith, Lilith. Lilith, 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 Lilith. Lilith, 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 Lilith. You're not the first person to pull me into the alliance. I've also rejected you many times. The mermaid shook her head and sighed. I've already moved the flowing water palace to the edge of the world, hiding in the trenches. Isn't my attitude obvious enough? Night Lion said faintly. You want to avoid the calamity, but can you avoid it? I heard that Dany Lys came looking for you and the storm god. The mermaid raised her eyebrows. You guys are really well informed. You are now one of the 4 true gods in the world, and you are also the most powerful one. Who dares to ignore you? You are like the sun in the sky. Where can you hide? Ysher laughed. You called me an idiot back then, and now you call me the most powerful true god? And Ami mocked. Choosing to become a true god is truly foolish. However, you are indeed the strongest true god. This is not contradictory. Inami sneered. If I listen to you now and help the Alliance deal with Dany rise, then I'll be the stupidest heavenly god. Yes, the traitor storm and I don't like Dany Lilith, but so what? If necessary, we'll even help her deal with the frost god, just like how we helped that bastard Lalo deal with Balerion back then. This has nothing to do with whether you like her or not. The fall of the world will not affect you much, but the true god who carries the world's law, sea, will be the first to suffer. Just like you said, there are only 4 true gods left in the world, and I am the most powerful one. You are the most powerful true god, but the one who carries the law sea is that one. Night Lion said, when that one falls, it will most likely be my turn. The mermaid said with a face full of misfortune, he hasn't fallen yet. He looks like an old piece of wood. The surface is shaking, but he can still hold on for a few more waves. Night Lion said. The mermaid waved her hand and said, forget it. As long as the world doesn't stop falling, he will not be able to hold on. The sooner he falls, the sooner I will take up the post. There is no way I don't even know this. If that's the case, Then why are you still hiding at the edge of the world? Go out and help Danny rise. Night Lion said, as long as you don't mess around, she should be able to take on this wave by herself. Then she will become the God King, and you will lick her feet and be her loyal servant? What about your ideal of absolute freedom? Night Lion asked with a smile. She can't become the God King. The current world doesn't have the ability to give birth to a true god. The mermaid shook her head. Since she can't become a true god, how can she summon the sun? Why don't you join the Alliance and help Lalo take back the Song of Fire and Song of Light and let him end this long night? You know, that guy is obsessed with saving the world. Night Lion suggested. Are you fooling the deviant ghosts? The deviant ghosts don't believe that you will give the Song of Fire to Lalo. The mermaid's golden eyes were full of sarcasm. Those ordinary demigods join the Alliance to protect themselves. But an existence like you is used to staying in the easternmost dark world. How can Danny Rise hurt you? In the end, isn't it all for the first flame? Night Lion was silent for a moment and said, I won't hide it from you. I am indeed interested in Danny Rise's Song of Fire, but the crisis of life and death is definitely not an excuse I made up. This calamity is extraordinary. Even if you hide in the deep sea trench, you won't be able to escape. If you don't have a sense of danger, you won't hide, right? He said meaningfully. This time, it was the mermaid's turn to be silent. After a long time, she still shook her head. Leave. I'm different from you. Don't play the sea god horn anymore. Before next summer, the Flowing Water Palace will not appear in front of anyone. You will be my last visitor. You can't escape. Night Lion did not give up. Sigh, I've said it too clearly. It doesn't look good on everyone, the mermaid muttered and said calmly. You can't even beat Danny Rise's angel, Chizong. Asking me to join your Alliance of Justice, is it to learn from the anti-dragon Mother Alliance? If she came with her real body, you would have turned into ashes. You aren't her match, but there's no need to be ashamed because I probably can't beat her either. Even the children on the street know that you have to choose strong friends. If I join your Losers Alliance, will I feel safer? Nonsense. Look at you now. You're like a pitiful golden retriever forced into a corner by a male dog in heat. You're 10,000 times more pathetic than before you formed the Alliance. I don't want to be the second you. Night Lion's eyes widened in anger. His fangs protruded and cut his lips. A few drops of blood flowed down the mane on his chin. Yes, when he did not activate his law domain, he was bleeding bright red blood. Although it's a difficult question, it's the truth. The mermaid shrugged and casually teased the mermaid in the bathtub. Night Lion barely suppressed the anger and murderous intent in his heart and said, Compared to Daenerys's Song of Light, which has the first fire attribute, my Song of Noon is a little inferior and can be restrained. If not, she might not be my match. If that's the case, why do you have to find me? There should be a lot of gods in the Alliance who are as powerful as you, but not restrained by her, right? You're just an extra layer of insurance. Night Lion hesitated and said, We have a big plan. If you join us, I'll tell you. I promise the plan is foolproof. Forget it, don't tell me. The mermaid waved her hand. If you have insurance, I'll have to take more risks. He pointed at the 31 wine pools outside the White Jade Square. Look, the god's wine bottle is still here. I'm drinking alone in the Flowing Water Palace. Why? Inami is cautious all her life. She's not muddle-headed in the face of big things, the mermaid said proudly. Night Lion raised a middle finger in his heart and asked, You're not interested in Danny Rise's first fire at all? You know about my battle with her. The Lawmaster's song has an obvious suppressive effect on the chorus. You stole my blood witchcraft and combined the blood of the god's descendant to achieve the combination of two opposing laws, thus simulating the supreme law of ice and fire. The mermaid raised her hand to interrupt him and said, Don't slander me. I'm only using your idea. The method of simulating the Song of Ice and Fire was created by myself after learning from old fish Liang Mu. No matter where you learned it from, your Song of Water and Fire is the same as my Song of Light and Darkness. It has a fatal flaw. When facing Danny Rise's Song of Fire, it will be suppressed to the point of imbalance, Night Lion said slowly. I know what you mean, but the mermaid sighed in loneliness and said, I have two kinds of songs of law, the Song of Flood with turbid waves and the Song of Fire with roaring flames. They're both very rare choruses. That's true, but it doesn't mean that I don't have the chance to comprehend a more advanced main song. Now everyone knows that Danny Rise is old fish Liang Mu's successor, but who knows that I'm the previous crown prince? In the last era, after old fish bewitched me to become a true god, he secretly told me the reason. He predicted that he would die at the end of this era, and the next era would be the Lone River Mother Goddess' turn. There would be a vacancy in the Song of Wind and Water, and a true god would be needed to fill it. And my talent in the Song of Water is far stronger than those of the Lone River Mother Goddess. He wants me to inherit the Song of Water of the Lone River Mother Goddess. I went as well and have been an apprentice under Lone River Mother. Before I killed the sea dragon and was stripped of my position as successor by Old Fish, I studied under Lone River Mother Goddess for 5,000 years. When she said this, the mermaid didn't have any regret, only a disappointed expression. Lone River Mother taught me for 5,000 years, and I still couldn't comprehend the Song of Water. Even if I took Danny Rise's Song of Fire and Bloodline, would I be able to master the power of the first flame like her? He said bitterly. Chapter 993. My talent in the Song of Fire is far inferior to the Song of Water. What's the use of getting Danny Rise's Bloodline and the Song of Laws? The mermaid asked. You're depressed because you haven't comprehended the Song of Water in 5,000 years? Which one of us doesn't have billions of years of cultivation? Night Lion disagreed. How old is Danny Rise? The mermaid said impatiently. Her situation is special, or rather, humans are special. They have short lifespans and weak strength, but they are exceptionally talented in cultivation. If everyone thinks the same as you, Lalo would be ashamed to death, Night Lion said. Lalo can't represent the ancient gods. He's more special than Danny Rise. The mermaid waved her hand, her face full of disdain. Night Lion said, Lalo also has strengths that we can learn from. He's tenacious, never gives up, and can endure loneliness. You're a god and can live for countless years. If 5,000 years isn't enough, then 50,000, 500,000, 50 million years. Carry on Lalo's spirit of studying for billions of years. There will be a day when you succeed. The mermaid's mouth twitched, and she shook her head. If you give me 50,000 years, I'm confident that I can comprehend the Song of Water. If you give me another 50 million years, I can sing the Song of Fire. But that's it. The Song of Laws has different levels of mastery. Instead of wasting billions of years on the highest level that might not be suitable for oneself, it's better to choose the correct path. Instead of spending 50 million years studying the Song of Fire, it's better to push my Song of Disaster to a higher level. What's suitable is the correct path. The songs of the 4 elements may seem high level, but they're all life-threatening things. It's not worth it. Your thinking is correct. What's most suitable for oneself is the best. But Danny Rise's Song of Fire is different. For that trace of the first flame, it's worth it even if you have to bet your entire future on it, Night Lion said. Worth my ass, the mermaid sneered. In order to snatch Danny Rise's Bloodline and Song of Fire, I have to take a huge risk and fight her to the death. After surviving by fluke in order to fight for the spoils of war, we will fight to the death with you, our allies who have ulterior motives. Even if I was lucky enough to survive, I would still have to deal with Long Night and Cold God who had lost their savior. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, would the next era last for 10,000 years? He hadn't even gotten used to the first flame before he had to prepare for the next world pendant. Would I be lucky enough to survive? Even if I managed to survive time and time again, where would I find 50 million years to study the Song of Fire? Night Lion sighed helplessly. If I can convince Lalo to hand over Shireen's soul, will you join the Righteous Alliance? Are you threatening me? The mermaid suddenly stood up and floated in the air above the bathing pool. Her body was surrounded by a layer of transparent water, and a scarlet sea of fire was burning above her head. In the flowing palace below the throne, the people who were drinking and making merry immediately put down their wine bottles and women, picked up their weapons, and glared at the Night Lion on the level 5 platform. A war could break out at any moment. Don't get too excited. Yishur took a few steps back and lowered his hands, making a gesture of not wanting to start a fight. This is just a temporary idea. Even Lalo might not agree. He smiled bitterly. Leave. I don't want to see you again, the mermaid said coldly. Night Lion sighed helplessly and returned to the sea under the lead of a mermaid soldier. Woo woo! When Night Lion's breath completely disappeared, the mermaid took out a golden conch and blew it. In a moment, all the iron seed and murlocs in the flowing palace gathered under the throne. Rowers, let's leave this place, he ordered loudly. Inami's rowers took their positions and rowed the oars in their hands. The flowing palace was like a spaceship with countless tiny tentacles, turning into a stream of light and quickly disappearing into the depths of the trench. In the blink of an eye, another 2 months passed. After the teaching team left Reese, they went to Volantis, Slave Bay, Queers, and were now in the Centaur underground city. After that, they went to the last stop in the western continent of Ursus, Raging Hell City by the Jade Sea, the city-state where the Dragon Queen's messenger Gigi was killed. In Volantis, Chizong and the others met war god Yuan Kai, who had returned from Slave Bay. After leaving Slave Bay on the way to Volantis, War God led the captive army to fight a few battles. The Martaris people blocked the path of the traitors, the invasion of the demons in the land of Long Summer. The Volantis consul led the noble army to ambush outside the city. War God Yuan Kai won every battle, each time achieving great results at a very small price, completely proving that he was worthy of the title of War God. After leaving the Dragon Queen, I finally regained my confidence. When receiving Chizong and his disciples, War God sighed. After taking down the city outside the Black Wall of Volantis, the Dragon Queen appointed him as the governor of the West Army, assisting the West-conquering General Clayan to govern Volantis. War God initially refused, but after returning to Volantis, he took the initiative to step down from his position as the commander of the captive army. But later, the Blackwell nobles refused to give up their rule over Volantis, sowing discord, causing the rebels in the outer city to split into several factions. For example, Zidon's mercenary faction, the captive faction, Little Doxim's small noble faction, the Waterside Widows merchant faction, and the returning Tiger Cloak army also formed their own faction. Oh, Little Doxim was Fat Faust's son. The fat merchant Faust Doxim, who helped the Gith people transport food in the early years, was captured by the Dragon Queen outside Astapor City and became rich because of it. He was used as a scapegoat by Consul Dophis and Supreme, Priest Benello. After being chosen as a consul, he tried his best to convince the people that the long night is fake, the sun will rise soon. Don't rush to buy resources, don't panic. In the end, when the long night came, his dream of being promoted to a Blackwell noble was shattered, and he was also torn apart by the angry people. The family business he accumulated through doing business with Slave Bay was also swallowed by the Blackwell nobles. Fortunately, his son Little Doxim had met the Dragon Queen a few times, and with this experience he gained some reputation among the slaves and small nobles of Volantis. The rebel forces were scattered, and they were bought over by the Blackwell nobles, then defeated one by one, and suffered a few losses. Gradually, the Volantis people realized a terrifying fact. The food in the outer city was almost gone. We need a leader. Waterside Widow stood up and organized a high-level meeting. If this continues, we will all starve to death under the mockery of the Blackwell nobles. Invite the war god to come out. In the end, they found the Kayuan war god who had retired long ago, because as long as he was not facing the Dragon Queen, he had always been invincible. I just want to enjoy the peaceful life of a normal person now. You can leave. At that time, the war god changed his name and married into a small merchant family in Volantis. When Zidane, Danzo, and the others found him, he was in the back alley, sitting on a small stool and picking shrimp lines. Our brothers need you, Zidane advised. My family needs me even more. You need to pick shrimp lines? Danzo was speechless. I caught the shrimps. The war god's face was full of hardships, and his hands were full of frostbite, but his smile was very happy and satisfied. But your father-in-law's family looks down on you and talks behind your back every day, the commander of the Tiger Cloak Army said. Thousands of Tiger Cloak Army soldiers returned to Volantis with the prisoners of war, and they had fought under the command of the war god, so they naturally respected him. It's okay. My wife is very good to me. It's just a normal person's life, and I enjoy it, the war god said frankly. But your wife is always looking for wild men outside, Zidane said hesitantly. The war god's expression froze, and he pounced on Zidane like a tiger. You dare slander my wife. Zidane hurriedly said, It's true, the neighbors all know, and they are hiding it from you. If you don't believe me, I can take you to then. A group of people took the war god to catch the adulterers. The war god's face was pale. Know your identity. I'm the master of this house. If I didn't take you in, you would have starved to death on the streets. His wife only felt ashamed for a moment, and then became abnormally tough. I want to be alone. You guys go back. The war god's face was ashen. It shouldn't be. Even if he had become a son-in-law, even if his wife was cold and noble, and didn't even let him touch her hand, she should still treat all men equally. Why did she have to steal men? The next day, 20,000 soldiers blocked the streets around the war god's house, knelt on one knee and shouted in unison, War god, please come out! Thousands of Tiger Cloak Army soldiers also shouted, Tiger Commander, please come out! The war god's wife and father-in-law's family were stunned after that. The war god accepted the Dragon Queen's appointment and became the general of the Slavers Bay Army. The people who knew you best were often your enemies. The war god's understanding of the Dragon Queen and her policies surpassed most of the Slavers Bay officials. So, with his background as a slave owner, he skillfully carried out the slave liberation movement in Volantis, the long night production to save himself, and a series of things that the Dragon Queen had done and was doing in the past and was doing now. When the dwarf first arrived in Volantis, he thought that he had arrived at Slavers Bay. After helping the war god take down the Black Wall, the message team finally arrived at Slavers Bay. Before leaving, the dwarf even brought along Cadillac's wife. He promised to let the attendants reunite with the couple. After resting in Slavers Bay for half a month, the message team went to Quarrs. They bought a shop in Zaluona to build the Great Holy Church, and then went north to the underground city outside White Cloud City. This is a miraculous city. Chizong and the others were dazzled. The dragon worm tunnel had no end. The cave was as warm as summer. The ground and walls were covered in shining grass and fruits. Every vine, every leaf, every fruit was like a translucent fluorescent lamp, flickering with a faint radiance, colorful like a fairyland. Arya lightly touched the tomato on the side, asking curiously, What kind of plant is this? Why is it shining? It has nothing to do with the plant. It's because I'm working hard. A crisp and tender female voice replied. Then, within a few kilometers, the fluorescent light in the cave drew out a long, illusory line, converging in one place. Then, a small fairy appeared in front of Arya. The rest of the place became dark, the plants no longer emitting fluorescent light. My name is Little Radish Head, the gardener of this orchard, the little fairy said. The dwarf immediately understood. The little fairy was named after a vegetable. It was definitely a fire fairy. I can turn into light and enter the bodies of all plants. giving them the most appropriate light. Little Radish Head said proudly, "Amazing." The dwarf sighed and then asked, "How long can you work, and how large of an area can you take care of?" "This place is close to the crack in the Earth's crust. It emits fire elements all the time. I can absorb the fire elements emitted from the Earth's crust while providing sufficient light for the land within a 10-kilometer radius, 24 hours a day, never stopping." After saying that, Little Radish Head turned into a stream of light again, lighting up the long, underground farm. A 10-kilometer radius, hundreds of thousands of acres. The master and disciples of the teaching team were stunned. What's there to be surprised about? If the crack in the Earth's crust is bigger, I can shine even brighter. I'm a little sun. Little Radish Head's voice came from the tomato. The dwarf was stunned. It seemed that it was normal for a little sun to shine within a few kilometers. The underground farm isn't that big, and if we're too far from the crack, we can't guarantee the temperature. Crops don't only need sunlight to grow. Temperature and fertilizer are also important. Chui Luo shook his head. Chapter 994. The air in the dungeon was very good. It wasn't stuffy and turbid like the caves. Instead, the air was fresh. The breeze brought along the fragrance of fresh flowers, the sweetness of fruits, and the fragrance of green leaves. A few centaurs sang a ballad and drove a group of goats. They looked carefree as they walked past the small team. The centaurs drove the goats further away and disappeared among the fluorescent plants. It was a picturesque scene. Today, the ones who live the happiest are the centaurs. They are even happier and more at ease than they were before the long night. The dwarf said in a ridiculous tone, "They are the citizens of King Cow." Dungeon Lord Chui Luo said matter-of-factly, "Can Winterfell build an underground botanical garden?" Arya asked expectantly, "I've been to your family's tomb. It's too cold." Chui Luo shook his head. "Look here, 200 meters underground. It's not affected by the cold outside. It's so warm. Winterfell's underground cellar is too shallow, and the area near the hot spring is too small, unless the dragon worm goes over and digs another 100 meters. How many little elves are there? Do they produce enough food?" The gnome asked curiously. "Just 3 fire elves, centaurs, shepherds, and Calixi City's hair cologne. The underground manor mainly produces vegetables, fruits, beef, and mutton. We haven't planted high-yield crops, so it's not enough to feed everyone in the dungeon. However, the dungeon isn't a sealed city system. The fruits and vegetables we produce are enough to feed 2 million people in Slave Bay. Slave Bay also provides us with salted fish and kelp. You saw it before you came in. A group of workers is loading goods for the pterosaur. The dungeon alone and Slave Bay alone can't last long in the long night. However, if the two are combined, we don't have to worry about food for 10 years. Moreover, as Calixi's power grows, the light elves will grow as well. When light song is perfected, the light elves' light intensity will increase by a few times. By then we can plant wheat, corn, and other crops on a large scale. Perhaps the dungeon can last forever." Chui Luo was full of confidence, and his eyes were full of hope. Compared to the Westeros in the abyss of suffering, Slave Bay is like heaven, the hound sighed. The dwarf said helplessly, "They've been prepared for this for a long time. They started stockpiling grain a few years ago. At that time, the Westeros were still in the midst of the rebellion of the 4 princes." Then he raised another question. "The pterosaur's efficiency in transporting goods is somewhat low. You only have 20 pterosaurs, so you can only transport 20 to 30 tons of goods each time. The efficiency is indeed low. Pterosaurs also consume a lot of meat." Chui Luo nodded helplessly. "We're considering building a team of horses, pulling sleds. We'll take the route of White Cloud City, Raza River, and Meereen." "It's over 1,000 kilometers!" the dwarf exclaimed. "Follow the river. The river is not completely frozen yet. Walk 400 kilometers to Khaleesi City and then load the goods. Kue Luo pondered and said, "Actually, even if the river is completely frozen, it won't be much of a problem. They could build relay stations along the way and pass the information layer by layer, but it would just take more manpower. In the long night, there are still hundreds of thousands of centaurs who have nothing to do." After a night of drinking with the centaurs who had nothing to do, Tessa carried a ton of tomatoes and led the team to Horse King City in the north the next day. The reason why they took a detour to Horse King City was not to build the Temple of the Seven Gods and lay out the path of faith. The faith of the horse god in Horse King City had already been reformed into the more advanced and civilized Pegasus religion. Pegasus was Megalosaurus, and the main god of Pegasus religion was Blackie. If the team went to Ko'ur and built the Temple of the Seven Gods, they could create a more efficient path of faith from Dragonstone Island, Pentos, Ko'ur Horse King City Barrenland. Yes, the Seven Gods and Blackie could borrow Pegasus Blackie's temple. However, Dani was worried that Black Goat would lead Ko'ur's army to kill the team, so she took a detour to Ko'ur City. It was very awkward. Chizan did not know that when he killed the goddess, Black Goat was also implicated, leaving only a set of dark green scale armor and a pair of golden goat horns. Chizan also picked up the spoils of war. He even gave the small scale armor to the dwarf as inner armor, and the golden goat horns to Arya as daggers because the horns contain dense death energy. However, the team did not know who the horns belonged to. Chizan knew that he had killed a few evil gods, but his attention was on Murthia at that time. Why would he care about a small fry? He thought that he had killed the goddess spirit. Of course, Black Goat was not a small fry. It was much more powerful than a spirit. If he was in Ko'ur Temple, he would have dared to fight Lalo. However, Rhys was not Ko'ur, and he was not like Murthia, who had comprehended many songs of laws. When the Black Mountain Goat died, the Sea of Law did not even tremble, which was enough to explain the problem. That unlucky guy was very similar to Dragon Queen in the early days. He was very powerful, but his realm was lower. The Dragon Queen did not have a good relationship with the gods, so she was not well informed. She did not know that Black Goat was dead for the time being, so she did not change her itinerary. Except for Horse King City, the team's itinerary was predetermined in advance. When news of what happened to Ko'ur Temple came, Dani might have guessed something. However, even if she knew that Black Goat had died, she would not let Chizan go to Ko'ur. Pentos, Mir, Tylosai, and Rhys were all city-states in the Narrow Sea. They were 400 kilometers away from the Westeros. No one in their right mind would dare to offend the Dragon Queen. Volantis had war gods and returned prisoners of war, so it was safe. The Karst royal family had long withered in the dragon flame. The real power had always been in the hands of merchants, and Zaro was one of the 13 giants. Therefore, although the team seemed to be very active, they were actually very stable. Koa was different. The Dragon Queen did not have the ability to directly and quickly threaten it. If it was before the long night, the Khal King's 100,000 colossus were spread across the vast inland plains. If any city-state dared to not give them face, Callie, she would immediately fly into a rage. However, she could not do so now. The route after Kars was Raging Hell City, Thunder Island, and Barbarian Capital. They were all under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Queen's long arm. That's right. Pale skin, icy blue eyes. I am not sure if there was any light. At that time we were holding torches. Perhaps there was a reflection in the eyes. However, that thing did not have any emotions. Just by looking at it, my soul almost froze. I feel that it is not a human. The dark-skinned, middle-aged eunuch said in fear. As the long night fell, most of the foreign merchants in Horse King City chose to leave. The boundless east and west markets were covered in snow. No one cleaned them up. Other than the centaurs, there were only a few old people who had lived in the plains for their entire lives. They chose to wait for death here. According to the Khal King's orders, the Dashkarim also moved to the foot of the goddess mountain after the long night fell. They took wood, dug a cave, and built a brick bed. At this moment, the team came to the old priest's cave. They sat on the wide brick bed and questioned a Dosh Kareem eunuch with a serious expression. This was because the eunuch seemed to have seen a deviant ghost. Deviant ghosts in Horse King City. How could this be? When the Dragon Queen received this terrible news, she immediately ordered the team to head north to Horse King City to investigate the matter. The old Dosh Kareem, who could only pretend to be mysterious and rely on deceit, had already learned the moon singer meditation technique that the Dragon Queen had taught her. She had also successfully become a qualified Pegasus priest. She had established a faith link with the Pegasus, Big Black. This way, the old priest could communicate with the Dragonstone Island's magic net hub through the glass candle. Although she did not leave the house and had been hiding in the desolate cave of Horse King City all this time, she was not completely ignorant of the outside world. When I heard Howell's description of strange people, I felt that something was wrong. Isn't this a deviant ghost? So I immediately sent a message to the Call King. I did not expect you to really come. The old woman sucked on the tomato with her toothless mouth while using her black eyes to scan the faces of the people in front of her. Tyrion twisted his neck uncomfortably and asked, "Is it strange that we are here?" The old woman laughed strangely and asked, "If I dreamt of you sitting on the brick bed and talking to me before the deviant ghosts appeared, would you find it strange?" Prophecy? The dwarf's expression changed and asked again, "Then can you prophesy whether the strange people are deviant ghosts?" "Didn't the Call King send you here to investigate this matter?" The old woman sucked all the tomato juice but did not melt a single piece of tomato meat. She frowned and sighed. "The night is long and there is a shortage of food. We cannot waste it. Hell, take this and cook a bowl of tomato and fish soup." The black man, Hal, respectfully took the shriveled tomato that the old woman had sucked dry and left the guest room. Chizong and his disciples' faces were pale. Their stomachs were churning. They swore in their hearts that when they ate later, they would not touch anything other than roasted meat. But the old woman wiped her mouth and licked the juice off her hands. Then she sighed and said, "I haven't been able to sleep well recently. I keep dreaming of ice, snow, and a sea of fire. There are also countless people crying. This is an ominous sign. A great calamity is about to befall the continent. If deviant ghosts cross the sea and sneak into Horse King City, Ursos will be in real danger." Chizong said solemnly, "Where did you see the strange stranger? Were there any signs of theft at the cemetery?" Hound asked. "Just at the Wound Lake under Mother Goddess Mountain. There are only 3,000 to 4,000 people left in Horse King City. The cows and sheep have been slaughtered and stored. Fishing in the lake is enough to fill our stomachs." Hal met the strange person when he was chiseling the ice on the lake. The strange person only observed him for a while before retreating and disappearing into the snow. As for the cemetery, the old woman laughed strangely again. "Centaurs don't have a cemetery. After we die, we have to ride our blazing horses and rush to the night kingdom of the heavenly horse god." The preaching team stayed in Horse King City for a week. They were busy for a week, but they still couldn't find any traces of the strange person. They even hung the bodies of 2 old slaves who froze to death in the forest north of Wound Lake, but they didn't turn into zombies. Helpless, they could only continue west. But unexpectedly, the flowers they planted with the intention did not bloom, while the willow they planted with the intention did. Things unexpectedly took a turn for the better in Shimiliana. Arya, who was following Chizong amidst the cheering crowd, suddenly turned around and said with a trembling voice, "Uncle, is that you?" Just because she took an extra look at him in the crowd. She saw that unruly face through that ordinary face that didn't belong to him. The uncle's body also trembled. He closed his eyes and silently took a step back. His figure faded into the crowd, disappearing without a trace. "It really is you, Uncle Jakuin." Arya was shocked. "Your eyes." Chapter 995. The previous savior had many titles. The people of Westeros called him Yeser, Ahai, which was a more mainstream name. Around the Jade Sea, he was also known as Hael Cologne, Etal in the Barren Land, Nephrin, Shadowhunter Edric, and a series of other names. As Hael Cologne, the savior had a group of descendants. They named their country after their ancestors and established the Hael Cologne descendant country. After 8,000 years, the Hael Cologne descendant country was only left with 3 cities with female governments. The city closest to Meereen was conquered by the Dragon Queen and renamed Raging Howl. Next to Horse King City, there was also a strategic city built between the sea and the cliff, Shimiliana. The mission team originally did not plan to go to Shimiliana. On the eve of leaving Horse King City, Dosh Karim suddenly received an invitation from the Shimiliana High Priest. There shouldn't be any conspiracy. Horse King City and Shimiliana have always had a good relationship. Before the long night, there were female Red Jade warriors coming to the grasslands every year to make a living. Their high priest also stayed in Horse King City for 5 years when she was young. I was still Khaleesi at that time and had a good personal relationship with her. When she found out that I had become a priest of the Pegasus Church, she sent someone to send me a glass candle and told me to contact her more often. Hearing the old centaur's words, the message team decided to make a trip to Shimiliana. At the city gate, they unexpectedly met the venerable dragon. Yes, it was the old priest who claimed to have hatched Goldie. During her years in New Gith, she alone exterminated dozens of small and medium-sized nobles. After New Gith fell, she became a guerrilla on Jean Island for more than a year. Later, after the Battle of Meereen, the guerrillas lost all hope of turning the situation around. The nobles of Gith also gave up on the idea of hatching dragons. After destroying the dragon eggs, they prepared to settle the score with the venerable dragon. The venerable dragon was also very clever. Before the Day of Reckoning, she crossed the strait between Jean Island and New Gith Island overnight and surrendered to the mother of dragons' guards. I have never done anything wrong to the Dragon Queen and Slave Bay. Facing the trial of General Hattar, the venerable dragon was not guilty at all. When the Dragon Queen found out about this, she could only pinch her nose and agree with her explanation. Then she waved her hand and let her go. The old hag had killed more slave owners than any of the Queen's generals, but she had not harmed any of the Mother of Dragons' guards. She had even done a meritorious deed. She was grateful to the Dragon Queen for releasing her kindness twice. The key point was that she was allowed to take away the reward paid by the Gith people. Therefore, the Dragon Granny proposed to let the preaching team come to Shimiliana to preach. Regardless of whether or not Chizong can survive in barren lands, at the very least he has already reached Jade Seaside, slaughtering gods along the way. Even Goddess Myrtea was killed with a single palm. Just him alone is worth making friends with, not to mention that he's just a lackey of the Dragon Queen. The venerable father persuaded the people in power in the city. Actually, there was one thing that she did not say clearly. The descendants of Higher Cologne did not have their own ancestral gods. Since they could believe in the Eastern evil gods, why couldn't they believe in the 7 gods? The venerable father had secretly made a decision. When Master Chizong arrived, he would accompany him and seriously ask for the 7 Stars Bible. Then he would be personally baptized by Chizong and become a glorious believer of the 7 gods. Finally, he would also apply to become the Archbishop of the newly built 7 Gods shrine in Shimiliana. She knew the details of the 7 Gods church, but she just wanted to rely on the Dragon Queen and the Megalosaurus. The venerable father always believed that she had a special relationship with the Golden Dragon. Perhaps becoming a priest of the Megalosaurus 7 Gods was her true destiny as the venerable father. The venerable father hatched dragons, and the venerable father believed in the Megalosaurus. It was too predestined. The welcoming ceremony was very grand. The venerable father led a group of Red Jade warriors to set up a formation outside the city. Chizong and the dwarf were invited to sit in the same carriage as the venerable father, while the remaining 3 disciples walked behind the group. Both sides of the street were crowded with onlookers. There were foreign merchants, local women with red jade inlaid on their faces, and the eunuch brothers of the red jade warriors. For every 100 males born in this race, only one would be kept for mating, and the rest would be castrated. Arya was walking around in boredom. Suddenly, she saw a person in the crowd that she would never forget. Although he had become her and was even wearing cosmetic contact lenses, she could still recognize that it was not her but him. "Uncle Jiakuen," Arya had just called out when he, who had disguised himself as her, shrank back and disappeared into the crowd. His eyes are emitting blue light. The death god meditation technique has gone berserk. Arya's expression changed drastically. Her body flashed and disappeared in front of the crowd. She did not turn invisible. Instead, 90% of her body had entered the world of death, leaving behind a gray shadow. This shadow was only 10% of her original size. Ah, are my eyes playing tricks on me? It seems like someone suddenly disappeared. It's that horse-faced lady. She disappeared. If it was before the long night, the crowd could still see a blurry and strange figure. But now the sky was dark, and they could not see any traces of the shadow in the darkness. Arya's strange behavior quickly attracted Qizong's attention. After explaining to Shang Fu, he shouted, "Mighty heavenly dragon," in front of everyone, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. The tiles on the roof beams rustled and snow fell. "Mighty heavenly dragon, you live up to your name." Seeing Qizong disappear into the sky as fast as lightning, Shang Fu could not help but say to Prince Jin, "I've lived in the palace for a long time, and I've also heard of Master Qizong's deeds of subduing demons with the mighty heavenly dragon. Now, it seems that you live up to your reputation." The dwarf nodded awkwardly. At the same time, he was on guard and looked around cautiously, in case an evil god was trying to lure him away. On the other side, when Qizong found his female disciple in a remote alley, he saw her competing with an ordinary-looking, middle-aged woman with a dagger. Arya held golden goat horns, while the other party used a pair of crystal daggers that were as thin as cicada wings. "Ice sword." Qizong's expression changed. The daggers were blue like crystals, but they were surrounded by a circle of frozen mist. In essence, they were no different from the ice swords used by deviant ghosts. But the other party was clearly a living person. "Uncle Jiakuen, what happened? Why are you here?" Arya shouted sorrowfully while dealing with the other party's continuous attacks. "You betrayed the Black and White Academy. Now, everything that happens to the faceless has nothing to do with you." The woman spoke with a man's voice. Her tone was as cold as an ice sword, smooth and without a trace of emotion. "Hey, evildoer, what is your relationship with deviant ghosts?" Qizong did not plan on watching his disciple reminisce with his old lover. With a shout, he could not help but strike out with his right palm. "Holy Mother, no!" Arya screamed. She moved to the side and stood between Qizong and Jiakuen. Qizong pulled back his palm in time, but Jiakuen attacked mercilessly. He took the opportunity to stab Arya's back and her neck. "Evil creature, you dare!" Qizong saw everything clearly. His eyes widened in anger. Separated from Arya, he used Wrath of the Heavenly Father. Borrowing 7 gods' big black soul force, he released a soul attack with a holy attribute, similar to a true dragon's roar. Jiakuen released a muffled groan. His hand slipped, cutting open 2 holes in Arya's crocodile god leather armor, revealing the iron chain armor inside. There was also a layer of light blue ice left at the holes. Arya had also escaped poverty and changed into a set of divine equipment. "Are you crazy? Why are you protecting this deviant ghost?" Qizong pulled Arya over and berated her. "This is someone I know. Moreover, I didn't even get to ask him clearly. If you kill him with a single palm, won't all clues be lost?" Arya said, "I know what I'm doing. I'm only going to injure him, not kill him," Qizong said. "I don't believe you." Arya shook her head. She then went up to stop Jiakuen, who was about to run away, fighting him again. When have I ever lied to anyone? Chizong said in embarrassment and anger. Tell me yourself, when have you ever left a survivor among your subordinates? Arya said, I wasn't familiar with the Holy Mother's divine palm before, but now I might be able to, Chizong said uncertainly. Perhaps. Arya chuckled coldly and said, If you want to help, then play support. Helpless, Chizong could only retract his palm and use Wrath of the Heavenly Father on Jia Kuin 3 times in a row. Arya took the opportunity to deliver 6 deep cuts on Jia Kuin's arms and thighs. Clang! The ice crystal dagger fell on the stone floor. Jia Kuin's body also swayed a few times, and then he was kicked into a trash pile in the corner by Arya. Then she stepped on Jia Kuin's neck with her long leather boots and deftly removed a human skin mask. As expected, it was that familiar middle-aged man's face. Chizong's expression changed greatly. Damn it, it really is a faceless one. Uncle Jia Kuin, what's wrong? Looking at the man whose expression was as cold as the other ghouls, whose eyes radiated blue light like the other ghouls, Arya felt sorrow in her heart, her eyes turning red. Seeing her like this, a hint of sadness appeared in Jia Kuin's cold blue eyes. Arya, he called out softly, but it was as if he was using all of his strength. Veins popped out on his forehead and face, as if he was struggling against another consciousness. He still has his humanity. Chizong walked up in shock and bewilderment. He pressed his finger against Jia Kuin's cold forehead, continuously firing out, Wrath of the Heavenly Father. Although Jia Kuin grunted repeatedly, his spirit's aura rapidly weakening, his eyes gradually came back to life. He gave Chizong a grateful look, and then said with a pained expression, The Black and White Academy is finished. The faceless have prayed to the death god for thousands of years, and all the death gods in the world are worshipped by the Black and White Academy. The faceless have long believed in the death god and its power, and have also yearned for it for a long time, just like how a person yearns for rain after a long drought. Finally, the rain has come. The faceless cheered. However, not long after, a certain someone discovered that there is a true death god in the world, but he is not the god that a certain someone was looking forward to. Only the frost god is the true death god, because he can sing the complete song of death, the main song. Did you meet the frost god? Chizong said in shock. Jia Kuin nodded lightly. Apart from Arya, there are only a handful of people in the Black and White Academy who can cultivate the death god scripture. A certain someone and the benevolent person have no talent. Thus, the benevolent person brought a certain someone to meet the death god, the frost god. In the underground palace, a certain someone knelt before his throne, offering the blood of a noble, while he used blood, witchcraft to help a certain someone complete the baptism. Then, a certain someone easily condensed the fundamental runes of the death god's meditation technique in his mind, and then his cultivation speed was even faster than Arya's. At that time, a certain someone was overjoyed, even believing that he was about to sing the song of death, that he had a chance to become the true death god. You guys are too. Chizong was stunned. The faceless person is too proud, too conceited, too arrogant. Jia Kuin sighed. Back then, a certain someone even asked the death god if the death god scripture can cultivate the song of death, and it sat on the throne, looking down at the servant kneeling below, nodding lightly without any expression. A certain someone was overjoyed. Now that I think about it, a certain someone seemed to have overlooked the mockery in its eyes. All the faceless people became like you? What are you doing here? Arya asked with a trembling voice. A certain someone summoned all the faceless people in the world back to the Black and White Academy. Including the apprentices and retired old faceless people, the Black and White Academy had a total of 587 faceless people sacrificed to the death god, and then they all became his slaves. As the death god's scripture realm increased rapidly, the faceless people's weak self-consciousness was quickly obliterated. A certain someone did not lose his thoughts, but he was completely unable to resist his orders. He had a certain someone spread across Ursos, moving around the city as a human, buying babies, stealing the corpses of powerful warriors. Chapter 996. Jia Kuin said faintly, buying infant slaves, collecting the corpses of powerful warriors. When the wind dies down a little, the mountains and rivers will be as cold as iron. The cold air will soar into the sky, and the entire city will be covered in ice armor. The master and disciple shuddered, looking at each other in shock. How long has this plan been going on? Qizong swallowed and said with a trembling voice, More than a year. Before the great wall collapsed, all of the faceless were scattered everywhere. For example, I stayed in Shimiliana for more than half a year, buying more than 5,000 boys and girls under the age of 1 from the slave traders and the poor, stealing and purchasing more than 20,000 corpses of powerful warriors. That's impossible. How could 5,000 babies be born in half a year? Also, why didn't father notice such a huge commotion? Qizong said in disbelief. Jia Kuin's soulless eyes glanced at Arya's right hand, which was holding a human skin mask. The night is long, the commoners have nothing to do, so they can only give birth at home. But the long night also makes their lives difficult. By selling their children to the slave traders as slaves, not only can the children survive, they can also get money to buy food, so why not? Shimiliana doesn't have 5,000 babies, but there are vast villages and small towns outside the city. Including the surrounding population, 10,000 babies is more than enough. A certain person has replaced more than 10 slave traders, openly searching for babies inside and outside the city, either sending them out to sea or going up the stone path north to enter the Bone Mountain Range. Once I leave the city, I will kill the slave traders who are escorting the babies, turn them into living dead, and then pray to the cold god to turn all of the babies into little deviant ghosts. No one will suspect me if I change my identity and return to the city. Wait, you said baby boys and baby girls. Qizong's expression changed, saying solemnly, even baby girls. Do you still not understand after seeing a certain person? Jia Kuin said bitterly, deviant ghosts are another type of human, new humans. They have thoughts, can communicate, and can reproduce. Deviant ghosts might be transformed from humans, but the difference between humans and deviant ghosts is like God's descendants and humans, Arya said. Jia Kuin was stunned, saying, what a certain person wants to say is like humans and children of the forest. Arya said, slowly, God's descendants are the world's main characters in the last era. God's descendants' bloodline degeneration, or interbreeding with humans, gradually evolving into the current humans. You. Jia Kuin stared at her. Her expression was as cold as before, but she was much more energetic and confident than when she was in Bravos. Her body was also more mature and cold. You've grown up. He sighed. Arya blushed. Qizong looked at the two of them suspiciously for a while, then said with a frown, I know that female deviant ghosts can reproduce with male deviant ghosts, but isn't it a little too early for that? I remembered that the three-eyed crow once said that the deviant ghosts would only reproduce on a large scale in the later part of the long night, when the situation was set. Naturally bred deviant ghosts are like civilians. They are not as powerful, efficient, and easy to command as the converted deviant ghost warriors. Female deviant ghosts and the natural deviant ghosts are weak, but they are not controlled by the deviant ghost king. Even if the deviant ghost king dies, they will continue to live. Someone guessed that the god of Frost plan would forcibly replace humans with deviant ghosts, Jia Kuin said. Arya sneered. Will this plan work? Before the next generation of deviant ghosts are born, the long night will end. As she finished speaking, the smile on her face slowly disappeared. Could this long night really end quickly? Looking at Jia Kuin, and then thinking that there were 587 Jia Kuin active all over the world, and more than half a year had passed, she was not sure. Does the school of black and white really have 587 faceless? I have participated in the monthly gatherings of the faceless as a maid many times, and there were more than 20 people present each time, Arius said with a serious expression. Half of them are retired old people, and the remaining half are collecting information in various cities. The other half are high-level faceless that you can't see. They are often out on missions and are not in bravos, such as someone. So, how many people are left in the school of black and white? There were about 70 faceless who lived in bravos. Excluding the apprentices, the number was about right. However, Arius still had doubts. Does the school of black and white really allow the faceless to retire? In Dr. Wargrave's play, all the faceless who wanted to retire ended up in a miserable state. In Dr. Wargrave's play, once the ruthless faceless met true love, they would ignite the dying passion in their hearts. For love, for the child in their beloved wife's belly, they would secretly decide in their hearts, after finishing this job, I'll take you far away, and then the whole family would be reunited. Every time the faceless who carried out the mission of silencing a witness would say to the dying senior lying on the ground, once disloyal, never use. Today, you betrayed the God of 1,000 faces for love. Tomorrow, will you reveal the secrets of the faceless to other forces for your family? The audience felt that this was too reasonable. The more reasonable the plot, the stronger the sense of immersion and reality. Then, while everyone watched with tears in their eyes, they hated the school of black and white more. Even Arya felt that this was very reasonable. Jia coincided. Every faceless is the most powerful killer in the world, and some rarely die in missions. Therefore, there are many faceless who are still loyal to the school of black and white despite their age. It can't be said that Wargrave's play is wrong. There really are people who betray the school of black and white because of love. But how can there be so much love in the world? 99% of the faceless dedicate their lives to faith and don't love anyone at all. Years of faceless trainee education have long eliminated some people's ability to love others. When he said this, Uncle Jia Kuin looked at the big lowly Arya with a complicated expression. Arya looked at him and seemed to understand something. Her heart was confused and sweet, and there was a bit of despair and bitterness. Qi Zong inexplicably felt that he was unnecessary. Ahem. 2 coughs broke the picturesque scene. Jia Kuin sighed inwardly and continued. When you're older, the risk factor will increase, and the success rate of the mission will decrease. Many old people even get sick because of the long journey and die on the way. This is not good for the school of black and white. Therefore, when a faceless is in their 40s, as long as they feel that their limbs are inconvenient and their energy is not enough, they can voluntarily apply for retirement. Then the school of black and white will arrange for them to be the gatekeepers of the Iron Treasury, the Sea King's Palace, or the great noble families who believe in the God of 1,000 faces. Arya's mouth twitched. So, Bravos has lost a lot of old gatekeepers? Why didn't the nobles and the Sea King notice? Is the Sea King involved in this? When we arranged for the retired faceless to go to other cities, we didn't hide it from the Sea King and the great nobles. No one asked questions. The school of black and white doesn't need to explain anything to anyone. We did rope in a group of great nobles who believe in the God of 1,000 faces, but that doesn't include the Sea King. The Sea King is human, but we are not. Jia Kuin looked sad. Someone saw a deviant ghost in Horse King City. Are they your companions? Qi Zong asked in a low voice. All the faceless sent out will avoid Dragon Queen's sphere of influence to avoid alerting the enemy. If there are deviant ghosts in Horse King City, they must be passing by. Even if we encounter a sutra teaching team, we will avoid them. Your visit to Shamiliana this time is really unexpected. Someone planned to leave the city immediately, but you landed outside the city instead of going to the palace. When we met you on the way out of the city, Jia Kuin stared at Arya again. I don't know why, but someone couldn't help but stop and look at her. I didn't expect her to discover my identity with just a glance. Perhaps this is fate. Aria's heart trembled. She muttered, "Fate seems to be too cruel." Cough, cough. Chizong used all his strength to make his presence felt. Then he squeezed Aria hard, causing her to fall to the ground. He supported Jia Kuin's cold body and asked, "Did the faceless actions hide from the gods?" "Be as careful as possible. Move cautiously and avoid Dragon Queen's sphere of influence. This is the order given to me by the Frost God. I think it didn't ask me to avoid the gods if the gods really exist," Jia Kuin said with some doubt. Although he was turned into a deviant ghost by the Frost God, his knowledge was still shallow. Well, among humans, Jia Kuin was very knowledgeable. But in the supernatural realm, especially in the knowledge of gods, the faceless were much worse. The faceless were very similar to the Seven Gods Church of the past. They were both strict and powerful church organizations, but they didn't have any gods. "Do you know the identity and location of the other faceless?" Chizong asked again. "No one in the Black and White Academy has all the information about the faceless. What about the benevolent person? He trains the faceless for the Black and White Academy." Aria asked, "You've been in the Black and White Academy for many years. Have you seen a second apprentice?" Jia Kun asked. "In the faceless gathering, I've seen servants like me, but I don't know them, nor have I trained with them," Aria said thoughtfully. Jia Kun's eyes suddenly bulged. His eyeballs almost jumped out of their sockets. Veins popped out on his forehead and neck. He seemed to be in great pain. "What's wrong?" Aria was shocked. "Master Chizong." Chizong immediately reached out and tapped Jia Kuin's forehead, using soul attacks in succession. While shattering the mutant while in the sea of consciousness, the handsome Uncle Soul was also riddled with holes, bleeding from his 7 orifices. This doesn't solve the root of the problem. It even damaged his foundation. But now that he's a deviant ghost, his connection with Frost God can't be severed. The old cultivator was troubled. Jia Kun blinked a few times, squeezing out the blood in his eye sockets. He said weakly, "Hurry up and kill someone. Frost God has sensed someone's abnormality and is removing someone's control over the corpses. Killing someone now will kill at least 20,000 corpses. Master Chizong, hurry up and ask the Holy Mother to descend." Aria said anxiously. Chizong said awkwardly, "For such a small matter." "This isn't a small matter. Uncle Jia Kun can find at least a few dozen faceless. I'm afraid the Holy Mother can't do anything. Otherwise, the deviant ghosts would have been turned back into humans long ago." Chizong said helplessly. Aria was stunned. She muttered, "At least try." Jia Kun struggled to sit up. His tone was urgent and solemn. "Kill someone. All mortals will die one day. Aria, you know that death is never a punishment for someone, but the final destination." Aria blurted out, "But now Frost God has become the god of 1,000 faces. If you die, your soul will also return to Frost God's embrace." Jia Kuin's expression froze. From now on, all mortals will die one day. All mortals need to serve. This very pretentious catchphrase could no longer be repeated. Chi Zhang's expression changed. "Aria, you are the death god. You can take his soul." Chapter 997. "Aria, you are Stranger's wife. You can save him. Or let me use Holy Mother Palm to free him completely." Chizong placed his right palm in front of his chest, ready to strike. Even a high-level law god who had comprehended 3 laws could be purified, so the puny other ghouls were naturally nothing. "No!" Aria hurriedly pulled him away, pulling his right hand. "Let me do it." She sat down beside Jia Kun, and her soul left her body, turning into a black-robed woman that ordinary people couldn't see with their naked eyes. She held a giant death scythe, and with a whoosh, she entered Jia Kuin's consciousness. The next moment, she was about to swing the scythe. "How dare you!" A powerful will floated out of the void. Ice, nothingness, death, and darkness turned into 4 scythes that weighed 10,000 tons. They came from 4 directions, wanting to cut the death god girl into 8 pieces. Arya multitasked. Her physical body held a goat horn dagger and cut off Jia head. For a moment, the 4 giant scythes were like a flood that had lost its source. Their momentum suddenly weakened. You want to save him? Sure, a life for a life. The foreign will that remained in her consciousness turned into a burning red seal. In a split second, it was branded between the death god girl's brows. Under the cloak, the girl's pale, horse-like face revealed pain and shock. Her meditation technique actually uncontrollably underwent some kind of change. It became more perfect and more compatible with the death god's divinity. It even evolved the darkness and ice attributes from the power of death. However, her meditation foundation began to go out of control, no longer under her master's control. Arya immediately understood. If she didn't do anything, she would become the second Jia. What happened? Zhang's voice seemed to come from beyond the sky. Arya looked around. The ice-blue space in her consciousness collapsed and dissipated. She returned to the gray and white world of death. On the tip of the scythe hung a naked man with half-long hair. The tip of the scythe pierced through his back and came out from his chest. His limbs and head drooped powerlessly. No blood flowed out from the wound, but ice-blue and darkness intertwined and devoured each other. With a thought from Arya, the pitch-black scythe cracked. With Jia soul as the center, it transformed into a 30-centimeter-tall lantern. The wick of the lamp was Jia soul. 7 or 8 long needles extended from the wall of the lamp and pierced through Jia soul, burning a ball of ice-blue flame. After that, Arya's soul returned to her body. She was still holding an ice-blue lantern in her hand. Wherever the light shone, the air would condense into a light blue icy mist. When the mist landed on people's bodies, it would continuously absorb heat and vitality. It was like roasting a fire in reverse. Only when the frost power in his soul is completely burned away can he be sent to the stranger hell. Zhang pondered. There's something wrong with my sea of consciousness. Arya stroked her forehead and told her what had happened with a solemn expression. Zhang looked at the corpse on the ground that was gradually melting into a ball of light blue ice water. He said with a frown, "Immediately establish a holy hall and carve a statue of the Holy Mother. Tonight, we will pray to the Holy Mother." "Tell Dragon Queen first," Arya said. Zhang nodded. Dany was also shocked when she received the news. This was not the script she had planned. The reason why she had taught my son Jia the death god meditation technique was very simple: to destroy the black and white house from its roots. Did Dany hate the assassination and threat of the Faceless? Of course she did. However, she could not be like the main characters in the novels in her previous life, who were arrogant and shouted "die" before rushing to bravos and spitting dragon flames to burn the enemy's nest. The reason was simple. Those novels were all loners. They sacrificed to the heavens, the earth, and their parents. They had no brothers, friends, lovers, or children. They were all alone and had nothing to worry about. When they were unhappy, they immediately vented. Dany had a family and a business. She was afraid of revenge. Therefore, she chose to take revenge in a more secretive and vicious way. She bewitched the Faceless to cultivate the death god scripture. When the Black and White House became the umbrella company of the Song of Ice and Fire world, when Bravos became Raccoon City, even if the biohazard crisis did not happen, once the long night came and a group of ice zombies appeared in the Black and White House, what would the people of the world think? It did not matter if it was flour or lime. It would be poisonous white flour. Anyway, the scholars of the City of Knowledge would announce to the world that after years of unremitting efforts, they had finally found the cause of this long night. The Bravos people had found a few deviant ghosts in the land of eternal winter as early as 20 years ago. They had even captured a few of them and secretly studied them at home with the intention of developing a weapon of mass destruction that could rule the world at that time. She would not need to do anything. The faceless and bravos people would be hated by everyone. Everyone's condemnation would end without a cause. Now, the biohazard crisis script that she had prepared for the faceless and bravos people was quietly rewritten by another famous director. Those goddamn idiots hid the deviant ghosts and really went to study them. Director Long, who had the script changed, was flustered and exasperated. It was like the Americans slandering a small country for hiding weapons of mass destruction before starting a war. Then, something embarrassing happened. When the war started and entered the white-hot stage, the other side really brought out a large number of weapons of mass destruction. This kind of blunder would not happen in reality, because everyone knew that if you showed your weapons directly, the Americans would not dare to attack you. I finally understand why the Justice Alliance is so sure that there will be a large-scale ghoul rampage in the Urso continent. Dragon Queen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. I'll be honest, I want to start the long night of the gods. Those deviant devils are not willing to support the sea of law. They're not willing to bear the responsibility of protecting the world as true gods. But they should not have used the future of the world as a bargaining chip in their battle with me. They should have watched coldly as the frost god plotted against the various cities and watched as humans unknowingly walked towards destruction. Are there no temples for them in the cities? Are there no believers among the humans? Especially that bastard Arhro. To think that I thought highly of him and thought that he was more responsible than the other demon gods. But who would have thought? At this point, Danny's expression suddenly changed. Bran, do you think Lalo could be transferring assets? If Urso fell into hell, the temples of the red gods in the cities would be the first to bear the brunt. In the world, the red gods had the most temples and the largest number of priests. On the other hand, the Westeros, as the starting point of the epidemic, were slowly getting under control. Bran and the staff of the door god did not answer. Bran. Danny called out again. Sorry, I went too far into the fog of fate and got lost. After a long while, Bran said tiredly, Lost? Danny had a strange expression. Don't worry about me. As long as you keep holding this weirwood, I will find my way back. Bran said. Danny nodded reluctantly and asked, You heard what I said before. Now I hear it. Bran sighed and said, Urso's fall is inevitable. There is no point in pursuing responsibility. In the end, you will still have to hold your nose and cooperate with Lalo and the other heavenly gods who are willing to fight the deviant ghosts. I will not cooperate with them anymore. Danny said firmly, From today onwards, the they that represented the gods would forever be they in her mouth. They were no longer the great and holy gods, but a bunch of beasts. Even if some forces let the devils do whatever they want, even if they abandon the northeast continent, Urso is to the east of the Westeros, Braavos is to the north, even if they have ill intentions towards our army, even if they have countless reasons not to cooperate. But Bran sighed helplessly and said, But only by uniting all forces against the deviant ghosts can the living win the final victory. You said this, everyone knows it, and it has formed a belief. You can't destroy the momentum you created, right? I want to announce it to the world and let everyone know the true colors of the gods they worship. How do you think they will react? Danny sneered. The gods might give up on resisting the deviant ghosts after their faith crumbles. He might as well swallow his anger and let the gods work hard to fight for the destiny of being the savior of the world. When the long night is over, you can raise the butcher's knife and settle the score with them. Bran advised. No one is an idiot. Danny shook her head. I will immediately inform the major cities of Urso to strengthen their defenses and prepare for war. Even if I don't say it, the princes and grand dukes can guess what the gods have done. Bran said. Although the rulers of the cities are helpless, they can only swallow it and not fall out with the gods. The two of them were right about the reactions of the major cities. In the morning, Arya met Uncle Jaqoin. Before noon, The Dragon Queen received the news and immediately sent a warning to all the Grand Dukes, princes and kings of Urso, through messenger crows and glass candles. However, among the cities on the other side of the narrow sea, only the Sea Palace of Bravos was connected to the magic net center of Dragonstone Island. Yes, the Sea King and Dragonstone Island had discussed sending reinforcements to the king's landing many times. No, this can't be true. See, King Tormo's tall body seemed to have lost its backbone as it slumped weakly on the throne. It blankly glanced at the pale-faced ministers below and confirmed again. The kind people rejected the summons of the Sea Palace. They didn't reject the summons, but killed all the guards and messengers who entered the House of Black and White, the fat watchman Basaro said in a trembling voice. The Sea King turned to the fat zebra man with a big head and a small face and asked in a trembling voice, "Master Zanza, do you know about this?" Zanza was the first Jahada of the Jajesnai people to complete the great unification, equivalent to Danny's Call King, so the zebra men liked to name their daughters with this name. Similar to the Westeros, the most repeated female name was Jenny. Master Zanza was the high priest of the Moon Singer Temple. Originally, if the Sea King wanted to see her, he would have to go to the temple in person. But this time the matter was too serious, and almost all the higher-ups of Bravos were gathered. Well, almost, but not all, because 1/10 of the watchmen and professors were like the House of Black and White. After receiving the order, they refused to come to the Sea Palace. When the Faceless left Bravos en masse, I sensed a great crisis, and then I saw the truth in the prophecy. The old woman's thin, sallow face was full of guilt and sorrow. Why? Did the Moon Chanter Temple betray Bravos as well? The Iron Treasury, the House of Black and White, and the Moon Singer Temple are the 3 pillars of Bravos. What else do you want? What else are you not satisfied with? The tall, burly, and tenacious Sea King was howling in despair like a woman whose husband had died without leaving behind an heir. Chapter 998. Your Majesty, my lords, the Moon Chanter Temple is very prosperous in Bravos. We are very satisfied and grateful for the treatment we received today, but we don't have a big backer behind us. Zanya's eyes were filled with tears as he said with shame and sadness, "I wanted to inform your Majesty at first, but the next moment a bigger crisis came to my mind." What crisis? The Sea King suppressed his anger and said in surprise, "Did the Faceless from the School of Black and White threaten you?" The old woman with a big head and a dry face smiled bitterly. "How can the Faceless make me afraid? The crisis came from the gods and the Frost God. I discovered the secret of the School of Black and White through prophecy, and then the gods of the cities and the Frost God knew that I knew. They didn't want me to make it public immediately. In the prophecy, I saw the consequences of going against their will. Not only would I immediately meet with misfortune, but Bravos would also become the center of the zombie disaster. Isn't the Frost God in the Westeros?" A doctor wondered. The old woman sighed. "Our world is like a leaky house. The Westeros are at the door, and the Frost God and the other ghosts are outside. The other ghosts enter the door from outside, and the Frost God can only enter the house when they occupy enough space in the house. At that time, the Frost God and the Dragon Queen will be like the other gods, running wild in our world. Before that, the Frost God can also have limited interference in the area of the house. Wherever the other ghosts go, it will be within the range of his interference. The most dangerous place is certainly in the Westeros, but there are also other ghosts in Bravos. If you had reported to the School of Black and White earlier, we would have eliminated the other ghosts immediately. Wouldn't we have cut off the Frost God's tentacles?" The Sea King said, "Yes, since the Frost God is still outside. Why should we be afraid of his threats?" The Keykeeper and the city doctor complained. "You don't understand." The old woman stomped her walking stick and said, "Quickly! I saw the consequences of attacking the School of Black and White in the prophecy. After the believers of the God of 1,000 Faces die, their bodies will be sent to the School of Black and White, where they will be skinned and stored in the tomb. The school of black and white is equivalent to the tomb of bravos. There are hundreds of faceless other ghosts and more than 100,000 corpses. Once the calamity of the living dead broke out, bravos would fall within half a day. Do you know what happened to Casterly Rock City and Port Lannister? Even with the all-knowing three-eyed crow and the godlike dragon queen, a city with a population of several 100,000 was turned into a ghost town overnight. Isn't Bravos also in a precarious situation now? Is it about to be overturned? The Sea King asked in despair. No. The old woman shook her head with a strange expression. Have you forgotten? The faceless ghosts of the school of black and white have long since left Bravos. They also took a large number of ghoul warriors with them. Everyone in the Ocean Palace had a strange look on their faces. The old woman shook her head and sighed. Of course, I'm not an ignorant person. How can Bravos remain unscathed after the fall of Ursos? But I don't have the ability to spread the news. The Moon Singers originated from the Jejesnai grasslands and were priests of the Zebra tribe. Their history was shallow and they did not have any powerful gods to rely on. Any fiend god could barge into the divine temple and kill me. If I pretend to be deaf and dumb, I can still protect myself. If I'm stubborn, the result will not change, but the priests of the divine temple and I will die with no flaws. The Sea King was puzzled. Bravos is open to every god. Why are the gods doing this to us? The sad thing is that the gods are not targeting us at all. They seem to be playing a bigger game of chess, the old woman said helplessly. What plan is more important than the safety of the entire Ursos? The Sea King could barely suppress his anger. His eyes were red and his face was full of resentment. I'm not a god, so I don't know much about the secrets of the gods. I don't dare to ask, but it must have something to do with the Dragon Queen. Either we ask the Dragon Queen, or we go to the islands of the gods and ask the priests of the major temples. After thinking for a moment, the old woman suggested, Your Majesty, I suggest you gather all the priests together and have an honest talk. Whether Bravos can survive the long night depends on the help of the gods. The Dragon Queen will not help us. Why? Although the Dragon Queen has disagreements with us, she is still a human. She cares more about the survival of mankind than the gods, whether she is a savior or not. At least she has been dealing with the deviants. When she found out about the faceless deviants conspiracy, she warned us immediately. The Sea King was puzzled. The Dragon Queen dares not leave the Westeros. The gods obviously want to harm her. Look at what happened to the teaching team. Your Majesty and the other lords should understand, the old Moon Singer said. The Sea King sighed and arranged for the court and the nobles to go to the islands of the gods to invite the priests of the major temples. When Valeglia ruled the world, she captured slaves like crazy. Other than the Westeros, even the distant Jejesnai grassland was the territory of the Dragon King's slave-catching team. The slaves came from different races and had different beliefs. Bravos was a city built by runaway slaves. Therefore, this city-state had the most liberal religious policy. The first generation of the Sea King even emptied an island in the center of the city to build temples for all the gods in the world. The powerful gods had temples, but more gods were forgotten by mankind. Only a small shrine was left, and countless other shrines were placed in the sanctuary, a big brick house covered in moss. The first to arrive was the Nos with black skin and golden eyes. Your Majesty, the Sea King, the god of harmony, never leaves Nos Island, nor does she participate in the disputes between the gods. I'm afraid she can't provide much help to Bravos. The Nos kowtowed. The Sea King also knew the style of the butterfly spirits in Nos Island, so he was not too regretful. He only asked about the grudge between the gods and the Dragon Queen. Can the god of harmony tell us a thing or two? The gods formed an organization called the Justice Alliance, claiming that the Dragon Queen is the king of the evil gods and will direct the long night of the gods at the end of the era. The Black Pinus said, I know all of this. Is there any more secret information? The Sea King asked, "Your Majesty, my lord has never sent down an oracle. The above information is what I heard from other monks when I was visiting the islands of the gods." The Nas said, helplessly. The Sea King waved his hand and told him to get lost. "Your Majesty, my lord was killed by Chizong. You have to help us." The second to come in was a black-robed old woman with a pungent smell mixed with various perfumes. As soon as she entered, she cried to the Sea King with snot and tears, "Priest Helen, the weeping lady has fallen." The Sea King was surprised. "Your Majesty, the weeping lady is the goddess of Mirthea, just like the Holy Mother and the stranger of the 7 gods. The weeping lady is the goddess of poison and death." The zebra man, Zanza, whispered. The weeping lady's image was an ugly old woman. It was a new clergy that the goddess had condensed in the last 1,000 years. It was still very far from the Song of Law and barely formed a clergy. Even the weeping lady can't beat Chizong. What can a mortal like me do? The Sea King waved his hand, and the servant brought the old woman who had lost her deity away. "Your Majesty, my lord's statue cracked 2 months ago. He, sob, sob, sob. My lord was killed by Chizong long ago." The olive-skinned Tyroshi man wailed. The corner of the Sea King's mouth twitched. "I heard that when Chizong stayed in Tyroshi, he accompanied the Grand Duke to the triangular tower to sacrifice 3 lambs. Chizong is the masked evil monk. His hypocrisy and shamelessness are known to the world." The priest of the 3-headed god cried. The Sea King waved his hand. "Bring the priest to the side hall for a drink and relax. Your Majesty, my lord has fallen." The statue cracked. "I can't sense his existence at all." Sob, sob, sob. The barefooted eunuch with a hood over his eyes cried with a sharp voice. The Sea King was stupefied. Was he killed by Chizong too? Maybe. I'm not sure. The eunuch said. The Sea King frowned. "The blind god Bosi worships extreme desires and seeks justice. You even gave up your names and genitals. Why did you kill Chizong too?" "I don't know." Sob, sob, sob. The Sea King waved his hand. The eunuch was brought away. Another white-haired old priest walked into the hall with tears streaming down his face. The old priest did not say anything. He only gestured with his hands with a sorrowful expression. Sigh. God Silence's statue cracked too? Or was he killed by Chizong? The Sea King held his forehead and sighed. God Silence was the god of silence. He also had a stone temple on the islands of gods. The old priest nodded in despair. Even if the god he believed in had fallen, he did not give up on the teachings that he had persevered his entire life. The old zebra woman sighed. "As long as it's a god that has fallen recently, there's no need to ask. They were all killed by Chizong's Holy Mother palm." The Sea King waved his hand. The next high priest entered the hall. Sob, sob, sob. "Your Majesty, please uphold justice for us. The silver-leafed golden tree in Zeline's garden has withered. My lord has fallen." Sob, sob, sob. Zeline was a god. His statue was 100-foot-long gilded tree covered in silver leaves. The Sea King rubbed his face. He said helplessly, "Call them all in." The palace steward received the order. Soon, more than 50 elderly priests were brought in from outside the palace. There were all kinds of priest robes, colorful and colorful. There were all kinds of skin colors, black, white, brown, and yellow. Men and women, with a mess of accents. The Sea King said, "Tell me, which temple's statue cracked, and then we can't sense the god." "I." Sob, sob, sob. "My lord was killed by Chizong." Sob, sob, sob. "My lord's statue cracked a month ago." "Chizong. It must be Chizong. My lord also lost contact a month and a half ago. Your Majesty, please uphold justice for us. Chizong is a scoundrel. He murdered my lord. We and him." In an instant the palace was in an uproar. Many priests wailed and complained about Chizong's viciousness. The Sea King's head swelled. He massaged his temples to get everyone to quiet down. Then he changed his words. Braavos is in great trouble now. We need the help of the gods. May I ask the priests which of your gods is still alive and can be contacted immediately? A large group of people stood below. However, all of them kept their mouths shut. They blinked and looked around. The Sea King also widened his eyes in anticipation. He looked around the crowd one by one. For a moment, the palace fell into an awkward silence. Could it be that all the gods went to Hunchizong and were all slapped into ashes by the Holy Mother's palm? Zanza, the old moon singer, found it absurd, but at the same time he felt an awkward sense of joy. The Moon Singer Temple, with its weak foundation, could finally dominate Braavos? Cough, cough. Your Majesty, may I know why you want to contact my lord? After a long while, someone spoke. Chapter 999. The three foundations of Braavos were the Iron Treasury, the House of Black and White, and the Moon Singer Temple. The Iron Treasury and the House of Black and White lived up to their names, and the Moon Singer Temple was also heavily relied on by the Sea King. They had contributed greatly to the establishment and development of Braavos. In theory, the Moon Singer Temple was the head of all the temples on the Island of Gods, helping the Braavos government to control the supernatural world and the gods' faith. But the Moon Singer's foundation was too shallow. How long did the Zebra people have? On the Island of Gods, any church of a certain scale had a longer history than the Moon Singer Temple. Most importantly, while others had the support of powerful gods, the Moon Singer Temple only had the incompetent Pale Moon Chu. Moreover, Pale Moon Chu was not from Jejesnai, nor was she a direct descendant of the Moon Singer Temple. Just like how Sansa had obtained the Moon Singer meditation technique from the dwarf, but she had no connection with the Moon Singer Temple. Now, the situation seemed to have reversed. The temple where the gods were killed by Chizong was far less powerful than the Moon Singer. Although it was a little awkward, the old zebra woman could not hide her strange joy. The old woman was surprised and happy, but the Sea King was completely shocked. Could it be that the gods of all the temples were killed by Chizong? Chizong is so terrifying. Just as he was thinking, an old priest standing in the corner of the crowd was embarrassed by the Sea King's stare. In fact, the Sea King only glanced at everyone and did not pay special attention to him. Your Majesty, may I know why you are looking for my master? The old priest in white shrunk his head and asked. The Sea King breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, there was a god he could contact. Braavos is facing deviant ghosts, and we need to seek help from the gods, he said hurriedly. Hearing this, the old priest in white also breathed a sigh of relief. He patted his chest and promised, Your Majesty, don't worry. My master sent down an oracle to fight deviant ghosts a few years ago. We are willing to live and die with Braavos. A few years ago, the Sea King was shocked. You knew there were deviant ghosts in the House of Black and White a few years ago. Why didn't you say so earlier? The oracle to fight deviant ghosts was issued a few years ago. We only received the Holy Mother's warning about the faceless ones of the house turning into deviant ghosts this afternoon. The old priest in white explained quickly. Holy Mother? The Sea King carefully looked at the priest's white robe and finally saw a 7-pointed star the size of a baby's palm on his chest. Are you a cultivator from the outer realm, St. Hall? The Sea King had a strange expression on his face. He looked at the group of priests around him and saw that they were all expressionless. However, their gazes on the white-robed cultivator in the corner were cold and vicious. At this moment, the Sea King gradually understood why he was the only one who stood out. There were many churches with living gods, but their priests were not sure if they could contact the Lord God immediately. On the other hand, as long as the archbishops of the 7 gods devoutly abstained from food and prayed, they would often be able to communicate with the Holy Mother to a limited extent. Perhaps it was an illusion caused by hunger, but they all believed that they had seen the Holy Mother. This was especially true for priests. They had received divine spells from the Holy Mother, and no one could refute them. Your Majesty, I believe in the 7 gods, but I'm also a Bravosi, the old monk said, feeling wronged. I'm sorry, I didn't mean anything else. The Sea King smiled awkwardly and asked the old zebra woman beside the throne in a low voice, How should I address this priestess? Archbishop of the St. Hall, Priest Sterling. The old woman's lips moved, and her voice was almost inaudible. Your Majesty should have summoned him alone. Now that everyone is gathered together, if something were to happen, sigh, I've been neglecting the church of the 7 gods. The Sea King looked around and glanced at the chief swordsman who was hiding behind him, and whispered, When the priests leave the hall, arrange a few more guards for Bishop Sterling. Don't let him be killed. Yes, Your Majesty. The old zebra man's mouth twitched and whispered, Your Majesty, you've misunderstood. I'm not afraid of Bishop Sterling being killed, but I'm worried that he will kill the priests who are provoking him. Bishop Sterling is so fierce. They have the advantage in numbers. Or does he know the Holy Mother's palm? The Sea King was shocked. I'm not sure if he knows the Holy Mother's palm, but he definitely knows the Almighty Dragon of Heaven. The priests have lost their god and most of their supernatural powers. No matter how many of them there are, they won't be able to defeat Sterling, who is blessed by the Holy Mother. I heard that guy went to the King's Landing for further training and studied under the Big Sparrow for 2 years with Chizong, the old woman whispered. So he's Chizong's junior. How fearsome! The Sea King exclaimed. Your Majesty? Seeing the Sea King on the throne whispering to the old woman beside him, and even looking at him, Sterling could not help but ask, Your Majesty, do you have any other orders? Oh, Bishop Sterling, I'm sorry. I've never heard of your name before, so I'm asking High Priest Zanza about you and the St. Hall outside the realm. The Sea King laughed and said frankly, Sterling was not offended by this. The St. Hall outside the realm was only a small temple on the Isle of Gods, and it was only for West Arrow sailors to pray. It was normal that the Sea King was not familiar with it. Then the Sea King told him about the message from the Dragon Queen, the changes in the school of black and white, the crisis Bravos was facing, and even the plan of the gods to hide the Frost God from the mortal kings and believers. I've gathered all the priests to ask about the attitude of the gods behind you. The Sea King's expression became bleak, but his tone became stern. Bravos has specially allocated an island for the gods to build temples, and all the temples have always been exempt from taxes. It can be said that we have revered the churches for more than 1,000 years, and this is how the gods repay Bravos? Your Majesty, I only found out about this today. Your Majesty, our Lord did not leave any oracle related to this. Is there some misunderstanding? A group of priests hurriedly defended themselves. All of them were sincere and did not seem to be lying. They were indeed not lying. Why would the gods report to them what they were doing? I don't care what the gods knew before or what they intend to do. The Sea King waved his hand, silencing the noisy crowd. I'm only asking now. Bravos is facing a great crisis. Do the gods have any suggestions? Your Majesty, our Lord has been killed by Chizong. Your Majesty, our Lord's statue has cracked. He's most likely dead. What suggestions can they have? Half of the priests in the crowd wailed again. The Sea King sighed helplessly. Priests of the dead gods, please wait in the side hall. Let me deal with the urgent matter at hand. The 20 or so priests left, wiping their tears. Before leaving, they even glared at Sterling with venomous eyes. Seeing that there were still 20 or so priests left, the Sea King was delighted but also puzzled. Since the gods you worship were not killed by Chizong, why did only Bishop Sterling come out? Your Majesty, I worship the supreme shepherd god, but she has never responded to me. So I can't make decisions for her and provide help to Bravos, an honest middle-aged shepherd said. Seeing the Sea King's puzzled expression, the zebra priest immediately whispered, The supreme shepherd god is the sheep god that the Lazars worship. Like the horse god of the centaurs and the 7 gods of the Undulls, they are all new gods and wooden gods. Dani Rise and her Megalosaurus occupy the positions of the 7 gods and the horse god, but they look down on the sheep god. So, even if the Lazars join the big family of Slaver's Bay and become the people of the Dragon Queen, there is still no real sheep god priest. So, it's considered lucky for an outsider to occupy the position of the main god? The Sea King frowned. Counting the hundreds of shrines in the sanctuary, more than 90% of the gods on the Islands of Gods can't respond to their believers. Having a god to rely on is better than believing in a piece of wood. The old priest Zanzar looked at Sterling enviously and whispered, "Besides, the Dragon Queen is a good person. Her teachings are the most in line with human nature and the laws of the kingdom. There is not much conflict with the regime, and she has never asked for blood sacrifices." Before the Battle of Meereen, the supernatural world despised the 7 gods because they had believed in a piece of wood their whole lives. Now, they did not even know that the main god's position had been replaced by a mortal. If someone told them the truth, they would punch them. Later, the Dragon Queen developed the priest system, and the supernatural's attitude changed for the first time. From contempt to jealousy, they were jealous of the priests of the 7 gods who gained practical benefits. Healing theurgy was a subversive reform in the supernatural world. It was like the Nokia era, when the iPhone suddenly appeared with an intelligent operating system. Until now, the priest system of the other churches remained unchanged and was still the old-fashioned beeper system. The priest system, however, was constantly updated and perfected day by day. It was already 13 years old. There were even many clergy options such as Winged Dragon Paladin and Witcher Paladin. How could the supernatural not be envious and jealous? Of course, after the Dragon Queen resisted the Frost God by herself and stabilized the situation in the Westeros, and after Chizong went on a killing spree in the Ursos continent, the supernatural could no longer be jealous of the 7 gods. Instead, they were simply in awe and envy. Especially those temples that did not have a powerful god behind them. They could not wait to submit an application to the Dragon Queen. "Come and usurp my god's position." The name of the gods and their teachings could be changed at will. Just like now, after the sheep priest awkwardly retreated. A dozen priests came forward one after another to explain the situation. "We believe that the god we believe in is still alive, but he has never contacted us. We don't even know theurgy, so we can't help His Majesty, the Sea King." In the end, there were only 9 priests left in the main hall. High Priest Robin, the Red God Temple is the head of all the temples, and the Red God is also unparalleled. "Do you have any plans for Bravos?" The Sea King looked at the red-robed priest first. "Your Majesty, everyone knows about the Light King's attitude towards deviant ghosts. But now the priests and the Hand of Sacred Fire are in the Westeros, so I can't do anything," the red-robed old man said perfunctorily with a straight face. The Sea King furrowed his brows and said bluntly, "Priest Robin, the Red God Temple occupies the largest island in the Gods' archipelago. It has the most believers and the most magnificent temple. You've received so many benefits. Now that Bravos is in trouble, don't you have anything to say? All of us monks are willing to follow your orders." The old man bowed. "You can deal with the School of Black and White?" The Sea King was angry and raised his voice. "What I want is His Majesty the Red God's position. The night is long and there are dangers everywhere. Only my lord can save the world." Robin said emotionally. The Sea King said expectantly, "His Majesty the Red God will deal with the deviant ghosts in the School of Black and White. The Light King is a god, and no mortal can interfere with what a god does." High Priest Robin's expression was firm, and his tone was sincere. "I believe that the Light King has arranged everything, and he will do what is best for the whole world and the overall situation of fighting deviant ghosts." The Sea King was angry, but he did not dare to fly into a rage. He could only look at the next priest, the priest of the god of poverty. The old man with the patched head bowed and said, "Your Majesty, I dare not lie to you. My lord has clearly joined the alliance of justice and order against Dragon Queen and Chizong. But my lord's position in the alliance of justice and order is not high, and he has to listen to the alliance leader's orders." Bishop Sterling glared at him. The Sea King sighed. The followers of the Hooded Walker were all poor, so they were called the god of poverty. Their divine power was not weak, but the old priest was not lying. In the alliance of justice and order, the god of poverty was not a big shot. He had to ask a priest of the alliance of justice and order. Chapter 1000. My lord Moses and Sasiso have also joined the League of Justice. They don't want to be enemies with the Dragon Queen, but since all the gods have joined the League of Justice, my lord doesn't want to stand out. The priest of the bridge, Pure God, said. Bravos was an enhanced version of Venice, with many bridges in the city. Every time a bridge was built, the two brothers Moses and Sasiso would be worshipped at the piers on both sides of the bridge. The priest of the weavers also said, "My lord stands aloof from worldly affairs and is only interested in building labyrinths." But the League of Justice is the general trend. He has no choice but to join. After that, another priest stood up and said that his god had no choice in the League of Justice, and what he wanted to do was up to the League of Justice. At this time, only 3 priests remained, representing the Red Bullock Kuin, the Mermaid King, and the Pale Holy Child. They were all big shots. Your Majesty, the great Mermaid King didn't join the League of Justice, but he has done his duty for Bravos. Since the long night, the priests of the Mermaid King Temple have not been idle, the graceful middle-aged woman said seriously. The Sea King nodded. The priests of the Mermaid King had joined the Purple Sail Fleet long ago, searching for icebergs in the narrow sea and the trembling sea to guard against the other ghosts crossing the sea in ice boats. Moreover, the Mermaid King Temple was not as grand as the Red God Temple, nor was it as noble as the Moon Singer Temple. It could be said that it was a very low-key and ordinary small church. Of course, one could tell who the Mermaid King was from the name. He was neither ordinary nor low-key. However, the Anami did not like this identity because the teachings of the Mermaid King were too normal, too harmonious, and not in line with her nature and divinity. The iron seed, which was better than hard work, was her true love. However, the iron seed represented destruction and natural disasters. It was not suitable to be a savior. The Anami did not expect to be a savior, but the long night was coming. She had to fulfill some of the duties of a true god. Therefore, the decent priests of the Mermaid King came into being. The other ghosts that hid under the Sam ship used a large number of baker oysters to hide their breath to avoid the perception of the Anami. How about I beg your Majesty the Mermaid King for help? The Sea King asked sincerely. The mermaid priestess shook her head and said, "We are only responsible for the defense of the sea. The deviants on land belong to the Dragon Queen. This is the oracle of His Majesty the Mermaid King." In the end, she added, between the 7 Gods Church and the Alliance of Justice, the Mermaid King priest will not be involved. The Sea King had no choice but to look at the next person, the war god Baccarin. Baccarin, also known as the Pale Child, was worshipped by the soldiers of Ursos. The reason why he became the god of war was not because of any earth-shattering, magnificent military exploits, or because he wrote a military book such as Kabbalan's 36 Stratagems. What was a soldier's greatest enemy? In this world, soldiers were most afraid of plagues. Even if they lost a battle, the nobles could ask their families to ransom them. The ordinary soldiers could either change their allegiance or be sold as slaves. There was no difference. But with the plague, the nobles were no different from ordinary people. They all had to die. It was said that the Pale Holy Child was related to the most common and terrifying pale mare in the army. In the world of the Song of Ice and Fire, many plagues originated from the gods. For example, being exposed to true god-level water divine power for a long time would cause ordinary people to get grayscale disease. The radiation disease and deformed children in Valeglia originated from true God-level fire divine power. In the future, Dani would also encounter a plague caused by true God-level earth divine power. In fact, she had encountered it before, but she just didn't notice it. The plague of wind divine power did not appear, not because wind divine power was harmless to ordinary people, but because the inheritance of the wind god had never been broken, and the wind divine power had always been under control. Before the death of the mother of the Lone River, gray-scale disease did not exist in the world. After the catastrophe of Valeglia, the land of long summer was cursed. Strictly speaking, the red mist of desire that exploded thousands of sausages in the square of Rhesus Palace that day was also a plague. Just like the crown and Ebola, they were both plagues, but different in their severity. High-energy divine power was not harmful. What was harmful was uncontrollable high-energy divine power. The pale, holy child felt this and did the opposite. He deliberately studied a type of uncontrollable divine power, the song of plague. The soldiers worshipped the pale, holy child not out of respect, but out of fear. It was the same as worshipping the god of plagues. Your Majesty Sea King, my Lord Baccarin's divine power is unparalleled, and he is one of the leaders of the Alliance of Justice and Order. However, the matter of the deviant ghosts is decided by His Majesty Lalo and Night Lion, the old man in the 5-colored priest robe said. The red-robed monk did not reply and only frowned. The Sea King sighed and looked at the last priest. King Akan also listens to the Light King and Night Lion? My Lord Akan did not join the Alliance of Justice and Order of the Gods. The Red Bull Akan's priest wore an ochre robe and a bull mask and looked very unconventional. The Sea King did not have much hope, but after hearing this, he was immediately energized and asked, "How can King Akan help Bravos?" The Red Bull priest glanced at Sterling and the Red God priest Robin and said, "It is not that my lord does not want to help Bravos deal with the deviant ghosts, but the root of the Red Bull Church is in the Jade Sea. The various cities in the Jade Sea are also the targets of the faceless deviant ghosts. Just like the 7 gods protect the Westeros, my lord Akan also has his own hometown." The Sea King was stunned. He suddenly thought of a terrifying fact from the Red Bull priest's words. Even if the gods were willing to help the humans survive the long night calamity, they had to protect their hometown first. Bravos had only been established for 1,000 years and was not the hometown of any gods. Bravos has worshipped the gods for 1,000 years, 1,000 years. How can we neglect the gods? The Sea King's voice was sad and angry. He was obviously dissatisfied with all the gods who were watching from the sidelines. The Red Bull priest thought that the Sea King was targeting him and said, "Your Majesty, the Red Bull Akan Temple only has 3 tiled houses and a big yard. Usually, the church only slaughters a white-haired heifer for activities. They even sacrifice once every 13 days, and the blood of the slaughtered heifer is given to the beggars to drink, and the meat is divided among the believers nearby. Bravos does not waste much of its wealth." The Sea King looked at the 2 high priests who consumed the most resources, the moon chanter Zanza and the red-robed monk Robin. One was not useful, and the other was not useful. Then he looked at the bishop of the 7 gods, Sterling, and could not help but feel a little envious. "Your Majesty, although my Lord Akan cannot come to Bravos, he can tell your Majesty the gods' plan." The Red Bull priest suddenly said, "Please teach me." The Sea King's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, this was one of the reasons why he summoned the high priests of the temples. The red-robed monk Robin's face changed slightly, and he looked at the Red Bull priest with a hint of warning. The Red Bull priest acted as if he did not see it, and said in a complicated tone, "At first, the gods did not realize that the Faceless One had collected the deviant ghost babies, and they did not know that the Faceless One was bold enough to attempt to obtain the secret of death by raising deviant ghosts. Well, Frost God is death. Later, the Faceless One obtained a meditation technique called Death Scripture, but it was difficult to get started. The faceless one, who yearned for the power of death, became even crazier and even took the initiative to sacrifice himself to Frost God and accept his transformation. In the end, a trace of Frost Gods will quietly descended on the little deviant ghost, and gradually the whole black-white school was in the palm of his hand. The faceless one practiced the tampered death scripture and became a deviant ghost. At that time, the sun just went out, and even if the gods found the fierce fluctuations of the river Fate, they only thought that the long night was about to begin at the Great Wall of the northern region, and did not notice the changes in Bravos, until the black-white school began to send out the faceless deviant ghosts. The movement was too big, and the gods finally noticed. But even if they warned the humans, it was too late, because the deviant ghosts had already dispersed. At least it can minimize the losses. The Sea King said in a low voice. The Red Bull priest nodded and sighed. It can reduce the losses of the humans, but it can't maximize the benefits of the gods. Do the gods not want to end the long night? The Sea King said in disbelief. No, the gods basically want the long night to end as soon as possible, but they want to get something in the long night. What is it? The destiny of a savior. The Red Bull priest said in a low voice. Everyone knows about the conflict between the gods and the Dragon Queen. At present, the Dragon Queen is the most likely to end the long night, and then gain the admiration of the people and the favor of the will of the world. The gods are not interested in the admiration of the people, but they want to snatch the merit of saving the world bestowed by the world. The fall of the Ursos continent has two benefits for the gods. First, the Dragon Queen will save the Westeros, and the gods will save the rest of the world. When the long night ends, the gods will have more merit. The Sea King, the old zebra man, Sterling, and the others all opened their mouths wide, stunned. The red-robed monk Robin said darkly, Bull priest, blasphemy against the gods is a sin that cannot be redeemed even with 10,000 deaths. The Red Bull priest smiled coldly. This is the oracle of my master, Akuin. Even if Lalo comes personally, he will not be able to make me shut up. The Sea King narrowed his eyes and said, calmly, Priest Robin, I would like to listen to Red Bull Akuin's teachings. The red-robed monk's face turned green and white. He glared at the bull priest and said no more. The bull-masked priest continued. The second reason is more important. The whole world is suffering, and the whole world hopes for the sun to appear again. However, with the Dragon Queen's current realm, she cannot summon the sun in a short time. Therefore, she will bear the pressure of the whole world. The gods want her to be condemned by everyone and die without a cause. This. The Sea King's face was filled with ridicule. Why do they have to do this? Why do they have to do this? Chizong has killed so many gods. Why do they have to do this? The battle of the gods is just this cruel. The Red Bull priest sighed. How can she die without a cause? Sterling asked anxiously. Unless the Dragon Queen can chant the complete Song of Fire in a short period of time, otherwise, when the long night ends and the sun is unable to be summoned, the entire human race and the entire world will force her to sacrifice herself to help the King of Light. This was the first time Sterling heard about helping the Light King, but he roughly understood what the priest meant. The Dragon Queen cannot summon the sun, but she can ask the Holy Mother. The Holy Mother is omnipotent, he said doubtfully. The bull priest's lips opened and closed a few times, but he stopped. This was because he suddenly recalled a story that was widely circulated on the Islands of Gods. One day, Sterling was chatting with a few warriors from other churches, and they mocked him for not even knowing that the Holy Mother's true identity was the Dragon Queen. So how could he be an archbishop? He immediately used the great mighty dragon of heaven and broke the bones and tendons of the burly swordsman. You can ask the Holy Mother yourself. He did not feel that he was more resistant to beatings than the swordsman. Chapter 1001. After sending out the warning, the Dragon Queen gathered her officials to discuss how to deal with the coming catastrophe. Actually, there was only one topic, how to support the trading cities. Well, the question of whether or not to support them was not even considered. As long as Dany was not out of her mind, she would not refuse to help. Even the people of Braavos had been discussing how to support the king's landing with their own rations. The Dragon Queen could not be less knowledgeable than them. Don't forget, half of the western continent of Ursos belonged to her. Slave Bay, Horse King City, and Queen's Corner were all in Ursos. Moreover, if Ursos fell, the Frost God would be able to occupy more of the heavenly axiom of the Song of Ice and Fire world. Not just the Westeros heavenly axiom, but the entire world. That was why Dany had to support the free trade city-states. The problem was how? After discussing with the officials of Dragonstone Island, Dany quickly came up with a preliminary decision. First, provide each city with enough atonement scrolls and dragon crystal weapons to ensure the fighting spirit and ability of the people of the city. Secondly, he would transfer some of the experienced volunteers from Westeros to the free trade city-states to serve as instructors for the city guards. Finally, select a group of priests of the seven gods who had mastered the Eye of Justice to guard the newly built churches in the cities. With the Eye of Justice, they would investigate the faceless people and other ghosts in the cities. Moon Singer Sansa was at least right about one thing. The Dragon Queen did not dare to personally help the city of Ursos. She was afraid of being stabbed in the back. It was not that the Westeros had higher moral integrity than the people of Ursos, but mainly because of their faith. In the Westeros, no matter how low the moral integrity of the nobles were, after all, they had been believers of the seven gods for their entire lives. Their values and morals were in line with the teachings of the seven gods, although most of the time, they did things that went against their own values. If the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms wanted to murder the Dragon Queen, it would definitely be for political reasons, and politics was the art of compromise. As long as the nobles did not lose their minds, they would not stab the Dragon Queen in the back when she was helping them defend the city. In most cases, they would be subdued by the Queen's charisma and power. In the past, even some of the lesser lords had looked down on the Mad King's daughter. Now, even the most stubborn Randall Tarley and Madame Stoneheart, who had lost her kindness, were convinced by her. But in the city-states of the Narrow Sea, other than political factors, what could influence the decisions of those in power was actually faith. Politics can be compromised, but faith is blind and resolute. Even if the Prince of Trade knew rationally that the Dragon Queen was helping them deal with the deviant ghosts and saving their city, once the gods intervened, reason and everything else would be replaced by faith. Believers were willing to sacrifice their own lives for the sake of their beliefs, so why would they care about their rationality? Care about the safety of the city? Therefore, if the Dragon Queen could overturn the seas and rivers in the Westeros, she would rather have two heads when she went to the free trade city-states. The other head would be on guard against the arrows from the back. She did not have two heads. That was why she didn't dare to rescue Ursus. Even if she couldn't do it herself, she would still provide great support to the free trade city-states. That afternoon, the Sea King was still having a meeting with the priests. Blackie led 30 pterosaurs to form the Sky Army, carrying millions of atonement scrolls and hundreds of tons of dragon crystal weapons. They started from Braavos and went all the way south, dropping supplies to the great cathedral in every city. Well, they weren't airdropped in the palace, but handed over to the 7 sacred halls in the city-states. When the supplies were airdropped, the messenger crows of Dragonstone Island had not yet flown to the palaces of the city-states. The next day, the combination of 2 priests and 2 holy knights began to descend on the great cathedral in each city-state. The priests preached, explaining the current dire situation to the people, as well as the appearance, characteristics, habits, weaknesses of the deviant ghosts. The holy knights recruited warriors to form the church's armed forces, publicly teaching combat skills against the deviant ghosts, providing free dragon crystal weapons, and arming the city guards. The whole of the western continent of Ursus was shocked by the news announced by the Dragon Queen. Before they could recover from the shock, they were shocked by her efficiency and generosity. So swift and decisive, as expected of the Dragon Queen. Before the meeting with the priests ended, the Sea King received the news that the Dragon Queen had airdropped supplies against the deviant ghosts. While the Sea King was happy, he was also a little embarrassed. His work efficiency was too low, but soon Dani was embarrassed too. She hurriedly airdropped supplies, sent priests, and sent hundreds of Westeros volunteer knights after obtaining the consent of the princes of the city-states. The people of the city-states were in a state of panic. They were on alert in every alley, checking every house day and night, and soldiers were on guard both inside and outside the city. Her spiritual power was highly concentrated, and after half a month of torment, nothing happened, and not a single faceless deviant ghost was found. Of course, the princes and grand dukes of the city-states did not suspect that the Dragon Queen was lying, because the people of Braavos had already proven that the faceless deviant ghost incident was not a misunderstanding. The Sea King began to take action that day, piling up sandbags to encircle the House of Black and White, and throwing kerosene bombs to burn the House of Black and White. But as soon as Jaq'Quin's identity was exposed, the Frost God sent a message to all the faceless deviant ghosts. At this time, there were not many deviant ghosts in the House of Black and White. The Sea King's attack on the House of Black and White seemed to have lit a fuse that broke the tacit understanding on the surface. The deviant ghosts then launched a tide of the living dead in the slums. There were also faceless disguised as assassins, madly assassinating the nobles, doctors, and key keepers in the city. More than a dozen nobles were wiped out, and even the Sea King was assassinated twice and a chief swordsman died. Half a month had passed, and not only did the tide of corpses in Braavos not subside, but it was also slowly but surely spreading in all directions like moldy spots. Fortunately, Braavos was made up of many islands, and it was easier to divide the cataclysm area. What happened in Braavos clearly told everyone that the faceless deviant ghosts were real, and the Dragon Queen was not lying. After that, they found that the tombs of famous warriors inside and outside the city were empty, and a large number of babies were missing, which proved one thing. Their city was on the verge of crisis, and it might fall tomorrow, or their families might be torn apart by the corpses in the next moment. If terror came, they would numb their nerves and deal with it. But now, terror was hanging over their necks like a guillotine, and it could fall down at any moment. The terror became more and more terrifying, and it made people anxious. The princes, grand dukes, royalty, nobles, trade princes, freedmen, and slaves in the city-states were all in a state of anxiety and fear, and they began to frantically search for a way out. Then a secret message from the Sea King's palace about the gods spread like a plague, quickly spreading through the major city-states of Ursos. 6,000 years ago, the Mandate of Heaven had predicted that Dani Rise would sacrifice herself to help Lalo and the Long Night quickly. Now the Dragon Queen was afraid of death and resisted the Mandate of Heaven, but the gods insisted on the original track of fate. So the two sides were in conflict, and countless creatures in the world were used as chess pieces to play a game of savior. Just as the Dragon Queen announced to the public, the gods knew that the faceless, deviant ghosts were scattered in the cities, but they still pretended to be deaf and dumb and did not care. It was because they wanted to fight for the title of savior, and they wanted to force the Dragon Queen to return to the path set by the Mandate of Heaven. Another week passed, and in front of the Pentos Holy Church, there was suddenly a group of civilians sitting quietly to show their power. They did not make a fuss, and they held up signs that said, "Obey the Mandate of Heaven and the Long Night, and quell the wrath of the gods," and with numb and hateful eyes they stared at every monk and believer entering and leaving the Holy Church. When the Dragon Queen heard about this, she was more surprised than angry, and through the center of the magic net, she gathered all the Holy Church bishops in the free trade city-states for a meeting. There were many people in the Sea King's palace at that time, and when the Red Bull priest Neo Ben revealed the secrets of the gods, everyone was very shocked, and they would definitely tell the people around them. Then the news spread, and everyone knew about it. Bishop Sterling said to the glass candles that were shining with milky white holy light, The cause of the incident was the mysterious news that the Red Bull priest exposed. However, the Red Bull priest did not encourage the people to force the Dragon Queen to sacrifice herself for others, and he only objectively explained the conflict between the Dragon Queen and the gods. After understanding the purpose of the gods, some people scolded the gods for being vicious, saying that they had worshipped them for thousands of years in vain, and since then they no longer believed in the gods that joined the Alliance of Justice. Even more people were pressured by the threat of the deviant ghosts, but they never dared to resent the gods, and only hoped that, as a mortal, the Dragon Queen would consider the big picture, follow the will of heaven, sacrifice herself, and help the Red God. This way, they would be able to escape the calamity of the faceless, deviant ghosts. There was more than one person with this idea, and even more than a group of people. Not only Pentos, I also heard similar rumors in Tylosai, and it seems that the Grand Duke of Tylosai is behind this. The Holy Church Bishop of Tylosai said worriedly, "I think we should take countermeasures. We can't let such rumors continue to spread." The Holy Church Bishop of Meyer said seriously. The Holy Church Bishop of Pentos said angrily, "Those people are crazy. His Majesty has always been at the forefront, fighting on the front line against the deviant ghosts. What is Lalo doing? What can he do? What are the gods doing? They know that the faceless, deviant ghosts are spreading everywhere, but they don't report it, raising bandits for their own sake. Can such gods be trusted? Your Holiness, how about you cancel the Holy Church of Pentos and let me return to the King's Landing? I'm not afraid of sacrifice, but I really don't want to sacrifice myself for such a Pentos person." The Holy Church bishops were all furious, but as the person involved, the Dragon Queen, wasn't too angry. It wasn't that she didn't have a temper. A long time ago, when Pale Moon Chu Nu came to turn herself in, she was told the Alliance of Justice's plan to end the long night first, then use their power to pressure her, forcing her to bear the pressure of the entire world. At the time she was already angry, but now it was just a prediction that became reality. Yep, it was a few years earlier than predicted. The gods originally planned to end the deviant Ghost King by summoning the sun to force her. Who would have thought that the human's performance was even worse than what the gods predicted? Before the deviant Ghost King was killed, they were already urging her to sacrifice herself for the big picture. If she really sacrificed herself, would Lalo be able to end the long night immediately? The Dragon Queen sighed and ordered the Holy Church bishops, "From today onwards, imitate the King's Landing Holy Church of Baylor and transform your respective holy churches into castles. Try not to go out and preach as much as possible, and don't go door to door to distribute dragon crystal weapons and atonement scrolls. If they need them, let them go to the Holy Church to get them. Moreover, the atonement scrolls and weapons are no longer free. Even if it's only a copper coin, you have to pay for it. As for you, gather the true believers and stay in the Holy Church to recite scriptures, accumulate magic slots, and wait for the corpse tide." "Your Holiness, wouldn't this be too passive?" a bishop asked. The Dragon Queen warned seriously, "You have to understand one thing. The number one enemy of humans has always been the deviants. The gods are shallow and despicable. The civilians are cowardly and ignorant. Is the Church of the Seven Gods, the light of human civilization, as ignorant and shallow as them?" In a split second, the Archbishop's blood surged and their emotions surged. Yes, the civilians and the nobles are ignorant and cowardly. The gods are cunning and evil. Only the seven gods, only the disciples of the Church of the Seven Gods, can truly save the world. Even if they walk alone in the long night, they have to be like Her Holiness the Pope and maintain a pure and holy heart. As soon as she went offline, the Dragon Queen called Dr. Marwin, gnashing her teeth. "I have unwillingness and resentment in my heart. I want revenge. I want to take the initiative to attack. Help me contact Fat Sam." Chapter 1002. In the past few years, Sam's life had been pretty good. When he brought the female savage Jilly to the old town, he didn't want to stay in the City of Knowledge for long. Before leaving the Great Wall, the City of Knowledge could still be maintained. Sam didn't mind getting a necklace and becoming an official scholar, but after a long journey to the City of Knowledge, he realized that even in the old town where the scholars were based, the scholars were no longer respected by the people. Not only did they lose their honor, they were also like rats, carefully hiding underground. At any moment, there was the danger of being assassinated by Faceless and being captured by bounty hunters and sent to the naked streets of the Holy Church. At that moment, the glorious image of the scholars in Sam's heart was shattered. After Sir Ace was killed by the doctor, he immediately prepared to bring Jilly back to his hometown. But not only did the doctor not let him go, he even added more responsibilities to him. The first person to kill a deviant ghost became the symbol of the City of Knowledge, the representative of the scholars. The deviant ghosts became an undeniable fact. The arrival of the long night proved how stupid the City of Knowledge's previous actions were. If the City of Knowledge wanted to save itself, it had to start with the reform of the leadership. The old scholars of the City of Knowledge had offended the Dragon Queen and lost their credibility in the hearts of the people and nobles of the 7 kingdoms. The doctor understood that if he wanted to save the City of Knowledge, he had to at least let the person at the helm of the City of Knowledge gain the recognition of the Dragon Queen. Then he realized that there was no one more suitable than Sam Tully. Firstly, Sam was a noble, so it was easier for him to be accepted by the nobles. His identity as a night watchman and his experience in fighting deviant ghosts would also be liked by the people. Secondly, Sam was smart, studious, simple, and never lacked courage in crucial moments. In the 7 kingdoms, he was a rare talent. Among the apprentices of the City of Knowledge, he was a first-class talent. Lastly, Sam's relationship with the Dragon Queen was good. Thus, Sam was forced to stay in the City of Knowledge and was nurtured by the scholars as the young master of the City of Knowledge. When the Great Wall collapsed and deviant ghosts rampaged in the north, the doctor confessed to the people of the 7 kingdoms. "I am guilty. I thought that the long night and deviant ghosts were stories made up by the northerners. I am guilty. I represented the City of Knowledge to bear all the responsibility of the scholars during the dance of the blood dragon. I am guilty. The ideal of the real world, of the City of Knowledge, was too absurd. I am guilty." The doctor of the City of Knowledge admitted to 7 major crimes in total. Then he went to the starry sanctuary next door to lose his hair and become a monk. The starry sanctuary did not simply allow him to lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. They also took him for a parade to atone for his sins, since the old doctor voluntarily surrendered himself. Archbishop John left him a pair of underpants to cover his private parts. After parading through the streets, the old professor also served as an ascetic in the Holy Church. He was barefoot, dressed in linen clothes, given clean water and bread, given a wooden bed in a shack, and received 997 karma. The old professor resigned to atone for his sins, and Sam's life began. He became the fastest apprentice to be promoted to a bachelor, and then immediately advanced from a bachelor to a doctorate at a record-breaking speed. In less than a month, he became the youngest person in history to be elected as the head of doctorates in the City of Knowledge. When the Battle of King's Landing ended, his younger brother Dickon died in battle. His father joined the Sons of Warriors, and Fat Sam suddenly became the acting Earl of Hornhill. When Danny participated in the Honeywine River tournament, Dickon was already married. When he died in battle a few years later, he was already the father of 2 children. It was just that his son was too young to fulfill the responsibilities of an earl in the long night. So Uncle Sam temporarily took over the position of the city, Lord and Earl. Before the deviant ghosts of the western region rushed into the river bend, Sam was still reforming the City of Knowledge in the old town. Since then, the City of Knowledge had established a connection with Dragonstone Island. Every time Fatty encountered a major event, he would ask the Dragon Queen. When the Dragon Queen was not there, he would ask Dr. Malvern for advice. When the Dragon Queen formed a volunteer group in the river bend, Fat Sam took the initiative to lead a large number of scholars upstream to the city with the most severe disaster. In his spare time, he opened a magic school, and in wartime he fought against the ghouls on the city wall. When he retreated, he could teach and educate people, and when he advanced, he could kill the enemy. Unknowingly, the once cowardly and timid Fat Sam gradually grew into the heir that his father had always looked forward to. Well, even though Fat Sam had made a lot of progress now, Randall Tarley was still not satisfied with his only remaining son. Because Fat Sam, who shouldered the two great jobs of a night watchman and a scholar, actually had 3 illegitimate children with a female savage. His eldest son was raised on Dragonstone Island as the adopted son of Count Balin of Blackwater. His daughter had just turned 1 year old this year, and his third son was still in the womb of Savage Jilly. He was 3 months old, and his gender was unknown. Scholars and night watchmen both had sacred vows to not marry and not have children. Now that the people of the 7 kingdoms knew that his son was an oath-breaker, how could the paladin commander not be angry? When the Dragon Queen held a great trial in the fairy city, Randall specially wrote a letter to the queen, requesting that the queen also put his oath-breaker son on trial. He even suggested that the queen should treat Fat Sam like those blacklisted professors and arrange for bounty hunters to arrest him. Even if they did not want him to be publicly exposed, they should at least force him to lose his hair and become a monk. Danny refused. Compared to the City of Knowledge's dragon-slaying plan, the War of the Usurpers and the death of the Mad King, Sam's trivial matter was not qualified to be discussed in the Great Council. A case that even a county magistrate could decide. How could the queen waste her time? Furthermore, Westeros had a total of 4 professions that required one to make sacred vows to not marry and not have children. They were scholar, white knight, monk, and night watchman. Fat Sam was already half of them. If he were to shave his head and become a monk, wouldn't it be an even worse crime? Sir Manager, Professor Marwyn of Dragonstone Island, sent a letter. That evening, Fat Sam had just finished his magic class and was eating dinner with his wife, daughter, sister-in-law, nephew, mother, and sister when he heard Scholar Leo's voice from outside the door. Geographically, Hornhill was located in the middle of the river. The Crimson Mountain Range divided the Monday River Plain in the north and the Honeywine River Plain in the south. Hornhill was built on the Crimson Mountain Range and guarded the important pass that connected the 2 plains. Therefore, Hornhill was an important stronghold to stop the deviants from entering the Honeywine River Plain. When the scholars went north to support the castles, Fat Sam naturally chose his hometown. Because of Fat Sam's identity as the City of Knowledge's manager, Hornhill also became the headquarters of the anti-ghost scholars. Fat Sam smiled comfortingly at his family and climbed down from the wide bed. He put on his leather boots and walked out the door. There was a fireplace in the living room, but the hall was too empty. Fat Sam had just walked out of the warm side hall when he was chilled by the cold air. "What is it?" Sam asked on the way to the crow's nest. Leo shook his head. "I don't know either." Fat Sam did not have magic talent, so he had to go to the crow's nest to communicate with the glass candle. There was an unwritten rule in the Westeros nowadays that only the scholars who could activate the glass candle were qualified to manage the ravens. Compared to the traditional ravens, the glass candle communication was too fast and convenient. "Did you see Miss Margaret when you returned to the old town this time?" Sam rolled up his sleeves and walked on the snow in the courtyard. "She's not crazy." Leo exhaled a puff of white smoke and said directly. He was the one who bought Rosie's first night, Leo Tyrell, nicknamed Lazy Leo. He was the junior of Black Girl Larissa and one of Marwyn's apprentices. In terms of seniority, Leo was Margaret's uncle. That's scarier than being crazy. Sam's eyebrows showed a hint of worry. After the Battle of the 100 Teams, the situation in the river bend has stabilized and nothing major has happened in the past few months. However, we did not win the final victory. The temperature is dropping day by day, and the faceless deviants are causing trouble on the other side of the strait. You know that, right? The continent of Ursos is in danger and could collapse at any time. Therefore, the river bend must not be disturbed during this period of time. Don't worry. She may be restless, but the old man in the old town and Horace Redwin are not fools. Horace, Sam muttered. I really hope that his father, Earl Pixter, is still alive. The Green Pavilion Island is a mess now. It's not serving the purpose of the Riverbend at all. Horace was the eldest son of Earl Pixter. He had a generous face full of freckles. His abilities were as mediocre as his looks. In the early years, when Randall Tully was desperate for an heir, he had thought of sending Sam to the Green Pavilion Island to be his adopted son. Unfortunately, not everyone of the same age could become Robert and Ide. Horace not only failed to guide Sam in the good direction, but also bullied and humiliated him, making him even more autistic and cowardly. Not long after, the fatty returned to his hometown in tears, looking like a coward. No one would have thought that, after growing up, the two of them would have completely opposite experiences. Fat Sam had won a lot of praise in the Riverbend over the past few years, while the smart and brave Horace was despised and cursed by all the Riverbend nobles. Horace's abilities are a little weak, but the chaos in the Green Pavilion Island can't be blamed on him. There were too many refugees. Leo was now Sam's follower, but he was in the same circle as Horace back then. Sam shook his head. Look at Taz Island. Its geographical environment and development are far inferior to the Green Pavilion Island, but it's thriving under Madame Sansa's rule. Not only does it accept the refugees from the Stormlands, but even the commoners and nobles in the Royal Territory and the River Bend can find a way to survive there. They organize the craftsmen to make glass and build glass shelters on a large scale. They arrange for the people to dig caves to live in or grow mushrooms. They form fleets to fish in the ocean and fish for kelp in the coastal waters. There are more than 600,000 people on the island. Everyone has a job and food to eat. It's well arranged. Look at the Green Pavilion Island. It only accepts less than 100,000 refugees, but it sends out letters every day to the River Bend nobles and the Dragon Queen for food and fleets. I've sent 10 scholars to help him, and the day before yesterday he sent a letter asking for more scholars. He can't even copy Madame Sansa's homework. Leo could not refute. He could only sigh. Horace can be considered average, but the women in the Westeros are especially outstanding in recent years. If Horace marries Marjorie, I guarantee that he'll be able to take care of the Green Pavilion Island. Sam stopped in his tracks and turned to ask, Whose idea is this? Leo's eyes flashed. He probed. Marjorie has this idea. Horace has always been in love with her, but the High Court rose back, then did not like him at all. Does Horace know that she poops in public? Sam was a little embarrassed. Don't even talk about watching her shit. That guy is even willing to lick it for her, Leo said absent-mindedly. Sam felt disgusted. He frowned and asked, Count Hathor agreed? Leo said heavily, Marjorie's mother is his biological daughter. Under the premise that it doesn't endanger the Hathor family, of course, he hopes that his granddaughter can have a good ending. You know Horace's character. He doesn't have the ability to covet the position of the High Court Lord. I'll help you ask Dr. Marwyn, Sam said. He knew that Leo represented Tyrell's branch family and hoped that Marjorie could have a good home. Chapter 1003. The Queen has already handed Marjorie over to Hyder. As long as she completes 5 years of penance, she can marry anyone. Her Majesty doesn't mind at all. Of course, if anything happens, the Hyder family will be held responsible, Marwyn said directly from the other end of the glass candle. Sam nodded and asked, Doctor, do you have any instructions for me today? Marwyn first told him about the situation in Narrow Sea City before saying, I'm not sure if there's an evil god fanning the flames, but the public opinion in the Free City is very unfavorable to the Queen and the Church. The people of Ursos are ignorant and weak. Their rationality has been devoured by fear, and they have ignored the Queen's efforts in fighting the other ghosts. They even think that the gods can end the long night immediately. Another time the Queen will use blood and fire to wake them up. But now, our real enemy is the other ghosts. The other ghosts and the living cannot coexist. So, even if we know that the people of Ursos are stupid allies, we have to do our best to help them. If we don't help them today, they will become the living dead tomorrow and will only strengthen the other ghosts. This is really... Sam shook his head and smiled bitterly. Before today, I never knew that the gods were so close to the mortal world. It's hard to imagine that they would work together to fight the Dragon Queen. I also can't understand why they would be so unscrupulous and disregard the big picture for the sake of the Queen. Don't think too highly of the gods. They are just mortals with extraordinary talents. Marwyn sighed. When I first heard that Chizong killed the guardian of Pentos, I was just like you now. My worldview that I had held onto for decades was shattered. But as Master Chizong killed more and more gods, I gradually became numb and started to reconstruct my worldview. Sam was stunned. You want the City of Knowledge to change the public opinion? Why not explain it to the prince of the trading city? The Queen doesn't want to completely tear down the face of the gods. The faceless other ghosts will erupt sooner or later. Even if the gods have other goals, they still want to fight against the other ghosts. If the Queen personally exposed the truth of the gods and trampled on their dignity, the gods would be so angry that they might just quit. Then, Ursos would really be finished. At the end of the day, it was only the gods' plan to force the Queen to obey their orders. The public opinion in the city of Ursus might not necessarily be related to them. If it's a storm of public opinion caused by the bad habits of humans, there's no reason for the gods to take responsibility. After a pause, Marvin waited for Fat Sam to digest the information before continuing. The City of Knowledge belongs to a third party and is always separated from the Queen. Everyone in the world knows that scholars are bold and unafraid of death. They hate gods and supernatural powers, so it's not strange for them to do crazy things. This sounded uncomfortable, but it was the absolute truth. Sam couldn't refute. His fat face twitched as he asked helplessly, "What should I do?" Marvin twisted his bull neck a few times and smiled. In the name of the City of Knowledge, through writing novels, dramas, history books, theological analysis, and other means, we will expose the truth of the gods to all humans. I'm afraid you won't be able to fool an expert if you make things up. Ursos is not a Westeros. There are many supernatural beings there who know the secrets of the gods, Sam said hesitantly. Don't make things up. Just tell the truth. But the scholars only know how to make things up. If the City of Knowledge had the truth, the Westeros wouldn't be in an advanced position, Sam said awkwardly, his fat face red. His words were so honest that Marvin was speechless. His bull neck also turned red. It's different this time. I'll guide you in writing history. After following the Dragon Queen for so many years, I've learned a lot of truths about the world. What truths? Sam asked curiously. The last long night lasted a generation, and Lalo was at the peak of his power. He was a powerful, true god who could sing the Song of Fire. Even at his peak, Lalo needed a generation to end the long night. This long night is scarier, and it will last longer. Therefore, the idea of forcing the Queen to sacrifice herself to fulfill our Hiller was very foolish. Even at his peak, Lalo couldn't end the long night and summon the sun immediately, let alone now. The Dragon Queen can end the long night in 10 years. Sam was enlightened. That makes sense. And look at the Westeros now. Tens of thousands of Red God priests have gathered at the King's Landing, but they can't even take care of the King's Landing. The Queen, on the other hand, can launch an earth-shattering battle. Sam nodded again, deeply agreeing with him. The contrast was too obvious. Even a blind man could see the difference. In the last battle at Winterfell, the failure was because Lalo wasn't strong enough. Before the Frost God could cast the forbidden spell, he was beaten to a pulp. Then the Dragon Queen turned the tide and resisted the forbidden ice spell. This wasn't the truth. It wasn't that Lalo wasn't strong enough, but that the Dragon Queen wanted to snatch his Song of Light, and the two had an internal conflict. But Lalo couldn't explain it. He was destined to be a scapegoat for the rest of his life. If the gods were really omnipotent, why would they form the righteous alliance? This logic is just like how the various cities formed an alliance to deal with Slave Bay. Isn't it obvious who's stronger? The people of Ursus gave up the warm help of the strongest queen and instead begged for the help of a cold and heartless fake god. Isn't that laughable? Marvin said proudly. These words were also a partial generalization. When the righteous alliance was formed, the Dragon Queen hadn't even comprehended a domain. She was far from being the strongest in the world, and she wasn't even a match for the Night Lion. At that time, there were no less than 10 evil gods who could defeat her. But no evil god could guarantee that they would be able to take the queen's life without suffering any injuries. The Dragon Queen had the gift of time and space given by the Megalosaurus and the Door God. This guaranteed that she would be able to escape safely when she was powerless. The key to annihilating the Dragon Queen was never whether they could defeat her, but how to ensure that she couldn't escape. Today, 100 evil gods went to kill the Dragon Queen. 10 of them died, and she was finally forced to the end of her rope. Then, she spat out a mouthful of blood with much difficulty and said, "You win. I admit defeat, but I will be back." Then, with a whoosh, she opened a dimensional door and ran away. The divinity of the 10 evil gods was completely enough to heal her injuries and make up for the damage to Blackie caused by forcefully opening the dimensional door. There was even some left over. Then, on the second day, she was full of energy again. She really came back. The remaining 90 evil gods looked at each other and gritted their teeth helplessly. They surrounded her again. Crackle, crackle. The Dragon Queen killed 11 evil gods and left a sentence. "I admit defeat, but I will be back." On the third day, who could stand it? The Door God gave the gift of time and space to Danny to help her survive while she was farming. Back then, Sheep, Egg, and Lalo worked together to create a small calamity in the smoke sea that affected an area of several hundred kilometers. Even Orlos sank into the sea. Just how big of a deal was that? Before Orlos's small calamity, the concept of a justice alliance didn't even exist. The gods felt the threat from the Dragon Queen, but they didn't want to work together to deal with a junior who hadn't even cultivated for 5 years. After the calamity, the Dragon Queen was still alive and kicking. She even crippled Sheep Egg and captured one of Lalo's clones at the Great Wall. At that time, the gods finally realized that if they didn't work together, no one would be able to deal with the Dragon Queen. And so, the Justice Alliance was formed. Similarly, the plan to force the Dragon Queen into a trap in the smoke sea was also designed after Orlos's small calamity. The reason was simple. Orlos's fatal trap didn't kill the Dragon Queen. Now that her Song of Laws had improved greatly and she had comprehended the domain of wind and fire, her strength had increased by more than 10 times. The only way to ambush her was to design a more dangerous situation than Orlos's small calamity. Idiots couldn't become gods. The gods understood that they had to kill the Dragon Queen in one fell swoop. They couldn't let her keep saying, "I'll be back." However, even the Dragon Queen herself didn't know these secrets, so Marvin naturally didn't know either. Fatty couldn't find any loopholes in Marvin's words. He excitedly said, "Only the weak will work together. The gods forming the Justice Alliance means that the Queen is already unparalleled. Don't worry, Doctor. I promise to complete the mission perfectly. Scholar, you're bold and unafraid of death." In the end, he clenched his teeth and declared. After listening to Marvin's words, Sam's respect for the Dragon Queen grew even more. He was also more confident in the future and in changing public opinion in Ursos. After logging off, he began to arrange for the scholar to compile the gods' mystic records. In less than a week, a new batch of plays and printed books appeared in the Narrow Sea City. Yes, the scholar was bold and unafraid of death. He had already stolen the printing and paper-making techniques from the Dragon Queen. In the next few months, all kinds of secrets of the gods began to spread across the continent of Ursos. Even in the cities of the Jade Sea in the east, the civilians began to discuss who was the one that humans could rely on, the Dragon Queen or the gods. Damn you, scholar! I'll destroy the City of Knowledge sooner or later. Night Lion angrily tore apart the book on how Night Lion, Pue, the Maiden of Light, in his hand. In the ruins of Veleglia City, countless sky towers were like cigarette butts in an ashtray, carelessly poured into half-solidified phlegm. The black stone buildings were sturdy and immortal. Many of them had survived the great cataclysm. The magma had solidified, but there was still a thick layer of volcanic ash. In the center of the ruins, the Dragon King's palace, where he held a city council meeting. The black stone buildings had been cleaned up, and hundreds of tall and luxurious chairs were placed in the palace. The chairs were arranged in concentric rings. They had all been Dragon King seats, and the tallest and most luxurious ones were the 14 thrones that belonged to the 14 Fire Peak families in the inner ring. At this moment, Night Lion occupied one of them. Around him, there were dozens of figures shrouded in shadows. Some of them were stronger than giants, while others were as short and deformed as dwarves. Some of them were as handsome as gods, while others did not look human at all. They were like monsters that had walked out of hell. Of course, more of them were like Night Lion and Lalo, half human, half beast. Ha ha ha. Pue man is such a clever term. A centaur god with the height of a dwarf and a horse's hooves and a horse's tail flipped through the book in his hand and laughed until he fell over. Scholar, you're not making things up this time. You're Pue, the Maiden of Light, that silly woman. Without waiting for Night Lion to explode, Lalo took out a few booklets and threw them on the table. He said calmly, Baccarin, before you gloat, take a look at your own biography. Night Lion restrained his anger and picked up a book out of curiosity. He flipped open the preface and laughed out loud. Being a dwarf is the punishment of the gods. Then whose joke is Baccarin? Scholar, you must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. I'm going to slaughter the City of Knowledge. Baccarin roared angrily. Chapter 1004. The pale, holy child crushed the book in his hand and turned to Yishur with a cold gaze. Let's go and slaughter the City of Knowledge. I don't dare to go to the Westeros, Yishur said honestly. The horseshoe military god's expression turned ugly. Are you going to let the scholar slander us? Do you know how the mortals will view us after this kind of book is spread? Do you still want your dignity as a god? Why are you so agitated? It's not just the two of you. Shadow Demon Lalo raised a big bundle of books in his hand and said indifferently, Almost everyone has a copy. The City of Knowledge has written biographies of people. Overall, it's quite objective. It's all well-known deeds and comments on human values. I never knew you were so easy to talk to. Were you scared by that woman? A shadow with octopus tentacles sneered. You have guts. Go to the Westeros and destroy the City of Knowledge, Lalo said coldly. The octopus monster snorted, but didn't agree, impulsively. The dwarf military god suggested. The City of Knowledge is at the edge of the Westeros. We'll quietly approach from the summer sea, and then attack the old town. You guys help me hold the line. I'll rush into the City of Knowledge at lightning speed and immediately retreat after releasing the plague domain. What do you think? It's foolproof. We can steal a wave. We can't let the mortals trample on the dignity of the gods. Why don't we go now? Not only the City of Knowledge, but also the old town. In the hall, demonic shadows gathered and were eager to try. Yishur shook his head with a bitter smile and said loudly, Everyone, what are we doing now? The evil gods were stunned and puzzled. We're waiting here for the Dragon Queen to enter the ambush, the dwarf military god said slowly. Overall, Akuin's plan is very successful. He let the priest indirectly expose the god's request for the Dragon Queen. The mortals are afraid of the god's power and the zombie disaster hanging above their heads. They'll definitely force Dany and Rhys to obey the heavens. In fact, The public opinion has already turned against them. Without our instigation, the Pentosians took the initiative to sit quietly in front of the Holy Church, asking Danny Rise to consider the big picture and follow the will of heaven. Among the 14 thrones, a red bull demon pointed at the books on the ring-shaped black stone table and sighed. If it weren't for these books, the cities that built the Templar would have commoners coming to the Templar to show their might. At that time, Danny Alice would definitely be under a lot of pressure, as if she was sitting on pins and needles. She would feel aggrieved and vomit 3 liters of blood, but there was nothing she could do. In the end, the pressure and grievance in her heart will push her to find ways to increase her strength and then step into the Smoke Sea's ambush. Unfortunately, the pressure has already formed. Otherwise, she wouldn't have arranged for the City of Knowledge to write these books. Yi Shur waved his hand and said in a low voice, because of Ah Kuin's plan, Danny Lissy could come to the Misty Sea at any time. That's why we gathered together to ambush her. Then, by the same logic, she had the City of Knowledge print books that slander the gods. Could it be that she was also waiting for the gods in the old town who were blinded by anger? The gods' expressions froze, and they all fell silent. Shadow Devil Lalo said, "We can remember the vengeance of the scholar. With the memories and lifespan of us gods, there will always be a chance for revenge." Now, there are 2 key points. First, when will Danny Lissy come to the Misty Sea? Second, how should we deal with the disaster of the living dead in Ursos? Ah Kuin, you're the best at concealing fate. Danny Lissy shouldn't have noticed that your priest was lying, right? Yi Shur looked at the red minotaur. Red Bull Ah Kuin smiled foolishly and said, "My priest wasn't lying at all. I was the one who was lying." After that time, the bishop of the Outer Holy Church even became Bull Ben's good friend. My talent is to confuse right and wrong. As long as the gods here don't betray me, Danny Lissy won't be able to sense the malice behind my simple smile when she sees me. Did Danny Lissy try to rope you in? You're one of the few powerful gods who didn't join the righteous alliance, the tentacle demon asked. Ah Kuin's smile disappeared, and he shook his head regretfully. I've been waiting for her to rope me in, but she doesn't even seem to want to see me. However, the Outer Holy Church has always been on good terms with my Red Bull Church. After the fall of the Island of Gods, the 7 Holy Knights even went to the Red Bull Temple a few times. Bull Ben also reached a verbal agreement with Stellan. Whether Danny Lissy falls for it or not, we'll see in a while. In any case, I'm trying to create a neutral and aloof image. I can't take the initiative to get close. How long do we have to wait? An evil god on the 14th throne side. It's her destiny to go to the Misty Sea and merge with Balerion. Let's wait patiently. She'll come in 2 years at most, Lalo said in a low voice. 2 years, Yi Shur nodded and wondered. It's been almost 2 months since the incident at the School of Black and White. Why is there only a corpse tied in bravos? The people of Ursos and the other cities have endured for 2 months and can't hold on any longer. Or is this Frost God's plan to force the humans to collapse and take them down in one go? A humanoid evil god on the Dragon King's throne outside the 14th throne stood up and said, according to the confession of faceless one Jia Kuin, who was captured by Chizong, Frost God didn't plan to attack Ursos immediately. He's waiting for the long night to come, when the north wind stops and the river freezes. Then he'll attack. It'll probably take another 2 years. Waiting for the world to stop falling and for the temperature to drop to the lowest point? Yi Shur pondered. That's reasonable. At that time, the power of the other ghosts and Frost God will reach their peak. However, I've tried to find out the whereabouts of the faceless ghosts and found nothing. That's not normal. The pale, holy child frowned. That's strange. I've been sending my will to the high priest and searching around the temple, but I didn't find a single faceless ghost. Lalo's expression changed. Me too. The believers pray at the temple every day, and even the priests are worried. But after I sent my will, I didn't find any trace of the faceless ghosts. I thought they were avoiding the Red God Temple. Me too. The big shots on the 14th throne looked at each other and realized that things were getting out of control. Maybe we can't just watch anymore. At least control the situation in Bravos. Lalo said with a serious expression. Yi sure nodded. Let's see how Frost God reacts by attacking the other ghosts in Bravos. At worst, it'll be the same as the last era, where the human kingdoms will be wiped out. Red Bolakuin looked at Yi Shur in confusion. Didn't your son's Dawn Kingdom drown in the tide of zombies during the last long night? Yi Shur shook his head. The fall of every demigod kingdom happened right under our noses. The destruction of the demigod era was foreseen by the gods from the beginning. The focus now is not on how many people died in Ursos or how many cities fell. I don't care if all the mortals die, but we can't let things get out of the control of the gods. Yi Shur is right. We don't care how serious the disaster is or how the long night ends. But everything must be under the control of the gods. The handsome demon god in human form said. The gods discussed for a while and finally made a decision. First, they would increase the support of their priests' divine arts. They would attack the grass in Bravos and the snakes of Frost God. Secondly, they would choose a group of demigods who were good at movement and reconnaissance from the periphery of the Alliance. They would scout for the movements of the other ghosts around the city-states. But when selecting the scouts, the gods ran into a problem. Gods who were proficient in flying, stealth, and tracking had become extremely rare. There were hundreds of gods and demons, but not even 10 qualified scouts could be selected. If Chizong hadn't killed so many gods along the way, this mission would have been very simple. Lalo said regretfully, the gods who were good at movement and stealth had all gone to Hunterian, only to be slapped to death by Chizong's Holy Mother, God Palm. This was especially the case when Reese set up an ambush. A large group of gods and devils with the ability to fly quickly followed Tessa. In the end, Chizong summoned the Holy Mother, and with a first flame domain, more than 10 extremely fast evil gods were burned to ashes. Just the word miserable was enough to describe it. Hearing our Hiller mention Chizong, an evil god among the 14 thrones whose eyes flickered with tiny bolts of lightning, asked curiously, after coming to the Smoke Sea, we haven't heard any news of Chizong. What has he been doing recently? Has the message team arrived at the Barren Land? They've been here for almost a month, an evil god replied. No more gods to stop them, the lightning-eyed evil god asked. Yi Shur explained. After Murthia's death, there have been gods following the message team. Every time the dwarf went out alone, there would be gods who couldn't resist the temptation of the demigod blood. Especially after the battle with me, Danny Leesy's Song of Fire's first flame characteristic was confirmed. Those gods who wanted to break through almost went crazy. At this point, Yi Shur couldn't help but sneer. They didn't even think about how Murthia died. The dwarf was obviously fishing. After suffering a few losses, no more gods fell for it. Yi Shur's expression became complicated. When the message team left Dragonstone Island, everyone said that they would never think of the Barren Land or even leave the Narrow Sea. Now, Chizong and his disciple have slapped everyone in the face. Not only did they reach their destination safely, but they were also unharmed. It's indeed unbelievable. Horseshoe War God said helplessly. The difficulties and obstacles along the way forged the supreme reputation of the 7 gods. 3 emperors, 18 temples, 36 rebel kings, 72 smoke roads, 108 mountains, and 200 dukes formed a huge allied army that was approaching the Barren Land. Even Emperor Bo wanted to remove Chizong's title of Imperial Preceptor. However, when Chizong's battle achievements came, the rebel army began to hesitate. Emperor Bo also issued 3 imperial edicts. The first one conferred Chizong the title of Imperial Preceptor. The second one called him Imperial Preceptor and Imperial Preceptor. The third one was even more exaggerated. Emperor Bo gave Qizong the title of Wanzong Great Sacred Master, meaning the sacred master of many supernatural powers. Wanzong Great Sacred Master? Even Danny Lisi can't bear this title. What virtue and ability does Qizong have? How can the supernatural sects of the barren land tolerate it? How can we tolerate it? The lightning, demon god, was furious. His body crackled, flickering with blue and white lightning. That's right, no one could endure it. When Qizong received his title in the Yidu imperial palace and became a legitimate, great, sacred master, the rebel army that had originally retreated actually once again majestically surrounded the Yidu. Right now, Qizong is also fighting with the 3 imperial preceptors of the rebel army. Yi Shi said with a strange expression, "Why did 3 more imperial preceptors come?" The lightning, demon god, frowned. The 3 imperial preceptors of the rebel army are called Great God Lion, Great God Horse, and Great God Ox. Chapter 1005. The teaching team stayed in Shamiliana for half a month, searching for traces of deviant ghost babies and ghouls. They didn't find the little deviant ghosts. The living dead also nowhere to be seen. However, through the guidance of Jia Kuin's departed spirit, Qizong and his disciples found tens of thousands of undead corpse ghosts in an extremely hidden cave. Jia Kuin, who summoned them, died, and the ghouls collapsed on the ground, turning back into corpses. They couldn't be summoned again. The more deviant ghost babies there are, the more powerful the god of cold is. Moreover, he can help a certain faceless person block the prophecy of the gods. I have been very careful, hiding the ghouls in caves, under the ice of creeks, and even in the coastal waters where the tide is mild. Jia Kuin explained, with the god of cold being so cautious, it was no wonder that the gods couldn't find traces of the faceless deviant ghosts. After burning the corpses in the cave, the teaching team searched for a few days, but they didn't find any traces of the living dead. After that, Qizong and his disciples went south to Furious Roar City, building a sacred hall in the western city of Jade Sea. Without much delay, they arrived at Thunder Island in Jade Sea. Thunder Island was in the south of Barren Land, which was probably the geographical relationship between the Celestial Empire and Dazed Bay. The Queen of Thunder Island had received a favor from the Dragon Queen in her early years. The Dragon Queen provided the Brandon Evil Suppression Formation to help Kuei Shi and other wizards seal the whispers of Evil God in the underground palace. Moreover, the Queen of Thunder Island's royal husband came from Barren Land's Bu family. Qizong and his disciples lived a peaceful life for half a month. The reason why they stayed on Thunder Island for so long was also Tyrion's idea. He wanted to watch the fire burning on the other side of the river and understand the current political situation in Jade Sea and Barren Land. Soon he received a piece of good news. Because Master Qizong killed demons and devils along the way, the rebel army began to retreat. Not only did the 200 warlords set up camp 100 kilometers away from Barren Land, they also avoided Barren Land's sphere of influence and began to scatter to the southern counties to steal food and occupy territory. The reason why the rebel army went south to Barren Land was that the position of state teacher was too hateful. Also, the night was long and the north was hard. They planned to hide in the rich south for winter. This was similar to the 18 warlords of Eastern Han Dynasty. Upholding the Han Dynasty and suppressing the traitor Dong Zhuo were just slogans. Making a name for himself and vying for the throne of the Central Plains were the most important. When Dong Feifei moved the capital to Chang, and when the imperial jade seal was taken out from the well by Sun Jian, when the dignity of the Liu family was trampled into the mud in public, other than the hot-blooded boss Chao, none of the vassals in the alliance had the intention to kill Dong Fuan. Now that 200 dukes had rebelled, the Bo family had long lost the support of the people and the righteousness of the dynasty. The only area they controlled was Yidu. It just so happened that Qizong was fiercer than Lu Bu. The dukes felt that it was not worth it to fight to the death. Thus, the barbarian lords began to learn from the Guangdong lords. You cut off my army's rations, I stole your camp, I annexed your army, you killed my lord. If they had heard this news at any other time, the mission team would have been as overjoyed as the Bo family. Actually, when Qizong and the others first learned of this matter, they indeed let out a long sigh of relief. The dwarf even went with the hunting dog to the Passion Garden to have some fun. But soon, the Dragon Queen sent an order. Do not let the 200 vassals fall into a chaotic battle. When the dwarf first heard this, he thought that his sister had gone mad. You still lack the big picture. You can't distinguish between the main and secondary conflicts. The happiest ones in barbarian lands are the deviant ghosts. The happier you are now, the more terrible you will be in the future. The Dragon Queen's words woke them up. The dwarf was the first to react. First of all, the 200 dukes were the strongest human army in Jade Sea. If they ran out of internal strife, who would deal with the zombie horde in the future? Secondly, the barbarians were used to burials. The dukes who died in battle had the right to build tombs. Ordinary soldiers and refugees would be buried in a mass grave and covered with a thin layer of soil. This was a blood transfusion for the deviant ghosts. With this, the barbarian lands would definitely fall. If the barbarian lands fell, the Jejesnai plains to the north of the barbarian lands would not be able to escape. The problem was that the barbarian lands and the Jejesnai plains were not completely sealed islands. Across the Bone Mountains and to the west was the Centaur's Dothraki Plains. To the southeast and southwest was the Jade Sea city-state. It could be said that once the barbarian lands exploded, the entire Jade Sea would be doomed. In the end, the zombie horde would migrate from the east to the west, dragging the entire world into hell. The Dragon Queen's current status was constantly rising, and the height from which she looked at things was also increasing. Unknowingly, she had already adapted and was working hard to fulfill her duties as a savior. Thus, she ordered Emperor Bu, do your best to provoke the 200 northern dukes and have them unite as one to resist the Bu family. Thus, Emperor Bu issued 3 edicts in a row, and Qizang's status rose again and again. When Qizong became the great saint master of myriad sects, he issued a proclamation in all directions, requesting all the transcendents of barbarian lands to gather in barbarian capital and sign the investiture of the gods. The 200 dukes could not remain calm. They united once again and continued the unfinished journey of purging the emperor's subordinates. How did the East travel scriptures become the investiture of the gods? The barbarian land situation is different from that of Westeros. In Westeros, inheritance is based on the family and will not change for 10,000 years. Every power is a large family with a long history. In barbarian lands, families are mostly attached to a certain religion or school of transcendence, and then pass it down generation after generation in the form of a sect. After the end of the last era's Dawn Empire, the Golden Celestial Empire began. However, the Celestial Empire is not a single dynasty. From the first generation's Grey Dynasty to the current Azure Dynasty, there have been a total of 10 dynasties changing. Thus, the noble families of barbarian lands have always been changing, and only the religions of the gods and the sects with heritage continue as before. The Dragon Queen explained in the glass candle. The dwarf suddenly understood. The sects of barbarian lands are equivalent to the Westeros counts and marquises. The 200 dukes' rebel army are essentially 200 sects? The Dragon Queen nodded. The purpose of the investiture of the gods lies in this. By unifying the transcendence forces of barbarian lands, the chaos in barbarian lands can be quickly quelled. After experiencing so many things, Dany was extremely disgusted with the gods who did not care about the big picture, forgot righteousness for profit, and acted recklessly. Now, she somewhat thought she understood Hongjun ancestor's feelings when he handed the investiture of the gods to the saint of primordial origin. The gods had committed a mortal calamity and were punished with death. They needed a great purge to eliminate the incorrigible trash. Then, They would choose a group of their own from the remaining obedient people to establish a supervision system for the Transcendence realm. Perhaps they could create a heavenly court of Dani Hautian? The heavenly court was too far away. It was just a dream. However, Barbarian Lands was on the brink of a zombie tide crisis. They needed to establish a united front against the ghosts as soon as possible, especially the power of the Transcendence realm. First, let the 200 rebellious vassals understand the danger they are in. Deviant ghosts will not negotiate with the living. If they agree to join the united front against the ghosts, they will sign a sacred oath in the investiture of the gods. From then on, the entire sect and even the armies of the dukes supported by the sect will be under the leadership of Qizong. Should I give Qizong a barbarian name? His original name is Matthew. Mazia. When the long night is over, Mazia will open the investiture of the gods. According to the contributions and hard work, the person who signed the contract will be given an official position and land. The title will be hereditary and live as long as the heavens. The dynasty will change, but the title will not change. If they resist the will of the heavens and are unwilling to sign the investiture of the gods, they will be declared a traitor and their sect will be exterminated. This was the order that the Dragon Queen gave to the teaching team. It was very awkward. The 200 dukes did not really believe in the faceless, deviant ghosts. They thought that Mazia was deliberately using deviant ghosts to scare them. Then, the news of the zombie tide in Bravos came. The dukes who were backed by the evil god church also received the news from the gods to increase their vigilance. Although the dukes were shocked and fearful, they still opposed Mazia's title of Thousand Sect Great Saint Master, and were even more against signing the investiture of the gods. Later on, some dukes were worried that deviant ghosts would sneak up on their homes. They started to reorganize their army and prepared to return home. Some dukes were worried that the north was not safe, so they persuaded their allies to take over barbarian lands. They used barbarian lands with high walls and deep cities as a stronghold to defend against the incoming zombie tide. Even if things did not go well, they could still take a boat from barbarian lands to the south to Thunder Island. For a moment, the 200 dukes who did not have the same thoughts fell into chaos again. However, this time, the chaos was quelled quickly because the northern dukes had an alliance leader. The alliance leaders of the 3 great emperors came out to mediate. They immediately unified their thoughts and suppressed the injustice. Just like the dukes of Guangdong during the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty. As long as Yuan Benchu and his brother did not mess around, it was not difficult to maintain the stability of the alliance. Even if they could not be convinced by reason, they could still be convinced by force. The 3 great emperors first made a request to the Bo family. They could establish a united front against the ghosts. However, this was the internal affairs of barbarian lands and had nothing to do with the barbaric monks in the land of the setting sun. If they chased away the teaching team and abolished the 7 Gods Church, they would cooperate to fight the ghosts. At this time, the teaching team had already arrived at barbarian lands. Qizong was the chief bishop of barbarian lands, the teacher of the emperor, the state teacher, and the great saint master of Thousand Sect. He was definitely a bug in the religious field. As prime minister of the barons, Tyrion held the reins of government and enjoyed the standard treatment of a traitor. His presence in court is unknown, his name unknown, and his sword in court. Within the Holy See, Sang Zhe was training a newly formed team of 5,000 warrior sons. In the imperial court, Hound was also the general of ghost resistance and the commander of barbarian lands. Varys returned to his old profession and became the chief of intelligence. He set up the East and West factories. The East factory supervised the civil and military officials, while the West factory strictly controlled the common people. Even Bo Tianzi had to respectfully address him as factory master. Varys was the illegitimate son of Targaryen and was a relative of the Dragon Queen. There were rumors that Factory Master Varys had secretly set up the rear guard commandery, which was responsible for collecting external information. The members of the rearguard commandery were mostly nobles. They were the second and third sons who did not have the right to inherit. They were used to wearing brocade robes, so they were also known as the brocade guards. There were also people who refuted that the commander of the brocade guards was not factory master, but the horse-faced girl, horse-faced Reaper Arya. There were also people who said that this was not contradictory. Factory master and horse-faced Reaper each set up a rearguard commandery. The commander of the brocade guards was horse-faced Reaper. The other rearguard commandery was called Bird's Nest, which specialized in domesticating little birds. The people who put forward this point of view quickly provided evidence. Why was Arya Stark called Horse-Faced Reaper? Firstly, of course, it was because of her long horse face. Secondly, Miss Arya killed people like scything flax, just like the Reaper. All kinds of transcendence and sex could operate openly in the barbarian land. As the capital of the barbarian land, there were even more religions in the barbarian land. They were as messy as cattle lice. The imperial court's power was weak, and it had completely lost control over transcendence and transcendence. Horse-Faced Reaper was in charge of managing the transcendence affairs in the barbarian land. As long as the transcendents committed crimes such as breaking the law, not being disciplined, operating without a license, or preaching, they would be killed by the brocade guards led by her at night. When the civilians of the barbarian land went out, they would see brocade guards traveling at night. When they woke up at night, they would often see a black shadow flashing across the roofs. It was said that it was the horse-faced girl holding a giant scythe. She led the brocade guards to leap over roofs and vault over walls. She was either on the way to kill people or on the way back after killing people. The barbarian land's politics, religion, intelligence, and army were almost all controlled by the scripture passing squad. How could Prince Bu agree to the rebel emperor's request to chase away Qizong? Since he could not chase away the scripture passing squad, the Duke settled for the next best thing, which was to fight with Qizong outside the barbarian land. Chapter 1006. The rebels believed that Qizong was only barely qualified to become an imperial preceptor, but he was definitely not worthy of the title of Myriad Sect's Great Sacred Master. To become a Myriad Sect's Great Sacred Master, one had to surpass the transcendent sects behind the 200 vassals in terms of virtue and martial arts. And the 200 vassals were led by the 3 traders, which meant that Qizong had to convince at least 3 traders. Barbarian land was divided into 3 factions. The Bo family's Azure dynasty entered its final days, and its capital was Barbarian Land. It was located in the southernmost part of Barbarian Land, close to the Jade Sea. The Chai family's Yellow dynasty was established by the descendants of the previous dynasty. Its capital was Kaseko, located in the Daybreak mountain range to the east of Barbarian Land. Buxiong, a mixed blood of Barbarian Land and Zebra people, established the Buxiong family's Orange dynasty. Its capital was Merchant Town in the north. In the Jijesnai Plains in the north, there was also Barbarian Land's archenemy for thousands of years, the Zebra people tribe. There were a total of 4 countries and 4 emperors. After the Bo family chose Qizong as their imperial preceptor, the other 3 countries also chose an imperial preceptor, apart from forming a coalition of vassals to uphold justice. The Zebra people's imperial preceptor was known as Great God Horse. The other was an old Zebra people woman, a powerful moon chanter, and also a pale holy child priest. The Chai family's descendants chose the high priest of Night Lion as their imperial preceptor. He was known as Great God Lion Strength. He was proficient in blood witchcraft and was a dark warlock. Merchant Town's mixed blood emperor, Buxiong, was a believer of Red Bull-Akun, so his imperial preceptor came from the Red Bull religion. He was known as Great God Bull Strength and was a Cloud Realm mage. The reason why it was called such a hateful name was not because the 3rd priest had become the state preceptor who was admired by tens of thousands of people. In fact, after the 3 emperors chose them as imperial preceptors, not only were the 200 traders dissatisfied, the other transcendents who belonged to the same faction were also dissatisfied with them. They were even more willing to accept Qizong as Barbarian Land's imperial preceptor. This was because Qizong had killed many gods, so many that they could not accept it. To convince the masses, the three imperial preceptors used the characteristics of the gods they believed in as their titles, naming them as lion strength, bull strength, and horse strength. The so-called great gods did not refer to the three imperial advisors as great gods, but to the three mighty heavenly gods of Jade Seas. Red Bull Kuin, Night Lion, and Pale Child were all mainstream gods of the barbarian land, just like Red God Lalo of the western continent of Ursus. Even if the extraordinaires of the other sects had any opinions about these three great gods, they had to keep it to themselves. The three imperial advisors had the same naming method and address, indicating that the three parties had the same status. In this way, there would be no more discord between the imperial advisors because of the title. The venue for the battle of the four imperial advisors was outside Edu City. Earth was used as a platform, and the stairs were 9 feet high. Below the high platform, the four imperial preceptors led their men to each side. The city walls were filled with spectators, emperors, dukes, commoners, and soldiers. More than 100,000 people were there to witness this once-in-10,000 years event. Even Dani was present at the battle through her mental projection. At the north gate of Edu City, there were craftsmen building wooden and thatched sheds on the city walls, which were equivalent to VIP seats. Kuei, she had a small private room to herself. The competition was divided into literary and martial competitions, with a total of 6 rounds. The competition topics were provided by the three great gods, and then Qizong would choose one of them. For example, great god Niu Li wanted to compete with Qizong in the art of controlling the weather. He proposed rain, sleet, clear skies, hail, fog, and other weather competitions. Then, Qizong chose the most difficult one, praying for rain. Now that the temperature was below -20 degrees, artificial rain was definitely more difficult than other weather events, because under normal circumstances, rain would not fall at all. Under the effect of the cold air, the water vapor in the air would quickly condense into snowflakes. After great god Niu Li killed 2 adult virgins, a man and a woman, he stood on the high platform and jumped up. In a moment, 100,000 people cried out in alarm. Black clouds surged in the sky, and it actually started to rain. What is the background of Red Bull Kuin? Dani looked at the sky and said in surprise, "The laws of physics are simply eaten by dogs. The temperature is so low, the air pressure is constant, and the water without any additives doesn't freeze." Kuei, she said, "Gods will not casually change their divinity and priesthood. Kuin of Edu City is the same as Kuin of Free Trade City. They are both gods of animal husbandry, whose doctrines are more in line with human values. Humans sacrifice white heifers to Kuin, praying that their own female animals can produce more cubs." Dani frowned and said, "Kuin's doctrines are barely in line with my 3 views. Some cultivators have suggested that the Seven Gods Church can form an alliance with Red Bull Kuin. What do you think? If you have the confidence to control Kuin, no matter what his real thoughts are, you can use him. Otherwise, you have to be vigilant against any demon god." "Kuei," she said. Actually, Dani's expression was strange. "I will not completely trust a demon god. I am considering to contact Kuin to encourage him to be a spy in the alliance of justice and order." Kuei, she thought for a moment and said, "You can try. I have seen an unconfirmed secret in the archives of the Necromancer Association. Kuin may have a special talent in hiding cause and effect. Maybe he can be a good spy. Does he have a priesthood in controlling the weather?" Dani asked. Kuei, she looked at Niu Li, who was strolling in the rain, and said, "All gods can control the weather to a certain extent. The key is that Niu Li is a very special person. Other than the Red Bull priest, He is also a cloud realm wizard who specializes in controlling the weather. Today, he only borrowed Akuin's divine power. He can use the rain-praying technique, but it is his own ability. After a short pause, she introduced great god Nioli. His name is Nyorong. He is highly valued by Bushyong. He is a great wizard who can be called a national treasure. A few years ago, he sacrificed 64 pairs of virgin boys and girls to Akuin, summoning a heavy rain that lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The northern land that had been dry for 2 years was thus restored to production. It was also that heavy rain that caused the Gray Plague in Kuin Prefecture, thousands of miles away. It lasted for 4 years and spread hundreds of kilometers around. Hundreds of thousands of people died because of it. It was not until your black dragon came to Edu that the plague was completely stopped. Witchcraft is a sword without a handle. It is safest when it is not used. Once used, it is easy to hurt others and oneself. While Kuei she was lamenting, she saw Dragon Queen's mouth bulging into a big bun, and then she blew hard. The spiritual projection couldn't even blow the thatch on the ceiling, but the wind suddenly blew in the sky. The wind didn't blow in a fixed direction. The wind from all directions rushed to the same place, the sky above the rain-praying platform. The clouds moved with the wind. The dark clouds were like a wet sponge. The sponge with a radius of a few kilometers crowded above Nioli's head. A giant hand seemed to appear in the sky, holding the sponge and squeezing it hard. The water in the sponge fell like a waterfall. The water volume increased sharply, and the drizzling rain immediately turned into uncontrollable hail. It was at least the size of a fist, and the largest was even the size of a small car. The volume of the rain was too large, and even the Cloud Realm wizard couldn't keep all the fresh water liquid. Nioli was stunned at first, but soon his head was smashed and bleeding. He covered his head and fled like a rat. The hail seemed to have grown eyes and chased after him. The surrounding audience was shocked and inexplicably surprised. Kuei, she hurriedly said, Nyorong is an honest elder. Don't kill him. Also, you're looking for Akuin to be a spy in the Justice Alliance. Look at his calm expression when he sacrificed living people. It's obvious that this isn't the first time he's done it. What kind of honest elder is he? Danny said this, but the hand that was squeezing the sponge loosened. Sigh, according to your standards, every barbarian wizard is guilty and should be killed. Kuei sighed. That's why we need to sign the investiture of the gods and set up an official organization to supervise the actions of extraordinaires. Danny took the opportunity to promote her investiture of the gods. Kuei, she was also firmly against the idea of enlistment. Isn't the reason we strive to pursue extraordinary power to be more detached and free? The shadow-binding knight refused again. That's not up to you. Danny said. Nioli was carried down. Everyone in the barbarian imperial court cheered, but the vassals were furious. They cursed Chizong for stabbing them in the back and being a hypocrite. Well, seeing Nioli bleeding profusely, Chizong's merciful heart was triggered. He walked up to the vassal seat and suggested using the holy healing art to treat Nioli's injuries. Not only that, he even apologized sincerely. It's all my fault. I chose such a difficult competition, causing Grand Preceptor Nioli to lose control of his magic power. The night is long and the weather is cold. It's too difficult for the Grand Preceptor to summon rain. But I want to win. Only by setting up a united front against ghosts can we save Barbarian. So, I'm sorry, I can only choose to pray for rain, which is easy for me. Hypocrite, shameless. That gust of wind just now wasn't summoned by you? Bosan said angrily. I swear it really wasn't me. Chizong waved his hand. There's divine power in the wind. It carries the aura of your spirit. Bosan sneered. It has my divine power, but it has nothing to do with me. The Holy Mother has always been watching the entire world with benevolent eyes. She borrowed my power to summon the wind, Chizong said seriously. Bah, masked evil monk. Bah, masked evil monk! Bah, bah, masked evil monk! Under everyone's spittle, Chizong helplessly retreated. Then he used a palm to sweep away the clouds and raise a palm to burn the sky. He clenched the sponge, and the fire burned the hail, turning it into a downpour. Just like Chizong said, it was extremely simple for him. This is the legendary Holy Mother Divine Palm. While the 100,000 spectators were stupefied, they also felt reverence for Chizong. Even the vassals no longer scolded him. They all muttered inwardly, "Although Chizong is hypocritical, he has true ability. I want to compete with you in prophecy. You can choose any of the good and bad fortune of a person, the change of the weather in the future." Great God Ma Li looked at Chizong and said sinisterly. Chizong closed his eyes and thought for a moment. He said, "Can I guess things through the board?" Great God Ma Li sneered and nodded. "That's even better. We'll know the result even faster." This time, Danny didn't help Chizong cheat. He cheated himself. When the zebra man moon singer operated his demonic energy, racking his brains to guess whether it was a peach or an apple in the chest, Chizong's holy soul left his body, turning into an angel. He entered the chest with a whoosh and saw everything inside clearly. However, even if Chizong cheated, it still took him 3 times to defeat Great God Mali, because the other party had true ability, and Chizong wasn't as cunning as Wukong. He didn't gnaw the peach into a peach pit, nor did he change the gem bracelet of the number 1 courtesan in Yidu into a rag. Therefore, in the first 2 matches, Chizong and Great God Ma Li wrote the same answer on the paper. For the 3rd time, Chizong humbly accepted the dwarf's suggestion. In order to save the world, he should give up his moral integrity. When Great God Ma Li handed the answer to the referee, Angel Chizong burned the clothes of the red god Little Believer in the wooden chest. Yes, the red robe outside was burned, leaving only the white robe inside. Therefore, Great God Ma Li's red-robed little monk guessed wrong. Chapter 1007. Dom, wear your red robes. Why are you reciting the 7 Stars Bible? Ma Li was shocked and furious. When the red god saw that his disciple had betrayed his sect, he was even more furious. Saint Master Chizong forced me. The little monk had a long face as he recounted what happened in the box. High priest, if I don't listen to you, Chizong will kill me with the Holy Mother Palm. I'm scared. The 8-year-old little monk began to weep. That's not true. I advised him nicely and taught him the need to build a united front against ghosts. I convinced him with virtue and treated him with courtesy. I didn't threaten him with the Holy Mother Palm. Really, I swear to the Holy Mother. Faced with everyone's insults and condemnation, Chizong explained anxiously with a pale face. Ma Li sneered. Chizong, do you think we should believe a masked evil monk like you, or an 8-year-old innocent child? Child, why are you so bad? Deceiving. Before Chizong could finish lamenting, the little monk shrunk his neck and shouted, Saint Master Chizong, don't hit me! Chizong was agitated. You saw it. I didn't do anything, and this child said I wanted to hit him. What's going on? The red god priest was also puzzled. The little monk Dom pointed at Chizong's right palm in front of his chest and shivered as he said, High priest, that's the starting stance of the Holy Mother Palm. Not only do actors perform it in theaters, even beggars on the streets put their palms in front of their chests and shout, Mighty Heavenly Dragon, Holy Mother Palm. Also, when he prayed for rain just now, he did the same before he used the Holy Mother Palm. Wasn't it obvious? What was more terrifying than this silent threat? Anyway, the child was scared to tears. Chizong's expression froze. He retracted his right palm unnaturally and said embarrassedly, Sorry, I'm used to it. My talent is poor, and my speed of understanding divine arts is slow. I can only train hard. However, using the Holy Mother Palm consumes a lot of divine power. In order not to waste it, I can only use the palm against gods and devils while comprehending the technique. Usually, I'll just take the starting stance and won't really hit. Don't worry about me losing control of my palm and injuring the innocent. In the past few months, I've killed more than 50 evil gods consecutively. My Holy Mother Divine palm has already reached the threshold. Ah, why are you guys looking at me like that? The little monk shrank behind the red-robed high priest like a little mouse. High priest Red God's eyes were unfocused, and his body trembled as he retreated step by step. Ma Li, who was filled with righteous indignation, immediately shut his mouth. With a frightened and vigilant expression, he staggered back to his team. Even the spectators around the battle platform, the 200 vassals and their armies, and even the Azure Imperial Court that was cheering for Qizong on E Capital's side all fell silent, looking at Qizong in fear. Sigh, since you've already said that, then let's consider this your win. Seeing that he was surrounded by his own people, Mali finally regained his courage to look Qizong in the eye and talk to him. Master Mali, you are too modest. Qizong returned the greeting in a daze. Qizong is so shameless. He threatened all of us in front of 100,000 people and still pretended to be innocent. Jahada, the zebra beside Mali, whispered. He's already so powerful, yet he's still so shameless. Qizong is terrifying. Emperor Chai of the Yellow Dynasty sighed. Although Ma Li and the 3 traders were forced to admit defeat, the 200 vassals were too big. Some of the vassals at the back and the side did not see what happened clearly. They were only sure that Qizong had cheated and threatened the little monk Red God. Qizong is shameless. He used deception. This is a competition of prophecies. He can't use other methods. That made sense. The purpose of guessing was to test Qizong and Ma Li's prophecy abilities. Ma Li did not cheat. He used his true abilities to predict the item in the box. However, Qizong used his undetectable saint soul to enter the box to observe. This went against the original purpose of the prophecy competition. Qizong was a true honest monk. When he heard the vassals' accusations, his face flushed red. He could not speak. He could only place his right palm before his chest and bow repeatedly in apology. I did use a trick in this competition. It's really Walala. The vassals in front of him retreated in fear. Master Qizong, you're not wrong. This competition is guessing. Using the soul to peek at fate is also considered a skill. The dwarf could not stand it anymore. He jumped off the prime minister's chair and pulled down Qizong's right hand. He said loudly, both sides were indeed competing in prophecy. However, Yang Li could only guess the person and item in the box. He did not even predict that my master's saint soul could leave his body. He's an angel everyone knows. He even performed the divine art of turning into an angel in front of countless believers on the platform of the great cathedral of Baylor. Unfortunately, Yang Li did not know such important information. What's there to boast about this kind of prophecy that is useless in the face of great things but effective in small games? The real prophecy is the interference of fate. The gods you believe in were killed by Qizong's master with a single palm strike. Countless of your fates were easily rewritten by him. He doesn't even know about it, nor does he care. You idiots traveled thousands of miles and hundreds of thousands of people to the outskirts of Barbarian City. But you completely ignored the other ghosts that changed the fate of Barbarian City at this moment. Your prophecy is not worth a fart. When he said this, the entire place fell silent. Everyone was furious, but they had to admit that there was nothing wrong with the dwarf's words. Ma Li was the most powerful moonchanter in the Jejesnai Plains. He was also one of the most powerful prophets in the world. However, he could not predict the existence and movements of the other ghosts. Of course, it could not be said that his prophecy was completely useless. Under the premise that there was no interference from outsiders, he could predict the weather, natural disasters, the future of a country, the fate of a king. Yes, the premise was that no one interfered. If Qizong did not know how to leave his body with his saint soul, he would not have lost this match. The dragon, Queen, gently plucked the strings of fate. The outcome of Li's prophecy would be completely different from reality. The third person to take the stage, Lion Li, proposed to compete with Qizong in determination. Hence, Qizong chose to abstain from food and prey, which he was best at. On the two diagonal corners of the dueling platform were two oak pillars. They were 5 meters tall and as thick as a bull's mouth. The two masters stood on top of them in the posture of a golden rooster. If they were tired, they could change legs. However, they had to recite their respective churches' scriptures at all times. This time, no one cheated. Due to Qi Zhang's shocking methods, before the duel, Lion Li requested for both parties to swear a holy oath. Neither of them would use any tricks to interfere with the other, nor could they use any divine arts to enhance themselves. It was a true battle of wills. After a day and a night, 90% of the crowd around the dueling platform had left. Even Danny was bored. I didn't expect the evil god priest's meditation technique to be so good. Kuei, she said. His name is Blackstone, a dark sorcerer. He walks barefoot in the eastern land of darkness all year round. I heard that he once spent 10 years measuring the limits of the land of darkness. When he returned, he was like a skeleton that crawled out of a grave. He was thin and dry, but his mental power was so condensed that it was almost tangible. He was the one with the most hope of becoming a demigod in the past 100 years. All right, you might not feel anything about this at all. Sighing helplessly, the shadow-binding knight said. Someone asked him what he saw in the dark world. He said that he saw infinity. After that, he started to believe in the Night Lion of Darkness. Even though he was in a high position and became the chief priest of the Night Lion, he still lived like an ascetic monk. Look, it's been a day and a night, but he's still so calm. I suspect that he can derive great pleasure from hunger, thirst, and fatigue. Sai, such an outstanding person, should have converted to the 7 gods. It's such a pity that he chose to be a thief. The Holy Mother, Danny, shook her head regretfully. You should pay more attention to this duel. Qizong is in danger. Kuei, she said calmly. I notice that you're not anxious at all. Danny asked curiously. Why should I be anxious? The shadow-binding knight sneered. I said that no one likes your investiture of the gods, including me. It's obvious that you should like it. Based on our old friendship, I won't mistreat you. Kuei, she said helplessly, the idea of unifying the transcendent world is not realistic at all. Danny sighed. Do you think I care about Qizong's victory or defeat? If you don't care, will you help him cheat? You don't understand. The barbarian duel is more like a game to satisfy my bad taste. It's good if he wins, but if he doesn't, I'll accept this fate, Danny said with a strange expression. If you don't care, why did you create the hated investiture of the gods? Kuei, she asked suspiciously. Kuei, do you know one of your flaws? Danny asked. I'm not perfect. I have many flaws, Kuei, she said casually. You're too petty. Kuei, she couldn't be bothered anymore. She said angrily, how am I petty? Your vision has always been limited to one person, one family, one sect, one city, one country. You're used to only thinking about solving problems after you encounter them. For example, on the investiture of the gods, your vision only focuses on personal gains and losses. Have you never thought that barbarian lands really had other choices? If barbarian lands' transcendence didn't unite under me, would you be able to survive? Do you know why I don't care about the outcome of this duel? It's because the one who benefits the most from the outcome of the duel has never been me, but you, barbarians. If you're willing to submit to me obediently, under Qizong's leadership, there's still a 30% chance of surviving this long night. If you continue to be hostile to Qizong and the investiture of the gods, I dare to guarantee that barbarian lands will be destroyed. Those who oppose the investiture of the gods will all die. Those who live to the next era will all be my people. The world will naturally be at my mercy. This is also the reason why the gods formed the Righteous Alliance. They aren't willing to sit and wait for death. Kuei-shi's expression changed several times. In the end, she remained silent. 3 days later, the duel was still going on, but there weren't many spectators left. Danny also retracted her consciousness and focused on the study of space-time law. Her main focus was still on spatial divine arts. Spatial talent was the polarity of Song of Wind. Therefore, she was actually cultivating Song of Wind. Cultivating Song of Fire was beneficial to saving the world. But before saving the world, she had to save herself first. At this point, Danny, who had gradually grasped the spatial polarity of wind, suddenly felt lucky about the choice she made back then. Door God's talent was very powerful. It would be very helpful to her in the early stages, but in the later stages, this talent would seem a little repetitive. This was because she was also cultivating Song of Wind. When she cultivated Song of Wind to the limit, she would also walk the same path as Door God, comprehending the spatial polarity of Song of Wind. On the other hand, after Blackie obtained Door God's talent, it finally turned from a poor student to an ordinary student in the upper middle class. Of course, everything had its pros and cons. Even if it could share Door God's talent with Dragon Spirit, comprehending its own spatial polarity would be a waste of time. And in the long night, the most precious thing was time. On the 7th day of the duel between Seven Treasures and Lion Strength, Varys routinely prayed and accumulated divine power. Then, he used divine power to train his summoning technique. As usual, because he couldn't control the domineering spatial power, he suffered a backlash from the divine arts. His head was in pain, and he was bleeding from his 7 orifices. Just as he was about to end today's training and find Hound to treat his injuries, a circle of mysterious blue runes suddenly appeared on the table in front of him. A letter was in the center of the blue circle. I succeeded? Varys felt like he was in a dream. After touching the letter and confirming that it wasn't an illusion, he wiped the blood from his nose. With tears streaming down his face, he choked and said, "Finally, I've become a level 2 Grand Summoner. I can summon physical objects." Dany's spatial mastery had taken a big step forward. She had developed her own spatial divine arts. This is Dragon Queen's handwriting. This letter was summoned from Dragonstone Island. Varys hesitated for a moment before opening the letter. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically. There was only a very simple content on the letter. Midsummer Islands have fallen. Millions of people have become ghouls. Chapter 1008. In the summer sea to the south of Westeros, west of Sauceros continent, there was a large group of rich islands, the Midsummer Islands. It could be simply understood as the southern islands of the Song of Ice and Fire world. In the past, almost everyone, including Dany, thought that the safest place in the long night was the Midsummer Islands, because the Midsummer Islands were far away from Westeros and Essos, surrounded by the sea. Unless the deviants swept the world, the tide of the living dead would not affect this peaceful island. Even after the faceless deviants incident, many sea merchants of Essos risked going out to sea. They were willing to take the risk of being lost in the dark sea to go to the Midsummer Islands of the Eternal Night Paradise. Now, the people of the world were shocked. The Midsummer Islands, which were thought to be the safest, became the first island to fall. Other than those who left the port in time, there were very few survivors in the Midsummer Islands. The black-skinned Midsummer Islanders were almost wiped out. After the shock, everyone came to a realization. Deviants could not cross the sea, but faceless deviants could disguise themselves and go to any place that humans could reach by boat. Dragon Queen was feeling guilty for her carelessness when the second thunderstorm appeared in the barren land. "It's over! It's all over!" In the ruins of Valeglia, in the clean and new Dragon King Palace, Lalo covered his face with both hands, looking dispirited, unable to hide the despair in his heart. Are we being too smart this time? Lalo's current form was different from last time. Last time, it was the Shadow Devil Lalo with a bull head, snake body, and scorpion tail. This time it was the lava giant whose body emitted light and heat. Night Lion shook his head and sighed. The decision to send spies to find the faceless deviants was not wrong. The only mistake was bad luck. Bad luck indeed. Red Bull, Ah Kuan mumbled. The second corpse ghost outbreak occurred in the Barren Land because Frost God's plan in the Barren Land was exposed. The arrow on the bow had to be shot. At this time, Seven Treasures and Lion God's meditation battle had already lasted for a month. Over the past month, the two of them had not eaten or drunk anything. They had been standing on one leg in the snowstorm that was 20 to 30 degrees below zero while chanting scriptures non-stop. The two of them did not violate their vows, nor did they use any divine arts to cheat. They relied on their willpower and the power of their souls to hold on. After a month of hard work, both of them were as thin as skeletons. The priestly robes that had been ironed perfectly a month ago now looked like a tattered flag hanging on a bamboo pole. However, they were still persevering. Their mental strength was stable, and it seemed that they could still hold on for a long time. Whether it was the barbarians or the 200 dukes, they were all sincerely convinced by the two masters. They were both respectful and fearful. This wasn't a big deal, even if the fighting continued for a month, greatly wasting the time the barbarians had to prepare for war. If they didn't fight, the 200 dukes wouldn't listen to Chizong's arrangements. They wouldn't form a united front against ghosts. Unfortunately, the Alliance of Justice and Order was also interested in the barbarian city's fights, so they arranged for the gods to gather information about the faceless, deviant ghosts in the barbarian city. The Alliance of Justice and Order did not want to know the results of the battle. They had believers, and they could also descend with their wills. No matter what method they used, they could immediately understand the situation of the battle. The spies' main purpose was to find out about Tyrion's situation. Chizong was outside the city, participating in the Diana battle. Wouldn't the dwarf's protective power be empty? Coincidentally, the god who was scouting for information about the dwarf accidentally encountered an army of ghouls outside the barbarian city. There were hundreds of thousands of ghouls. The barbarian city was currently in a gathering of 200 dukes. The frost god was also preparing a big conspiracy in the barbarian city. He was quietly gathering the dead people in the barbarian city. Once the Bow family and the 200 rebellious dukes fell out, the millions of living dead would rush over like a flood, killing the living and reviving the dead. There was an 80% chance that they could wipe out the human forces in the barbarian city in one fell swoop. The frost god's plan was very vicious, but also very feasible. As long as the million ghouls ambush was completed, the barbarian city would definitely fall if the humans didn't die out. However, in order to hide their tracks, the spies of the Alliance of Justice and Order specifically chose a hidden route. Then, they encountered the ghouls who were hiding their tracks. What should they do if they encountered them? The frost god had no choice but to act personally. A strand of his will descended on the faceless, deviant ghosts, capturing 4 of the 5 spies in one fell swoop. The remaining one flew quickly and escaped. What should they do if they escaped? The frost god could only act in advance. Hundreds of thousands of ghouls poured down from the 9 heavens like an avalanche. After 8,000 years, the barbarians once again saw deviant ghosts, and they were once again taken away in one wave. The Dragon Queen was actually right. We are wasting our own hope of survival. We should have signed the investiture of the gods earlier and established a united front against the ghosts. Seeing the camp of the 200 dukes outside the city being drowned by the tide of living dead, Kuei-shi on the city wall felt his limbs go cold, unable to speak. Stop fighting. Grandmaster Chizong, save my life. The deviant ghosts are coming. Bo Tianzi's old face twisted as he shouted himself hoarse. However, even though he shouted himself hoarse, Chizong ignored him. That was because the great god lion strength was still standing on the pillar opposite him. The corpse tide had already drowned the battle platform. The ghouls had even piled up into a mountain of human flesh below the oak pillar, but the two of them were still fighting. However, Chizong's victory was already in sight. As the chanting of sutras became louder, a golden ball of holy light spread out from his body. The ghouls near the halo all howled in pain as if they were being roasted. There were no ghouls below him, but a pile of flesh gradually piled up below Great God Lion Strength. "I've lost," Great God Lion Strength said with a hoarse voice. "Thank you for letting me win, Grandmaster He-Shur." Chizong immediately leapt into the air. The entire barbarian capital seemed to tremble a few times under the great mighty heavenly dragon chant. "Raise fire and burn the heavens." Chizong's entire body was covered in a layer of flames. He charged left and right amidst the ghouls like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus Rex. Deviant ghosts and ghouls, as long as they were hit by him, they would immediately burn into matchsticks. Wherever he passed, a long trail of flames would be left behind in the snow. It's all thanks to Chizong this time. Otherwise, barbarian capital would have fallen, and the 200 dukes would have been wiped out. Barbarian land would really be finished. Lai Yanlalo sighed. "You're saying it as if we didn't do anything," Pale Holy Child said in displeasure. "As long as we're willing to do something, protecting the main cities of barbarian land is not a problem. However, what should we do next?" Lai Yanlalo said hesitantly, "Why don't we transfer a few powerful deities from the Alliance to oversee barbarian land? We're not going to ambush Dani Lilith. The more dangerous the situation is, the more anxious she will be. The more anxious she is, the more likely she will come to Yanhai," Night Lion said solemnly. "But I'm anxious too," Lai Yanlalo said anxiously. "This long night is different from the past. I have a bad feeling that Frost God might be going all out in the world pendant this time. He's going all out. He wasn't this active the previous few times, allowing Deviant Ghost King and Savior to do whatever they wanted. He wasn't as smart as this time, not willing to let go of any flaws that humans reveal. Frost God is serious," he said solemnly. "Don't forget your identity, Lalo. You're no longer Savior," Red Bull Akuan mocked. "Saving the world is Dani Lilith's matter. It has nothing to do with you. We're now the Alliance of Justice and Order. The Alliance of Justice and Order's only goal is to get rid of Dani Lilith. After dealing with her, you can play the Savior game as much as you want. We'll also applaud you from the side. Idiot, not every long night is destined to end." Lalo's eyes were full of disdain. He said coldly, "If we're too optimistic, the worst thing will happen. How bad can it be? It's nothing more than returning to darkness and coldness." Red Bull Akuan shrugged and said disapprovingly, "We have at least 20 gods here from that era, including you, Lalo. There's no white heifer in the dark world." A god of darkness laughed. Akuan was conflicted. A world without the white heifer is indeed unbearable. Night Lion said, "Lalo, change into the shadow demon form." Lalo hesitated. "You're too radical now. Your brain is muddled." Night Lion frowned. Lalo sighed. With a bang, he exploded into a ball of red flames with black smoke. There was a shadow under the flames. The flames gradually extinguished, and the shadow grew bigger. Finally, the flames disappeared, and a tall demon with a bull's head, snake's body, and scorpion's tail appeared on the throne. It was the shadow demon Lalo. "I miss that dark, cold, and ancient era. Let the Savior meet the deviant ghosts. Let the Frost God do whatever he wants. We'll just wait here for that bitch Dani rise." After changing into the shadow demon form, Lalo no longer felt a sense of urgency and responsibility towards the long night. "That's more like it." Akuan laughed. The Light King only became the Savior once, and his brain was already affected by the world will. Night Lion said coldly, "I let the shadow demon out because the flame demon is too impulsive. But his thoughts are not wrong. We have to do something. We can't let the deviant ghosts continue to wreak havoc in barren land. It's not to save the world, but to save ourselves. How are we in danger? Red Bull was confused. Idiot. Army God Bakran mocked. When the deviant ghosts become the main character of the next era, the Frost God will be the king of all gods. We have to bow down to him. Don't you understand this? Akuin's eyes widened. He had an awkward expression. I really neglected the Frost God. You're right. We can't let that outsider take advantage of us. Then he had an idea. He laughed sinisterly. Why don't I go to Barren Land and become the savior? While attacking the Frost God and stabilizing the situation, I can also become brothers with Chizong, the savior of the world, and become sworn brothers. Then, through Chizong, I can get in touch with Danny Rise, and then he. Pale Holy Child's eyes lit up. He praised, Kuin, you're really good at eating brains. Night Lion and the Dark Demon Gods also looked at Red Bull Akuin with admiration. Not a bad plan. Unfortunately, I heard it all. A bone chilling will spread from outside the hall. The gods' expressions changed drastically. They stood up in unison. Their god power surged, and all kinds of powerful witchcraft were ready to be unleashed. Don't be nervous. I'm the only one here. Cold mist flowed into the Dragon King's hall with the wind. In the pale white mist, there was a pair of blue eyes that resembled flashlights. As it approached the gods, the mist quickly disappeared like cotton in fire. It revealed the butterfly spirit in the mist. The woman's body had a pair of icy blue butterfly wings with strange patterns. There was also a pair of pink and cute fleshy feelers on her forehead. This was supposed to be a beautiful butterfly fairy. However, her skin was very strange. It was like an African with albinism. It also looked like a poor quality foundation was applied on her black skin. It was powder made from ice shards. Naz, you're not dead, but your statues have cracked. Your believers have lost their divine arts and have lost their sense of you. What's going on? Have you become a god spirit ghoul? Night Lion gulped and spoke with difficulty. I'm dead, but I'm alive again. My almighty Lord sang the song of ice and converted all my god power and divinity into the powerful ice attribute. Then he sang the song of death, and I returned from my slumber. I've returned. I'm no longer who I was in the past. Believers and temples are meaningless. Butterfly spirit flapped her wings. Ice shards with a faint blue glow fell and surrounded her body. It was very beautiful. Meaningless. The gods' expressions were unpleasant. I'm afraid this world is meaningless to you? What are you doing here? The world is more meaningful to me now. I'm working hard to build a new world. It's a pity that I'm alone and need your help. The butterfly sprite laughed. Chapter 1009. Did Frost God send you here? How did he know we were in Valeglia? Lalo asked nervously. Isn't that nonsense? Don't you know what happened to Flying Fish after seeing me? Butterfly Fairy laughed. The gods were silent. That day they sent out a total of 10 gods to inquire about the faceless deviant ghosts. 5 of them went to the western continent of Ursus. The other 5 were supposed to be scattered in the cities of the Jade Sea, but they accidentally encountered Frost God's army. Other than the god with the fastest flying speed who escaped, the remaining 4, including Butterfly Fairy and Flying Fish, were all killed by Frost God. The Alliance of Justice and Order thought that they were completely annihilated. Now it seemed that Frost God had subdued them, and Flying Fish happened to know the Alliance's arrangement in the Smoke Sea. Fuck! Akuin cursed in a low voice. I told you it's better to arrange fewer spies than to send out the gods in the Smoke Sea. You didn't listen. Now the plan is exposed. Sending a few more spies is also to figure out the deviant ghosts' movements earlier. This arrangement was not wrong, but we were too unlucky to encounter Frost God. Night Lion's expression was ugly as he stared coldly at Butterfly Fairy. Why didn't that bastard go to the Westeros to torment Danny Lilith? Why did he come to the Barren Land to make trouble? The Land of the Sunset is his only entrance into the world. In the city of Ursus and the far east barren land, he can only put a hand and half a head through the cracks. What's the use of his will descending? The alliance of justice and order was very strict. All the gods who prepared to ambush Dragon, Queen, had to stay in the ruins of the Leglia. Except for the big bosses, the other gods were not allowed to go out. The investigation work was supposed to be left to the peripheral members of the Alliance of Justice and Order. They didn't know about the ambush circle in the Smoke Sea, such as Butterfly Fairy. However, Qizhong had killed too many evil gods, and there were not enough gods who were fast, good at investigation and hiding. As a last resort, the Alliance of Justice and Order went to Nass Island and caught the god of Harmony, who was hiding in winter. Even if they were to recruit strong men and force neutral gods to join the alliance, there was still a lack of manpower in the investigation work. Left with no other choice, the few big bosses of the Alliance of Justice and Order could only risk releasing a few powerful heavenly gods who were on an ambush mission. And then they were defeated. The butterfly elf said, "It's the same as you forming the Justice Alliance. Unfortunately, the Dragon Queen is strong and can't be defeated. His Majesty, the Supreme God, is blocked in the Westeros, so he can only change his strategy. First take the 4 remote places, and then gather the forces of the 4 sides to encircle and suppress the center. Supreme God," the pale, holy child spat, "that God is truly shameless. When the long night is eternal, his Majesty, the Frost God, will be the Supreme God. You should work hard to get used to his supreme identity," the butterfly sprite said with a smile. "Don't talk nonsense. The long night won't last forever. Cold God wants to use the same trick again, but that depends on whether the gods agree or not," Night Lion said coldly. The butterfly sprite smiled faintly and said, "In the last long night, you couldn't stop his Majesty the Supreme God. This long night is even fiercer, but you wasted all your energy on the savior Dany Rise. When 2 tigers fight, how can you have the power to interfere with us?" Night Lion and the other big bosses were hit where it hurt, and their expressions became even worse. The last long night, the situation in the Westeros was somewhat similar to the current situation. Cold God could not break through the defense of the Door God and the Three-Eyed Crow at all. He could not even take a step into the World Gate. In the past many world pendants, Cold God wanted to enter this world, but he could not do it. The world pendant had happened many times, and every time it fell, it would cause the sun to be extinguished, just like how the 3rd floor street lamp could only illuminate the 3rd floor walkway. When the floor fell, the 3rd floor became the height of the 2nd floor, and it could not receive the illumination of the 3rd floor street lamp. They had to change the lamp. Of course, the sun was not only used for illumination. It was also like a Kongming lantern that had an upward pull on the world. Just like the Kongming lantern, its pulling effect was too poor. Instead, it would be crushed by the falling force of the world. This was the root cause of the extinguishment and rebirth of the sun. Unless one day Dany could ignite a huge hydrogen balloon and use the initial flame as fuel, it would produce the power to drag the entire world. As long as the hydrogen balloon was big enough, it could even bring the world up and enter a higher floor. Well, ascension was too far away, and the world was still falling. However, the early long nights were different from the current ones. To be more direct, the long nights at that time had Cold God, but there were no deviant ghosts. Moreover, Cold God had always been blocked outside the door. The long nights brought Cold God, not Cold God brought the long nights. Every time the world pendant happened, Cold God would come to knock on the door. He was like a hard-working and simple renovation master, hoping to enter the world and use the falling force of the world as a raw material to modify the warm sunny world into an ice era. The Three-Eyed Crow was the gatekeeper, and Door God was the community's security captain. They each kicked Cold God, who had come to do free renovation, away and shouted, "Get lost! If you dare to come again, we'll beat you up every time we see you." Countless years had passed, and the old house of the Song of Ice and Fire had become more and more dilapidated. Wind was leaking everywhere, and because of the collapse of the roof, many owners who were holding up the pillars were killed. Some of the owners were afraid of death and had been hiding in the basement. Door God frowned. He squatted at the gate and finished smoking. After he put out the last cigarette, he stood up and waved at the renovation worker who was hiding behind a pile of snow and peeking at him and the dilapidated community behind him. "I want to ask, is your renovation really effective?" Seeing this, the renovation worker was overjoyed. He ran over, took out his iPad, opened the PowerPoint, and eloquently sold his renovation plan to Door God, as well as the bright future that the new renovation would bring to the community. On one hand, Door God felt that the renovation worker who was doing the PowerPoint was unreliable, but on the other hand, he had no choice but to do so. Half of Door God stayed in the community and continued to be the community's security captain, while the other half formed a team with the renovation worker. The latter was then upgraded to a more powerful contractor. Even though only half of Door God stayed in the community, the contractor still couldn't get through the gate. However, with the other half of Door God's help, the contractor could easily find loopholes in the broken wall and interfere with the community's internal affairs. One day, the contractor came up with a good idea. He used the loopholes in the wall to lure a group of community members into becoming loafers. The loafers caused trouble in the community, and the security captain was too tired to deal with them, so the contractor broke into the community. That was what happened during the last long night. At that time, Door God's strength was weak, but he hadn't died yet. Cold God had set the world's first empire, the Kingdom of Dawn, as his primary target. The prince of the Kingdom of Dawn got a piece of black stone that fell from the sky. From it, he realized a set of peerless divine arts and trained himself into a cold and bloodthirsty devil. He first usurped his sister's throne, then directed a bloody chaos that affected the land. Only then did the long night reach its climax. Now, Dragon Queen had inherited the position of Door God's security captain. She did a good job and left several footprints on the contractor's face. In desperation, the contractor could only repeat the same trick. The reason why I repeated the same trick is because this strategy can't be cracked and it works every time. When the land falls and the corpse tide appears all over the world, what can Danny and Reese do? The door of the Westeros will be opened. This time, the supreme cold god will come to this world in its entirety. With all his power, he will be unrivaled and unstoppable, the butterfly fairy said with a fanatical expression. "You are a butterfly fairy," the night lion reminded. "You naturally desire dew, morning sun, and nectar. The world of ice is purgatory for you." The excitement on the butterfly fairy's powdered black face disappeared. She looked at him with resentment and said, "Do I have a choice? My nature is tranquil. I guard a small Nass island and live a small life that stands aloof from worldly affairs. It's you. You came to Nass Island and forced me to join the Justice Alliance. If I dare to disobey, I will be beheaded without mercy. It's just because I fly fast and have the help of the butterfly envoys to spread out and gather information. Even Danny and Reese are not as arrogant as you. She has my believers under her and has long known that there is a god on Nass Island. After the Justice Alliance was formed, I asked the people of Nass to pray to me and discuss the possibility of forming an alliance. I didn't want to participate in your affairs, so I didn't respond to those believers. When Danny and Reese understood what I meant, they never bothered me again. What about you? You are not even as good as her evil king. The weak are prey to the strong. You are not qualified to resist my orders, the night lion said coldly. The weak are prey to the strong. You are not qualified to resist my lord's orders, the butterfly fairy said sarcastically. What does Frost God want to do? Lalo asked solemnly. The butterfly fairy spread her wings. Her figure was graceful and light. Blue ice crystals surrounded her body like stardust. She turned around and asked with a smile, "How am I now?" No horns and no scales, Your skin looks like it has psoriasis. It's very ugly, Lalo said honestly. The butterfly fairy touched the ice powder on her face and shook her head. I'm not talking about your appearance. Gods don't care about appearances. You seem to have become a mutant ghost god? The night lion frowned. Your strength has also become stronger, Red Bull said solemnly. The butterfly fairy nodded and said, My supreme lord used the cold power of the void to transform my body from the inside out, from my soul to my body. She was originally a black girl with colorful butterfly wings. Her skin was darker than carbon, and her eyes were golden. She was a proper Nas person when she folded her wings. Or rather, the Nas person was her descendant. In the last era of the descendants of God, she, like many gods, had established a kingdom with her bloodline as the main body on Nas Island. Now, the butterfly fairy's golden pupils had turned icy blue. Her skin was as pale as a mutant ghost, but it was not completely white. She looked like she had vitiligo, or like a black person who had applied pearl powder on her face, but what fell were ice shards. When the supreme god's power entered my body, that feeling, the butterfly fairy looked intoxicated, like a drug addict who had gotten too high. I experienced a fullness and satisfaction that I've never experienced before. My heart has never been as calm and steady as it is now. I saw an extraordinary world. Our world is very big, but it's just a wave in the boundless void. Compared to the cold and void of the outer realm, the bright and lively world is so short and insignificant. Pausing for a moment, he scanned the gods. You are all very powerful, but I swear, compared to my almighty Lord who fills the void with his divine power, your combined power is like a snowflake on a vast snowfield. If we're only equivalent to a snowflake, why would the frost god send you to be a lobbyist? Lalo said coldly, You've all felt my current power. The butterfly fairy smiled. The ice was like a spider web, quickly climbing onto the surrounding black stone, throne, and floor. Twisting off your head is no harder than killing a chicken. Night Lion snorted coldly. His right eye turned from black to white. Scorching sunlight filled the entire hall, and the ice and snow suddenly disappeared. The butterfly fairy staggered back a few steps and forced a smile. Your Majesty, Night Lion, has misunderstood. I have no intention of provoking you. It's just that I was once like an ant. Now, after receiving the Supreme God's transformation, I've immediately become a chicken. Isn't anyone tempted by such a transformation in the nature of life? Now you're just snowflakes. After the transformation, the gods will come on. Baccarin interrupted Nas impatiently. We're not stupid. Instead of being free gods, why do we have to be dogs for the frost god? Could it be that his head is bigger than Danny Lissy's? Yes, my lord's head is as grand as the universe. He can crush Danny Lissy's little head with one finger, the butterfly fairy said seriously.